It in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you are joining us for these proceedings this afternoon. Currently on your screens, that is inside the National Assembly chambers, and we can see members of the National Assembly have already begun making their way into the chamber, taking their positions to get ready for the business that is lined up for consideration. For the National Assembly proceedings, and the proceedings are streaming live from the National Assembly chambers, Parliament buildings in Nairobi. And this is a broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you are joining us for these proceedings this afternoon. Currently on your screens, that is inside the National Assembly chambers. And we can see members of the National Assembly have already begun making their way into the chamber, taking their positions to get ready for the business that is lined up for consideration this afternoon. And some of the priority business that the members of the National Assembly shall be looking at this afternoon includes the consideration of the budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027. This means that is the next financial year. This afternoon marks the second allotted day for the general debate. Remember, this morning the members began this particular debate after presentations by the chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee, giving a highlight and an overview on the budget process, where we also saw departmental committees also engage various ministries to be able to understand their budget projections and also their development plan. So this morning marked the beginning of that particular process, general debate on the consideration of the budget estimates for the next financial year. This afternoon, the members will also continue that particular debate, marking the second allotted day. We shall come back to take a look at the allocations that have been given to different ministries and state departments. However, this afternoon also, the National Assembly shall be hosting the Cabinet Secretary for Health, that is Honorable Duale. He will be coming into the House or before the floor of the National Assembly to give a statement or make a statement regarding Kenya's preparedness to contain and manage the threat that is posed by the Ebola virus this afternoon. There are a number of concerns that the Cabinet Secretary will be required to address. Before we take a look at the public debate that has been on across the country regarding the Ebola virus, is that the Cabinet Secretary will be expounding on the measures by the government to manage and contain the spread of Ebola virus. Also, a report on the level of preparedness of public health facilities, including the availability of isolation units, also medical facilities, and trained medical personnel to handle any cases of Ebola. The Cabinet Secretary will also be required to clarify the preparedness measures the ministry has activated in response to Ebola virus. Also report on regional cooperation and coordination mechanisms with neighboring countries, foreign governments, and international health agencies to contain the outbreak. Also report on the establishment of an Ebola disease control and isolation center or centers in the country, and clarify whether the Ebola disease control and isolation center or centers established are accessible to and utilized for the benefit of foreign nationals only, or to all persons, including Kenyans and any other related matter. So the issue regarding the Ebola virus has in the recent past attracted a public debate. centering basically on the controversial proposal to establish an Ebola quarantine and isolation facility at the Laikipia Air Base for people exposed to Ebola, particularly US citizens coming from outbreak areas in neighboring countries, an issue that has sparked political debate, also legal, medical, and also public outcry. The Ministry of Health has highlighted ongoing preparedness measures, including border screening, emergency operation centers, and rapid response teams. And also the Ministry of Health has indicated that the country has reported no Ebola cases, but also remains on alert because of regional travel links. Now, still on that particular issue, the government or the Ministry of Health has, in many occasions, or is on record defending that particular position, or arguing that Kenya also faces a genuine risk from Ebola outbreaks, that is in neighboring Uganda and Democratic Republic of Congo, and that investing in isolation facilities and surveillance and also emergency response strengthens the country's long-term health security, and also the facility that is part of broader preparedness efforts and is not necessarily intended only for Americans. However, these are concerns that, as I had indicated earlier to you, these are the issues that, as the National Assembly sits this afternoon, the Cabinet Secretary, once he appears before the House, will be able to clarify on these matters. The public outcry that has been there is that there have been concerns around that particular facility perhaps could increase the biosecurity risks and strain Kenya's public health system. Also, there have been concerns around there have not been any or adequate consultation with the public regarding that particular arrangement. And also, there have been concerns around the national sovereignty on this particular issue, also constitutional concerns. There are about several medical groups have been coming out to publicly oppose that plan and warning that the Ebola strain involved presents serious containment challenges. So basically, these are concerns or public a matter that once the Cabinet Secretary appears before the House, the concerns or questions that the members of the public could be having out there, then the members of the National Assembly shall be able to raise this particular matter with the Cabinet Secretary, and those concerns shall be cleared. The Cabinet Secretary shall be able to clear the air on those particular concerns. So that is part of the priority business that the members of the National Assembly this afternoon shall be focusing on. And back to the considerations of the budget estimates from the financial year 2026-2027. There have been allocations that have been done to various offices. Remember, the total government expenditure, the total national government expenditure is at a total sum of 2,930,216,013,184 from the consolidated fund to be able to meet expenditure during the year that is ending the 30th of June, the year 2027. Of course, this marking the next financial year from 2026 to 2027. This, of course, comes from the total budget of the country for the next financial year that is standing at a total of 4.850 trillion Kenya shillings. So we shall take a look at some of the allocations. The Executive Office of the President has been allocated 7.49 billion, with development standing at 1.3 billion and 6.1 billion standing at recurrent expenditure. The Office of the Deputy President has been allocated 3.5 billion. The Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary has been allocated 1.139 billion. State House has been allocated 13.443 billion Kenya shillings. Matters Security, the National Police Service has been allocated 147.410 billion. Monies that shall be going into the National Police Service.
Honorable members, Mr.
The State Department for Technical, Vocational and Education and Training has been allocated 58.489 billion. Higher Education also has received a bigger share, that is 163.9 billion Kenya shillings. Basic Education also has been allocated a bigger share, that is at 136.5 billion Kenya shillings. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Masika Wetangula, as you can see, he's making his way into the House, or has already made his way into the House to preside over this afternoon sitting. You will allow me to hand you over to the live broadcast of this National Assembly proceedings this afternoon. Good afternoon.
Mheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita tutekeleza shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu, na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Honorable members, we have quorum. I must congratulate you today for coming in good numbers at the beginning. We'll proceed as follows. We are entering the second allotted day on consideration of the budget estimates. As you know, under our standing orders, there are 3 allotted days. An allotted day under your standing orders is 3 hours. So you did one this morning. We are going to take 1 hour from now to deal with the issue that has brought the CS for Health, Honorable Duale, on the Ebola issue. When we finish with Honorable Duale, we'll go to the second allotted day. That second allotted day we run for 3 hours. And there will be a seamless transition to the third allotted day that we run up to probably 10:30 tonight. That will be the end of the allotted day, so that tomorrow you go straight into committee for thorough examination of the budget. So we will start by Majority Leader, look for and find the CS and bring him to the chamber.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Acknowledgement of children. And who was on the floor? Members, as we wait for the Honorable Duale, we'll save time by proceeding with the motion at order number 8. But before that, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery, St. Mary's School from Narok North, Narok. Acknowledge your children, members. In the Speaker's Gallery also, there's Kihumbwini Girls School from Gatanga, Muranga. In the public gallery, we have Kinyogori High School from Limuru, Kiambu. We have St. Mary's Nyabururu School from Kitutu Chache, Kisii. And St. Bridget Siomunyu Girls from Kitui Rural, Kitui County. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Okay. Bring in the minister. Is he here? Yes. I can report to you. Okay. Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I have diligently looked for the CS and finally found him. And he is in the House, and I would like to cordially present him to you so that he can start the business of the day. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
CS for Health, Honorable Duale, you're here on the direction of the Speaker to speak to the House and the country on the issue of Ebola and the raging debate about it. This session will be exactly 1 hour. This is an allotted day. It is now 2:46. At exactly 2:46, members, we will stop. 3:46, we'll stop on this issue. So we'll allow the minister to deliver the statement to the House. Thereafter, I'll allow comments, questions to the minister. And at 3:46, we'll discharge him to go back to our allotted business. Minister, welcome.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to appear before this House and to provide a report on Kenya's preparedness and containment and management of the threat posed by Ebola virus disease, following your directive during the plenary sitting of the 2nd June 2026. I also acknowledge the concern raised by honorable members regarding the possibility of Ebola virus disease importation into the country, the establishment of a quarantine and isolation centers in Kenya, the preparedness of public health facilities, and the nature of the regional and international coordination mechanism. From the onset, I wish to assure this House and the people of Kenya that the country has not recorded any confirmed case of Ebola virus disease as of 3rd of June 2026. The government is, however, treating the regional outbreak with the seriousness it deserves, because Ebola is a severe disease with high fatality and huge public health threat. And Kenya's position as a regional aviation, trade, transport, and diplomatic hub places the country at increased risk of importation of the disease. Honorable Speaker, the epicenter of this outbreak is in DRC and Congo. As per our last situational update, the Democratic Republic of Congo has reported 1,083 suspected cases and 259 deaths. Of these, 321 cases are laboratory confirmed, with 48 confirmed deaths. A total of 2,746 contacts have been listed for follow-up. Uganda has reported 12 confirmed cases and 2 deaths, with 642 contacts listed for follow-up. Honorable Speaker, this disease is associated with the Bundi species of Ebola virus. This is significant because there is currently no approved vaccine for this particular virus or for this particular species. The outbreak has also affected healthcare workers both in DRC and in Congo. In view of the regional risk, the WHO declared the outbreak as a public health emergency of international concern on the 16th of May 2026, while Africa CDC declared it a public health emergency of continental security. These both declarations by WHO and Africa CDC signals an extraordinary public health event that poses a risk to other countries and requires a coordinated international response. Kenya has therefore activated the National Preparedness System in accordance with our constitutional duty to protect the right to health, our obligations under the Health Act 2017 and the International Health Regulations 2025. Honorable Speaker, before I respond to the many questions that you have asked me to answer, let me just give the country what is Ebola and which type of Ebola is this. Ebola is a severe, often very fatal illness in humans. There are 3 different types of species. There's Ebola, Zaire, Sudan virus, and the current one we have, which is called Bundibugyo virus, which has the capacity to cause large outbreaks. The modes of transmission are many, Honorable Speaker and members. The infection index from contact to the wild animals. Thereafter, transmission occurs from person to person through blood or bodily fluids from infected persons or dead bodies. Transmission can also occur from contaminated surfaces or objects like bed linen and clothing or unsafe injection practices. What are the early signs and symptoms? The average incubation period of this particular virus, Ebola virus, is between 2 to 21 days. Infected people are not contagious until they develop the symptoms. Initial signs and symptoms are non-specific. Many common infections, like other diseases like malaria, typhoid, meningitis. But the symptoms are usually of a sudden onset. They include fever, chills, headache, joint pain, muscle pain, backache, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, fatigue, weakness, skin rashes, among others. Bleeding is less frequent and can occur in the later stages of this disease. Who is at risk of infection? Travelers to the affected countries like DRC and Uganda, contacts of travelers from the affected region, family members of the Ebola virus diseases, healthcare workers taking care of the patients with Ebola, or people handling bodies of Ebola victims. How do we prevent Ebola? Early identification and prompt referral and isolation of the suspected cases. Basic universal precautions of hand hygiene and gloving in health setups during the routine work. Wearing of the full personal protective equipment when handling cases or suspected or confirmed Ebola. And finally, to avoid contact with the bodily fluids of suspected cases. Honorable Speaker, allow me now to address the questions that appeared on the letter you addressed, and the first one was the measures by the government to manage and contain the threat of Ebola. Honorable Speaker and members, the government has activated a whole government preparedness and response framework led by the Ministry of Health through the Kenya National Public Health Institute. The National Ebola Incident Management System was activated on the 20th of May 2026 in order to provide a unified central command, coordination, and decision-making. This structure is supported both at the national and county public health emergency operation centers, which remain on high alert mode. 2, under this arrangement, we have also strengthened our surveillance of health facilities within our communities and the points of entry. We have issued advisories to all the 47 counties covering Ebola case definitions, infections prevention, control reporting protocols, guidance on isolation, sample referral, contact tracing, among others. Our rapid response teams, Honorable Speaker, have been placed on standby for deployment where alerts are reported. Government has also enhanced screening at our 26 official points of entry, including our international airports, land border crossings. As of yesterday, 2nd June 2026, 71,243 travelers have been screened cumulatively, including the 2,506 travelers who were screened in the last 24 hours. Screening focuses particularly on travelers from the affected countries and high-risk travel routes. To date, Honorable Speaker, the national surveillance system has captured and investigated 22 suspected alerts from across the country. All of them have tested negative. These alerts were reported from Nairobi, Kiambu, Uasin Gishu, Nyeri, Nakuru, Nyamira, West Pokot, Kisumu, and Bungoma. In the last 24 hours, 3 alerts from Nairobi, Uasin Gishu, and Bungoma were investigated and they were confirmed negative. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry has also operationalized the public communication mechanism, including the national number, toll number 719, which is our public health hotline, to facilitate communities to report, to do public inquiry, and to give health advisory. Public messaging is being disseminated through the national and the county channels in order to educate the public on the risk factors. Honorable Speaker, the second area you told me to address through the letter from Parliament was the preparedness of the public health facilities, the isolation units, the medical facilities, and trained personnel. Honorable Speaker, the House specifically requested a report on the level of preparedness of public health facilities, including isolation units, medical facilities, and trained personnel. And I want to confirm that the Ministry of Health has undertaken facility readiness assessment and continue to strengthen capacity at the national referral facilities and in counties considered at high risk. At the national level, Kenyatta National Hospital has prepared an 8-bed isolation and treatment unit and completed a dry run of how the index case will be handled. The facility has a separate waste management system to support the safe handling of infectious waste. The National Police Service Hospital has been assessed and has 49 beds ready for activation as part of the surge isolation capacity. At the county level, 29 counties have identified designated isolation and treatment sites. The Ministry of Health, the Kenya National Public Health Institute, and relevant regulatory agencies are undertaking on-site verification, quality assurance, spot checks to confirm that these facilities meet the required standard for infection prevention, control, patient flow, waste management, staff protection, and emergency referral. Honorable Speaker and members, these facilities are part of Kenya's national public health preparation architecture. They are not established for exclusive benefit of foreign nationals, foreign governments, or any special category of persons. They are intended to protect all persons within the territory of Kenya, including Kenyan citizens, residents, refugees, visitors visiting our country, diplomats, expatriates, and any other person who may require isolation, testing, or treatment based on the medical need and public health risk. This position is consistent with the Constitution, the Health Act of 2017, the Public Health Act, and the International Health Regulation 2005. If any person, which says if any person is identified within Kenya as a suspected or confirmed Ebola case, the correct public health response is to safely isolate, test, treat, and trace contacts within the jurisdiction where the risk is detected. On personnel readiness, Kenya has mapped a surge capacity of 241 expert responders comprising of 51 epidemiology and laboratory training program, 118 African volunteer health corps professionals, 72 basic health emergency management specialists, and these teams are on standby for deployment to support surveillance, contact tracing, case investigation, laboratory diagnosis, and field responses. Additionally, 1,069 national and county health workers have been sensitized on Ebola preparedness and response through a very structured virtual sessions. On-site training and simulation drills have been undertaken in Busia County and Busia border, where 60 health workers have been trained, and additional exercises are going on our plan for the county of Turkana and Trans Nzoia. A national tabletop exercise is scheduled for 15th to 18th June 2026 to test coordination, referral, laboratory, and response. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, you have asked the measures we have activated as a ministry, which I have really enumerated. Honorable Speaker, in surveillance, the health facility and community-based surveillance have been intensified. Ebola case definitions have been distributed to all counties. Rapid response teams remain on 24-hour standby. counties have also been directed to identify and operationalize isolation facilities, holding areas, and quarantine facilities. At our points of entry, screening has been strengthened through health declaration requirements, temperature screening, symptoms assessment, and referral protocol. Thermal scanners, holding rooms, ambulance systems are being reviewed and activated in all our priority ports of entry, including major airports and high-volume land border points. On our laboratory preparedness, the virus being an extreme biohazard, 4 laboratories have been designated for Ebola testing. The National Public Health Laboratory, Kemri Nairobi, and Kemri Kisumu, and a mobile laboratory deployed to Busia. These laboratories are equipped for molecular diagnosis with a mobile laboratory positioned to reduce the turnaround time in the border region. However, Honorable Speaker, I wish to be very candid with this House. While laboratory capacity is strong, the current stocks of specialized test kits, reagents, personnel protective equipment, which are estimated to support only approximately the first 200 suspects, are in place now. And this is why additional emergency financing and partner support are required to build a more adequate testing capacity. In infection prevention and control, the World Health Organization has provided 1,000 Ebola PPE kits, which are available in the country and being prepositioned to support preparedness activity. Initial preposition is focused on strategic sites, including Kenyatta National Hospital, Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital, Mombasa, MTRH in Eldoret, Turkana, and other high-risk points of entry. Honorable Speaker, the 4th item was on regional cooperation, coordination with our neighbors, foreign governments, and international health agencies. Honorable Speaker, the House requested a report on that. Kenya is working closely with all the affected and neighboring countries, regional institutions, international partners, because Ebola is not a national problem. It's a regional, it's a global security, it's a global public health security threat. The ministry is engaging in cross-border coordination with our sister country, Uganda, with a particular focus on sharing surveillance information, traveler screening, case notification, contact tracing, laboratory referral, and rapid response readiness. Kenya is coordinating, and we have held meetings at the highest level with the World Health Organization, with the Africa CDC, with the IGAD, with the EACC, with the International Organization for Migration, with the US Center for Disease Control, all these at ministerial level, and with other development partners. This cooperation is focused on surveillance, on laboratory support, on simulation exercise, on technical guidance, training, risk communication, logistics, and partner resource mobilization. And I wish to emphasize, Honorable Speaker, that international cooperation does not mean surrender of our national authority and sovereignty. All public health decisions within Kenya remain under the authority of the government of Kenya. International partners provide technical assistance, commodities, financing, training, and logistical support. Regarding the recent media reports alleging that Kenya has entered into an agreement with the United States of Government to establish a quarantine facility for US citizens or foreign nationals, I wish to state it clearly that Kenya and the US government signed an agreement on cooperation in threat reduction, biological and infectious diseases, engagement program on the 24th July 2015 during the state visit of our President and President Barack Obama, President Uhuru and President Barack Obama. The agreements were therefore approved by the cabinet then in April of 2016 and subsequently introduced in this House in Parliament, laid on the table of the House on the 19th of July 2016. Upon undergoing parliamentary procedures and public participation and the House process, the House approved the ratification of the agreement on the 9th of February 2017. This agreement subsequently entered into force on 6th of April 2017 and has a validity of 5 years. And Honorable Speaker, the renewing of this cooperation was again signed and came into force on the 5th of April 2022, which the annex I have provided. The extended agreement has a validity period of 7 years and is valid to the 5th of April 2029. Further, on the 4th of December 2025, we again signed a cooperation agreement with the United States of government to strengthen Kenyan healthcare system on our different areas, including digital health, including HIV/AIDS, TB, and malaria. Over the last 23 years, Honorable Speaker, the government and the people of the United States, through the U.S. government health program, has provided close to $8 billion, equivalent to slightly over 1 trillion Kenya shillings, in support of the Kenyan health sector. This investment has significantly strengthened our national response to HIV, TB, malaria, maternal newborn, and global health security. The government of Kenya deeply appreciates this long-standing partnership and remains committed to ensuring that the gains made are sustained through the increased domestic investment, strengthened institutions, and successful implementation of the Kenya-US Health Cooperation Framework, which provides a pathway towards greater country ownership and sustainability of our health program. Honorable Speaker, the proposed Ebola treatment and isolation unit at Laikipia Air Base is part of the 23 similar units to be established in the country as part of our preparedness and response. This facility will jointly be run by the government of Kenya and the US government under the command of the Air Force Commander, the base commander, and the entire medical team of the Kenya Defense Forces, working together with the Ministry of Health. This proposed facility reaffirms Kenya's position as a medical hub in the East Africa region with the capacity to offer specialized care for complex infectious diseases like Ebola. I must also inform the House that aspects of the matter relating to the alleged international health agreements and containment arrangements are now before court. Accordingly, and in keeping with the doctrine of sub judice and standing orders of this House, I will avoid discussing the merits of any active litigation. But I will, however, continue to provide this House with the government's public health position and preparedness status. Honorable Speaker, you also asked about the establishment and accessibility of the Ebola disease control and isolation centers. Honorable Speaker, the House asked whether Ebola disease control and isolation centers have been established in the country. And I want to say this. I hasten to add that there is a significant presence of Kenyans in the affected regions of both DRC and Uganda. Many Kenyans work in Uganda and do business, both in Uganda and DRC. And two of our leading banks, KCB and Equity, employ Kenyans who live in that region. In addition, Kenya has approximately 450 specialized KDF officers and servicemen who are in DRC under the MONUSCO peacekeeping mission. Any of these Kenyans could be exposed and could require a quarantine and isolation facility back home in Kenya. The government has established undesignated isolation and treatment capacity as part of our national preparedness. These include, I said, our national referral facilities, our county designated sites, temporary holding areas for points of entry, county isolation facilities. These facilities are being progressively verified for quality, for safety, and for readiness. And I want to reiterate that all such facilities are established for the protection of the people of Kenya and all persons within the Kenyan borders. They are not only foreign facilities, they are not for foreign facilities, they are not exclusive facilities, they are not facilities reserved for any nationality, they are public health assets established and coordinated under the authority of the government of Kenya. In the event of a suspected case, the response will be guided by medical triage, exposure risk, clinical need, and public health protocols. A Kenyan citizen, a foreign national, a refugee, a diplomat, an expatriate, or a traveler will be managed according to the same public health principles: safe isolation, testing, clinical care, contact tracing, prevention of further transmission. Our objective as government is to protect communities, to protect healthcare workers and the country. When a case is detected, the safest place to manage it is within a properly equipped isolation and treatment facility under the controlled conditions. Finally, Honorable Speaker, you have told me to give guidance on the public health guidance. Honorable Speaker, any person who develops fever, headache, vomiting, diarrhea after recent travel to the affected areas or one of their community members after contact with a suspected case should seek medical attention immediately and report through the 719 public health hotline. Honorable Speaker, our readiness assessment gaps and resource requirement are all provided in this document, and I think I have provided the agreements, the documents, but just to conclude so that I take questions from members, Honorable Speaker and members, it's very important, you play a very important role in the public health protection of our country. Misinformation during disease outbreaks can cause panic, can cause stigma, can delay health seeking and resistance to public health measures. I therefore request members of this House to support the Ministry of Health by amplifying accurate information, encouraging early health seeking behavior, supporting screening at border points of entry, and urging the public to use the official 719 hotline. Honorable Speaker, I want to repeat for emphasis, Kenya has no confirmed case of Ebola virus disease. Our surveillance systems are active. Our laboratories are functional. Our points of entry are screening travelers. Our rapid response teams are on standby. Our health workers are being trained. Our isolation facilities are being verified and strengthened. And the government of Kenya remains fully in control of the preparedness and the response architecture. Our approach is guided by science, the law, the national interest, the public health protection, and the international obligation that as a country we have. We will continue to act transparently. We will continue to act decisively. We will continue to respond responsibly in order to protect Kenyans and all persons within our borders. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I am ready to respond to any questions from the honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Duale. Sarah Korere.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we've had a very elaborative explanation from the Cabinet Secretary. And Speaker, coming from Laikipia, we have a lot of reservations and especially concerns from the people we lead because we are representatives of the people. Speaker, it is clear that this Ebola is rare and fatal disease. And common sense will dictate that if this disease starts in a particular place, it will be natural that you just contain it where it has started. I want to ask the Cabinet Secretary. He has said that the government of Kenya and the government of the US signed an agreement way back in 2015. And in 2019, there was corona, which was a global problem. We didn't see the US come out the way they have come out now to construct a corona isolation center or a center to help the corona people who are infected by corona in Laikipia or anywhere in this country. And if they have, probably the Cabinet Secretary can tell us. About this Ebola thing, I want to ask the Cabinet Secretary. You know, it's very unfortunate that we saw a US Secretary of State in Washington declaring that they will not allow even one single case of a corona-infected US citizen, I mean Ebola, set foot in America. So if they are infected in Congo, they will not take them to treat them in America. They will not treat, if Americans are to be flown to Laikipia Air Base to be treated there, what happens if this disease, God forbid, you know, leaks out and probably people around Nanyuki are infected by Ebola? Will the American government take charge and treat the Kenyan citizens the way they would like to treat the American citizens? That is one.
You've made your point. There are many interests,
let me finish.
I can't allow you to continue making a speech.
I'm finishing. Finally, the concern also is we have a lot of tourism in Laikipia. And as I speak now, there is a lot of cancellations by the people who are traveling to the lodges of Laikipia. Can the Cabinet Secretary tell us how are they going to communicate to the citizens? Because probably most of this mayhem is because of miscommunication. Whose message is it that the citizens are getting miscommunicated by people who are not in authority to give that information to them? Why should the people who are in authority didn't give the correct information to the citizens of Kenya and the citizens of Laikipia?
Thank you, Sarah. Mere Mase. Avoid the temptation to make speeches. Ask questions.
Thank you,
Yes.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and I thank you for giving me this opportunity because I'm from the border to Uganda, and my people are more at risk. My question is, I have listened to the PS, to the CS, I'm very sorry, to the CS. I have a concern. The ministry officials were in Busia County, Teso South at Alupe Hospital with a proposal to convert Alupe Hospital into an isolation center for managing Ebola. Honorable Speaker, I do not have any other hospital to serve the people of Teso South. None. It is only Alupe Hospital. So I want to tell the CS that we will resist that Alupe Hospital cannot be made an isolation center for Ebola. Whereas I support the government initiative for preparedness to protect the people of Busia because we are at the border, let another venue be identified to build that isolation center. But Alupe will not be converted, Honorable Speaker.
Robert Mbui. Minister, I hope you are recording the members and the questions.
I have to.
Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, listening to the CS, he was very clear when he said that Kenya has no cases of Ebola. And Mr. Speaker, the ministry should endeavor to ensure that Kenyan citizens are safe, because that is the purpose of this ministry. Now, we know that Ebola is highly contagious. There is this agreement that he says there is, because of sub judice, he cannot maybe table it before us. But Mr. Speaker, I want to ask him to just clarify. In that agreement, which is between Kenya and the US...
He didn't say that. He didn't say he cannot table. In fact, the
because
agreement
he has not
is...
tabled, Mr. Speaker.
The agreement is here.
Oh, we have it, okay.
Yes.
Or the court case, the matters
He said
that
he will
are
not
contained
delve
in the
into
court
matters
case.
sub judice.
So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to just find out, where in that agreement does it say that we can expose Kenyan citizens at the expense so that we can be able to save citizens of the US? It's very important that he points out that, because in my opinion, I think that cannot have been something that this House would have passed. And Mr. Speaker, finally, I also want him to clarify, is it true that this center that is supposed to be built in Mount Kenya region is supposed to be only meant to be used by US citizens and not Kenyans? He needs to clarify that for us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Ndindi Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this chance. And direct to the point, I have listened to the CS, and there is actually no space in his speech about the view of Kenyans. I'm yet to meet one single Kenyan who is in support of having this quarantine in Kenya, Honorable Speaker. And it is important for the government to know that the government exists for the welfare of Kenyans. And Kenyans know when their space is being cropped, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the US budget in terms of health is 860 times ours. Their technology is better in all respects, including biotech, Honorable Speaker. They have better capacity to handle these kind of issues than Kenya. Honorable Speaker, while the CS is here, I would request him. Kenyans have spoken in one voice. We do not want that facility of Ebola here in Kenya. Please listen to the Kenyan voices. And Honorable Speaker, as the CS is here, the CS should actually bite himself and the obligations to what the Kenyans are looking forward to. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, in terms of the fragility of our health sector, and also listening to some officials from the US proclaiming clearly that they do not want any case of Ebola in their country, how reckless would the government be in doing exactly the same that which the country that is the US do not want in their soil? As Kenyans, we refuse. The government must listen to Kenyans and desist from having this quarantine in Kenya.
Yes, Mama Zamzam. Come to you.
Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker, na mimi pia niweze kumwelezea waziri, ndio Ebola na kujitayarisha ni kitu kizuri sana, kwa sababu hawa ni majirani zetu, wengine wanatuuzia kahawa umumu, wengine wanafanya nini, lakini iwe ni kama kukinga wa Kenya peke yake, waziri. Lakini waziri, ikiwa, na mimi nataka niwaambie hata wale wabunge walikuwa hapa, kwa sababu inasemekana hiyo ilipita hapa bunge hapa, na Ndindi Nyoro ulikuwa hapa kwa hii bunge. Kwa hiyo ni vitu ambavyo mngeweza kukataa wakati ule, ili isiweze kupita mumpatie rais wakati mgumu. Waziri, mimi napenda kusema tu, kama Mwamerika amekataa kule kwake, hapa Kenya tukubali, na nasikia katika counties 20 ambao walikuwa wamekubali, Mombasa ilikuwa moja wao. Kama mama Mombasa, sitaki kuona mzungu kule anatibiwa Ebola. Iwe kama itajengwa ni ya kuangalia watu wetu peke yake, waziri. Sisi ni kitu kizuri na tuna support kama tuwe na preparedness. Manake sisi ni majirani, huwezi jua, na wanasema ina spray na unyevunyevu, either through sex ama maji ama mate. Hizo vitu tumesikia. Lakini sasa huwezi jua kitu yote za kutokea. Mheshimiwa Spika, kitu chochote chaweza kutokea. Na ikitokea iwe ni sisi wa Kenya peke yetu, isiwe kuwa ni mtu mwingine anakuja kutibiwa hapa, waende kwao ama warudi Kongo kule walipata ugonjwa watibiwe Kongo. Asante sana Speaker.
Yes, Ichungwa.
Honorable Speaker, first I don't know whether Honorable Zamzam but the Deputy Speaker tells me Honorable Zamzam is actually right, because the Minister did speak about... But that's what the Minister said. She's bodily fluids. She simply said what the Minister said. So bodily fluids could be transmitted in many ways. The Minister didn't speak in such good Swahili. Or at all. So thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me first begin by thanking the Minister for this statement, because as Honorable Sarah Korere has said, is indeed very elaborate. And also to note, Honorable Speaker, that at the time this agreement was tabled in this House, I highly suspect the Honorable Aden Duale, as leader of majority, is the one who tabled this report in 2015. And the subsequent one tabled in 2022 was tabled by the Honorable Kimunya, my predecessor, as leader of majority. And it is true that the agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United States was tabled, debated, and ratified by this House. And therefore, even as we speak, I know there's a temptation, Honorable Speaker, to speak to the gallery. And I wanted to begin by asking the CS to clarify just one thing that he has already said in his statement, but which many of us probably did not hear, or we have blocked our ears from hearing it. And because I have the privilege of having a copy of this statement here, Honorable Speaker, the CS did state that the proposed Ebola treatment and isolation unit at the Laikipia Air Base is part of the 23 similar units to be established in the country as part of our preparedness and response. So I would want first, CS, clarify to us and to the country that we are not establishing one isolation center at Laikipia Air Base. The one at Laikipia Air Base is one amongst 23 others. Two Honorable CS, including some of the ones, the Minister did name a few, including one in Busia, was it Alupe or somewhere? Order. Gone. To Honorable Speaker, I want the Minister to clarify to us and to the country something again that he has said in this statement, that this isolation center is not being established for foreigners exclusively. The Minister has said that we have 2 Kenyan banks with Kenyans, our sons and daughters working in the DRC, some in Uganda. We have 450 of our armed men, our armed officers, who have given their lives to protect our lives in this country and the region, our region of peace. Should any of those 450 of our officers, our sons and daughters in DRC, God forbid, catch the Ebola virus, where shall we take them? Do we take them to America? Do we leave them to die in the Congo forest? Or do we establish isolation centers as any responsible government and administration would do to make sure that should you, Honorable Speaker, this weekend, I traveled to Rwanda. Honorable Speaker, I traveled to Rwanda as a Kenyan.
Yes, Millie, what is
Any
the point
other
of
Kenyan would have traveled to Congo.
Yes, Millie.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I had to interrupt the majority leader, especially now that I'm in leadership of the broad-based. But I'm just wondering, is the honorable member in order to imply that the United States of America is irresponsible by not setting up their own facilities in America, because Kenya is responsible setting up one in Kenya? Are you in order implying that America is responsible by not setting up in their own country when they are a superpower and we are a minion power? Are you, even Honorable Buru is still looking for power and you are bringing America?
On the floor of this house, I will not do that. But my point was, Honorable Speaker, back to my point, that as a responsible country, should we or should we not have isolation centers? Because this disease, we can't run away from the fact that it is there, and it is there in our neighborhood, in this region. Therefore, the question that I wanted the CS to clarify,
Yes.
and I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, deliberately in a leading manner, so that the CS clarifies for us and for the nation, this isolation center, from what I read in his statement, you know, Honorable Speaker, the problem is that members don't listen, like Honorable, the member for Aldai is making noise and distracting me. And that is why maybe we may have missed some of the issues the CS has said. Because my understanding, and that is the clarification I sought, was that this isolation center is for preparedness, even to cater for Kenyans who may catch the disease, whether it is a staff of KCB, Equity Bank, or one of our armed officers who are working in DRC. Should they catch the disease, for instance, the military, the natural thing would be, if I was the commander-in-chief or the CDF, airlift anyone in an isolated manner to the airbase, to the isolation center there, to be treated there. But a truck driver, Honorable Speaker, who
Senator,
catches the disease in DRC, in Goma, and probably is detected at the Busia border. Is there a facility at the Busia border? Because I have read about the laboratory testing there. Maybe among the 23, the CS should also clarify, where are these other 23 centers to be established? Do we have them around the border with Uganda and where the trucks are passing, both legal and the illegal crossings? Because I see in his statement he's spoken about the legal crossings. But there are also illegal border points. What are we doing? Lastly, CS, on your preparedness, you have spoken about the contact tracing. We are at about 100%, 87% on laboratory readiness, rapid response teams at 90%, infection prevention and control at 56%. But you have also told us that we have kits for the first 200 suspected cases. And that is where preparedness comes in, Honorable Speaker, and I hope the CS can tell us, have you then prepared? Because I've also seen your request, you are saying the first 100 cases will cost about 2.686 billion. Is this money already provided for in the budget? Or should we, as we go to the budget process, now factor additional resources for this preparedness for Ebola? Because the first 200, if we learned anything from COVID, to get from 0 to 1,000 cases would take less than 3-4 weeks. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I will just seek those clarifications. And Honorable Speaker, let me just close by saying this. Ebola is a dangerous disease from what we have seen. But as a country, we must be prepared. And those isolation centers ought to be there, but they cannot be exclusively for others to use without Kenyans. And I think that's the very critical clarification. Because, Honorable Speaker, you know, in closing, this country, as Michael Joseph once told us, we have peculiar habits. Now, as politicians, many of us are very good experts in Ebola. And many Kenyans, almost all Kenyans are experts in Ebola. Let us hear from the experts, including the doctors here.
Waziri, let him order. let him respond to those. But before that, Minister, allow me to acknowledge your children, students in the galleries. In the speaker's gallery, we have Githunguri Girls School from Kandara, Muranga. We have St. Musingo High School from Ikolomani, Kakamega. Students, when your school is mentioned, you stand up to be acknowledged. In the public gallery, we have Kapsimbeyo School from Kuresoi South, Nakuru. USIU Africa, I believe there are students from Roysambu, Nairobi. Masjid Al-Amin Academy from Starehe, Nairobi. Gijiwe Methodist Fellowship from South Imenti, Meru. And Githurai Mixed School, Ruiru, Kiambu. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to Parliament. Minister, you can proceed to respond. Thereafter, we'll take another round, which will be the last one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am ready to answer the valid questions by our honorable members, my colleagues. But Honorable Speaker, we are dealing with a very abnormal situation. And I want the House to look at the Public Health Act, Section 35 and Section 36. That mandates the Ministry of Health to take all the necessary action to protect and safeguard the safety of our citizens, our visitors, and all those who live within the borders of our country from any of the infectious diseases. To my sister, Honorable Sarah Koreri, but before even Honorable Speaker answer that question, first I think for information, we have 12 counties which are very high risk. These counties are Nairobi, Mombasa, Uasin Gishu, Busia, Kisumu, Bungoma, Trans Nzoia, West Pokot, Turkana, Homa Bay, and Migori. And this is because of the air, the road, transport, and the northern corridor. Then we have got high risk. The first one was very high risk. The high risk counties are 13. These are Vihiga, Kakamega, Nakuru, Kericho, Nandi, Kiambu, Machakos, Makwiny, Kilifi, Taita Taveta, Isiolo, Elgeyo Marakwet, and Garissa. Honorable Speaker, again, for the information of the House, as of today, we have designated, verified 3 major hospitals as treatment centers. Kenyatta National Hospital, the Kenya National Police Hospital, MTRH in Eldoret. Secondly, we have also identified that we are in the process of completing the isolation, the treatment center of 2 hospitals in Busia. And I want to urge my sister, Mary Emase, even before COVID, the people of Busia and the country as a large, under the Ministry of Health, agreed that Alupe Hospital, a research center, is one of the very few infectious research hospitals. So in terms of qualification, that hospital is the most qualified because it's a research and infectious. Where have we done that? So in Busia, we have Alupe Sub-County Hospital, Referral Hospital, and we have Kocholie Sub-County Hospital. The reason why we picked on those 2, you know, that is where the biggest
for
crossing.
For the record, it's called Kocholia, not
Kocholia. Kocholia. That is where the epicenter, in terms of crossing from either DRC, our tracks, and the movement are. But we are doing assessment of these sites in the following counties. And Honorable Speaker, under the Public Health Act, we don't need to do public participation. We are not going to consult citizens. Even members of parliament here, when they fall sick, they rush to their doctor to make sure they get the best treatment. So this epidemic does not require any consultation. Tomorrow, God forbid, if Ebola is found in this country, this house will call me back here to this chair to ask me why are Kenyans dying. So before Kenyans die, before Kenyans are infected, we as a government have a moral, constitutional responsibility to protect both Kenyans and other people who are non-Kenyans who live within our border or who transit within our country. Honorable Speaker, on Laikipia Air Base is one of the 23 quarantine isolation center we are building. And we will not stop it. Why we are building? We are building in the air base, far from even, and there are a number of reasons why. The runway in Laikipia is one of the longest runway. That is where we have KDF medical team. That is why even our 450 Kenyans who are serving today under the UN, our special forces, the quick response unit. I'm the speaker, I was the Minister for Defense. I went to Ituri. I know all those areas, those who have gone to Lumumbashi. Kenyans, the biggest hospitals in DRC are run by Kenyans, are owned by Kenyans. So we must protect, Mr. Speaker. So Laikipia will protect both Kenyans and the US. Honorable Speaker, when we had the COVID, and some of us were members of parliament here, the UN, the US, and many other international bodies built a hospital in Nairobi Hospital, a UN specialized hospital to deal with COVID. There was no noise that time. We have a responsibility to protect the residents.
Let him respond.
Honorable Speaker, on what the Secretary of State, Mark Rubio, said, that if it was said by the Minister, the Secretary of Health, I will respond. But I think that is an area for diplomats. The best person to respond to this House is the PCS. Because if it was my colleague, CS Kennedy, Alupe have answered very well. Laikipia we will build. Honorable Dini Nyoro, I think you are a bit very unfair. Because if all counties refuse to host isolation centers, the way you are suggesting, where will the Kenyans who will be infected, God forbid, go? I mean, as a leader, I don't think that way we can be irresponsible. And I agree with you, Madam Zamzam. Semen is part of the fluid. You are right. You are right. I saw people laughing at her. Body fluids. When we talk of body fluids, there are different types. Semen is one of the body fluids. So Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, I really want to urge you, my very good friend, if we say every county refuses, then where are we going to treat Kenyans? Are we going to treat them up in the air? We as a government have a responsibility. We can still even create another isolation center in one of our barracks in any part of the country. If today it was in Mordecai in Garissa, in Isiolo, so it will treat both Kenyans and foreigners. And please, let us not politicize it. And it was for the good of our country. It was good for our country. Kenya, Honorable Speaker, is number 2 in terms of healthcare delivery. South Africa is ahead of us. And very soon, even the US that you are praising, having a very good healthcare system, I can assure you, under the good leadership of President Ruto, we will become number 1 in healthcare delivery in another 10 years. Honorable Kimani, I have given all the 23 on our table of all the isolation centers, including let us not politicize the health of our citizens. And I want to ask a question, Honorable Speaker. A Kenyan who is in DRC crosses today. He passes through the scanners in Busia.
Minister, you are not here to ask questions.
Yes.
Give a hypothesis.
No, Honorable, I want to compare with the US one.
Yes.
If a Kenyan crosses and then the scanners don't detect as having Ebola, the incubation period for this disease is 3 weeks. He comes and joins his family and the community. After two weeks, he's found to be infected with Ebola. What is the damage that Kenyan can cause? You know, we must look at how to save the nation. So we are more concerned about Americans coming, but we are not concerned about even the thousands of Kenyans, truck drivers who pass every day, go on there. We are just focused. Let us not make, Honorable Speaker, this thing a more of the Kenya Kwanza administration. The health of the citizens of our country is a collective responsibility. Those in government, those in the opposition. We can play around with anything else. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Sarah Korere, there have been 16 other previous Ebola outbreaks in our country. This is the 17th one. So it didn't come with this government. COVID was not with this government. So, and then Ebola and all infectious diseases, they don't know borders. They cross. They can cross from anywhere. And we must make sure the isolation and treatment centers, including the one in Laikipia, are securely controlled. The environment, even within the Laikipia, in fact, because it's a military camp, is even more secure than the ones we are putting in the counties. Any one of us can be infected with Ebola, God forbid. Healthcare workers will be trained. Waste management will be done. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mary Emasi have answered a question. Honorable Ndindi have answered this question. I think there was Honorable Zamzam under the International Health Regulation Act of 2005, which this House has adopted. We are obligated. We are part of the global community. We are part of the global health security. Kenya is celebrated as one of the key leaders in global health security. We are obligated not only to take care of our own, but we are obligated to treat, to detect, and make sure even those who are not Kenyans, but who are within our border, must be taken care of, so that we are not safe until all of us are safe. I think the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, my old colleague, the facility is receiving patients. Is what we have passed in the House was on infectious, biosafety, biological, which were all stipulated in the agreement. And Honorable Speaker, I have carried all the documents for this House. It was there before. You can get it from the Hansard, how it was passed, but I still have copies at the Ministry of Health. So quarantine is not only for Americans, even Kenyans will be isolated at the facility, and I have highlighted the huge Kenyan population in DRC and Uganda need our support. Honorable Speaker, I think most of the questions I have answered. The last one is, let our preparedness and response be dictated by science and not by politics. How we respond, how we protect our citizens from Ebola, which has no vaccine, it should be guided by science, but not politics. We'll go back to politics when we know the country is safe, the citizens are safe. And Honorable Speaker, finally, Nairobi is the center of the diplomatic community. The UN at Gigiri, the only one in the global south, extra 8,000 staff have been brought in the last 3 months. This is where we have the multilateral institutions. This is where we have JKA last year received 9 million visitors and about 3 million tourists. All those, plus our citizens, we must be cognizant of their health. Honorable Speaker, so like Kipia, Honorable Korere, the one on the land taken, I think it is this House again which has passed the agreement between us and our UK partners. So there's nothing illegal the government has done. Let's all of us be the voices and help us communicate to our constituencies that Ebola, and particularly this variant, is dangerous, it has no cure, and all of us must be vigilant and alert, and those of us in the health ministry, we will protect our citizens.
Order, Mary Masse. What is it, Masse? He has responded to your question. What is it you want to clarify? You want to recount what you said?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do not want to be misunderstood. In Teso South sub-county, I have 2 sub-counties. The only hospital I have offering the normal medical services to the community is Alupe. Honorable Speaker, my position and the position of the people I represent is that there is enough land in Alupe. Let the ministry build an isolation center for quarantine purposes, away from the hospital, but not to take the hospital for that purpose. That is what we are objecting.
Point made. You have made your point, Mary, and you and the minister are saying the same thing. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, the time I allocated has been overshot. Just hold your horses. Has been overshot by 9 minutes. Given the interest, and whoever I give, you just ask a question. No speeches. So that we can take another 10, 15 minutes. And you're obligated to extend from 10 by the time we are consuming now until we finish. Okay. I will give 3. Okay. My minority leader, Junet, you will be number 1 on this side. Number 2, I'll give Honorable Kiamba Susan. That is number 2. Number 3, I'll give the chair of health. This side, I'll give Professor Jaldesa, number 1. I'll give my deputy speaker, number 2. And I'll give Madenge, number 3. I've already given members of your committee. So let's start with number 1 in quick succession. Junet, I'll come to you. After Junet, Kiamba, after Kiamba, Nyikal, in that quick succession.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask this. But having noticed that, Mr. Speaker, there is a ratified document by this House. Mr. Speaker, members should take very serious when the Speaker is putting a question. Because many of that opinion say, you just say, you don't know you're ratifying something that is going to bring a disease. So be careful next time. Next time, be careful, please. But Mr. Speaker, my question is, I have condensed this thing into 2 aspects, Mr. Speaker, and I want the Minister to clarify. What Kenyans are grappling with, Mr. Speaker, is how does the government intend to safeguard Kenyan sovereignty and decision-making authority? Just explain to the House how you have safeguarded your sovereignty and your decision-making. And then lastly, whether it is the foreign governments that will decide who gets admitted to those facilities, and whether you have done public and security assessment, and whether you have done that report public. If you answer those 4 questions, then Kenyans will be safe. Thank you very much.
Next, Kiamba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think my first one was point of order. Is it in order,
there is no
Honorable
first
Speaker?
one. I've given you to ask a question. A point of order arises when a member is on the floor. There's no member on the floor. Ask the question. If you don't, you yield the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would want to ask the Minister, now that Kenyans have spoken loudly and clear, that the context has changed and we no longer want this center, what is his recommendation? Does the wishes of Kenyans become irrelevant, or can dynamic Kenyans think, or once something is passed in this parliament, it's passed in heaven? Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Nyekal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me ask one. Who will be admitted in this facility, and what would be the criteria for admission? 2, will people who are already sick be transferred to this admission? 3, will people other than Americans be admitted in these institutions? And on the contrary, will Americans be admitted in the other 23 institutions that were put in place? And why didn't we...
Carl, I gave you an opportunity for one question.
Okay, then
then
let me just, I've asked 3, I'll leave it there. But let me make a comment about the agreement, because I know the agreement, I remember the discussion, and I've had time to look at it. The agreement is a general agreement, Mr. Speaker. It is not just Ebola, it is other diseases, it is nuclear materials as well. And in every point in the agreement, it says with mutual agreement. At every point in that agreement, it says with mutual agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, I only wanted to make those 2 points.
What is the point of order, Carolo Monde? What's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, is it in order for the chair of the Health Committee to mislead the House and the nation that in those 2 agreements, which I have here and which I have read, there's a clause that provides for the establishment of an isolation and treatment center in case of any outbreak of Ebola or any other disease? There's none. I can read them out for you. If it is,
that.
show us, tell us the article.
Order, Honorable Carolo Monde. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I say...
Dr. Nyekal, I heard you clearly. Take your seat. Take your seat. Carolo Monde just wanted an entry to make an inflammatory statement. Yes. You never said that. Jaldeza? Jaldeza?
Here, thank you.
Order, Carolo Monde. Nyekal never said what you are saying. I'm closer to him. And I listen to all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to tell the House that Kenya is lucky to be having the leading and the best researchers in this region. Kenya has been taking leadership in leprosy research at Alupe, which was an isolation center. Mr. Speaker, when HIV started, HIV patients were actually isolated until people learned that it's not such contagious disease. And it was based at Cambridge, and it has done very well. And the research work which was done and the researchers were left behind for the country. Mr. Speaker, last COVID was such a threatening disease that we were actually trying to look for beds for patients who have COVID. And people are going to all sorts of funny places, including some hospitals in Kibera, and it saved people's lives. But the good thing, the Nairobi Hospital East Wing, was left behind for the hospital and for the country.
What is the point of order?
Oh.
Mr. Speaker,
Point of order. Let's hear him.
is it right for my colleague to refer to Kibera as funny hospitals, even in Kibra. Is Kibra not a constituency?
Yes.
It's demeaning my constituency.
Go on.
Mr. Speaker, Kibera is a constituency, and it has the highest concentration of people in this country, and it deserves better services. Mr. Speaker, my point is this. Mr. Speaker, when this Ebola virus outbreak ends, what will be the benefit left for the country? That now we can say the country benefited financially in terms of resource and research from this outbreak.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I would like the Cabinet Secretary to confirm to the members here who have objected to having the quarantine centers in their own counties that in our case, Uasin Gishu County is one of the quarantine centers. And because of our close proximity to Malaba border, we can be at risk and our people can be at risk. And that is the reason why we are not politicizing it. We are welcoming it because we know they'll take the necessary steps to make sure that we don't risk. And also, I want the Cabinet Secretary to also confirm to members that you're not going to endanger our health because of politics. This is a highly infectious disease. In fact, it can warrant calling of a state of emergency in the country. It is not a choice for people to make or a court process. The moment the country, if people's health is endangered and livelihoods are at risk, we might not even be, you're not supposed to even question. So I think it's important to know that that is not something that is within our prerogative to say, I don't want this hospital, or I do not want that hospital. And for Honorable Karoli Omondi, if you look at page 5, you will see the participants intend to collaborate in the following areas: surveillance and outbreak response. What is exactly happening now is surveillance and outbreak response. All the steps that the Cabinet Secretary has read here are exactly those. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Madenge.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to draw the Minister to the attention to the first agreement that was tabled in this House for ratification. On page 6, Article 3, Executive Agents and Implementing Agreements. For the United States, the agent responsible is the United States Department of Defense. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the Minister cannot fail to respond to the words of the Secretary of State in saying that the United States will not allow Ebola-infected patients into their borders, because that is the issue that Kenyans are talking about. In Kenya, it is the Ministry of Health. So, CS, you cannot abdicate responsibility. Honorable Speaker, my second content, again on the agreement, is Article 11, page 11, that this agreement shall remain in force subject to Article 13.2 for a period of 5 years from the date of entry into force and the ratification by this House. There was no express, although there is a provision in 3, this agreement may be renewed for an agreed period upon mutual consultation and consent. In the approval provided by this House, did this House envisage that when I am talking about the approval by the House. The approval by the House. In the approval by the House, did this therefore mean automatically that then when the Cabinet then renewed, that extended the approval granted by this House? Lastly, Honorable Speaker,
I gave you an opportunity for one, Madenge.
Allow me just one. The committee recommendations, Honorable Speaker. Number 5, the implementing review committee be constituted and should develop a mechanism for reporting back to Parliament on the status of the implementation of this agreement. How many reports, Honorable Speaker, have been brought to this House on the implementation?
Minister, before you answer, let me give the minority whip, Millie. Millie,
thank you.
Ask one question only.
Thank you, Mr.
Don't
Speaker.
make a speech.
No, I actually wasn't going to give a speech. You are the one prompting me. But I'm not asking.
I will stop you if you
I'm not asking. I'm not going to...
Go ahead, Millie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr.
I've
Speaker.
given Millie on account of being your leader. Go on.
Thank you, Mr. Hey. Mr. Speaker, you can see Suberians are disturbing each other. Mr. Speaker, mine is really very, very simple. And if you listen to the concerns, Kenyans are not really too worried about setting up of centers that protect Kenyans. Kenyans are worried about the statement that was made by Rubio from the US that seems to imply that this facility is for Americans to protect Americans so that the infected Americans do not touch American soil. And Mr. Speaker,
if you want my opinion, it was a very irresponsible statement.
Yes, it was a very responsible statement. Yes. And all I want to ask Honorable Duale, even though he's throwing back this to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, is what is he doing to deal with this issue squarely with America? We have seen our counterparts in West Africa when they're being bullied by the French, that they take a firm position and say no. So what are you doing to tell America that they are a friendly nation and we are friends to them, but we cannot allow a situation that compromises our own nationals to maintain that friendship? We cannot allow such things in Kenya.
Thank you. Last, Bukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm that when the report was tabled in 2016 by the Committee of Health, I seconded that report, and the chair was Honorable Nyamai. What I wanted to ask the Cabinet Secretary, what I wanted to ask the Cabinet Secretary, why are you laughing? No, it was Honorable Nyamai.
If it's a statement of fact, it remains a statement of fact.
It's a statement of fact.
Yes.
Honorable Nyikal was a member of the committee. And Honorable Speaker, one funny thing about that report is that when we put into the dailies to ask for public participation, there was no single memorandum from the public. Nobody wrote anything. And I think Kenyans also need to be responsible. They must be able to look at some of these when the parliament puts a document for opinions or memorandum in the dailies, that they should also be able to give inputs. And therefore, honorable members who are not members of parliament by them cannot say that they were not Kenyans at that time. They needed to have even put their input. What I wanted to ask the Honorable Minister, Mr. Speaker.
Kajiado South, Parashina, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, is a member in order to come to maybe to relate the public participation by then and what is going now is Ebola. So we're talking about the Ebola, the foreign, whatever is happening is the question is about Ebola. It's not about the agreement by that time.
I think you're wasting my time because you don't understand. That is,
yes,
this is the problem of not understanding what we were ratifying. Honorable Speaker, what I wanted to ask...
Yes, Honorable Junet, what is it? Hold your horses.
Mr. Speaker, Dr. Pokose should have given us more information that Dr. Nyamai was the chair and he was the vice chair.
Yes.
He put it like he was a member.
No, I
but,
was a
but, but Mr. Speaker, just to...
He said he seconded.
Yeah, but he was the vice chair of that committee.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter that is coming out today here is that Parliament ratified this treaty,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Let us be open to Kenyans. We gave them opportunity to give their public participation. We ratified. We told Americans, do what you want to do.
Yes.
And when the Speaker says, as many of the other people say, aye,
And we said aye.
don't cheat Kenyans.
It is true what minority leader is saying. We ratified the agreement as the National Assembly. And it became the law of Kenya, because by ratification, what it means is that it becomes part of the law of the country.
Ask the question.
My question to the Cabinet Secretary. Yes. You know, when people are raising about the isolation centers being set up in certain areas, does it mean the whole hospital becomes an isolation center, or there is a specific area within the hospital that is set up as an isolation center? Because I think that is what Kenyans need to understand publicly, so that, like my colleague, when we talk about Kocholwa or Alupe, thinking that the whole of Alupe is an isolation center. So I think the Cabinet Secretary needs to clarify. Even as we speak of Kenyatta having an isolation center, what does it mean? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister, can you answer all those in 5 minutes?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me start where Honorable Pukose left. That isolation centers are not part and parcel of the hospital where citizens access for other services. And it's not something only with Ebola. It is a standard procedure when an infectious disease happens, whether it is Marburg, Mpox, name it. So even in Alupe, in any facility, even in Laikipia, it is very far. Those who come from Laikipia know the expansiveness of Laikipia Air Base. It is far from the base and all the facility in the base. So no hospital. Honorable Chair, Honorable Junet asked whether the issue of our sovereignty. And in my statement I say, and I want to emphasize, that international cooperation does not mean surrender of our national authority and sovereignty. All public health decisions within Kenya remain under the authority of the government of Kenya. International partners and governments, including the US, they provide technical assistance, they provide health commodities, they provide finance, and I want to thank the US government, the only one so far, apart from WHO, who has provided 1.7 billion for just only Ebola. They provide training and logistic support within the framework approved by the Kenyan authorities, and which is consistent with the Kenyan laws. So, Honorable Junet, I want to assure you that all the facilities which are being established, including the one in Laikipia, for the protection of the people of Kenya and all persons within the Kenyan borders, they are not foreign facilities. They are not exclusive facilities. They are not facilities reserved for any nationality. They are public health assets established and coordinated under the authority of the government of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Sholei, I think, made it very clear. We have a moral responsibility. Every county where we are setting isolation, quarantine, treatment centers, they are based on science and the law. And it's done by experts who are Kenyans. Honorable Madenge, you are a member of the health committee. You know that I have never shied away or abdicated my role as a Minister for Health, and I'll never do it. But this agreement first was signed by Minister Macharia. It was again extended by my very good colleague, the current Minister for Agriculture, Kagwe. And when an extension is being done, it only requires one ratification by the House. So the House has passed, the way we have passed many other this, there are many other agreements, and this is all to protect our people. Honorable Nyikal, Kenyans will have a priority in admission to any of the centers, including Laikipia. And we should not be very much preoccupied just one center. I don't know what is so fast about Laikipia. We have 23 centers. Even in my own backyard in Garissa, it's one of the counties. Tomorrow, if we agree to put it, and we're going to put it, the people of Garissa will be saved. So we have 23 centers, Laikipia included. And Kenya is one, and let us promote one Kenya, one health, and we protect Kenyans regardless of where they come from, regardless of their counties. We need the isolation quarantine centers, Honorable Speaker, first and fundamentally, morally and constitutionally, to protect our citizens, Kenyans. Again, also to protect other people who live or who come through our country. But for our partners who have signed the agreement, they can access these centers. Americans can access any of the centers. Of course, Laikipia is one of the centers they have jointly worked with the Kenya Defense Forces. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Susan talked about loud and clear. I don't know, I can't answer what is loud and clear, because Kenyans, when they want to make their choice, they do it through a referendum or through public participation, not through demonstrations. And the health of our citizens cannot and will not be decided by 3, 4 people, 10 people who will demonstrate outside MOH. Tomorrow, if an Ebola, God forbid, finds itself in our country, the person and the people who will be held responsible is the current government. And we must do whatever it takes to protect the citizens of our country. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Jalesa and Honorable Jalesa, I think, he said we did this. We have the best capital.
Jaldesa didn't ask a question.
Yes, Honorable Millie. Please, my good, we join Millie, Honorable Millie, together to this House of Excellency, Honorable Speaker. Don't compare us with some other places. We are number 1 in the healthcare. We have a very good relationship with the US. They spent $8 billion. Today, the gains we are proud of in HIV, in AIDS, in malaria, in the capacity of the laboratories in Kisumu, like Kemri, CDC, Walter Reed in Kericho, those were built because of the partnership we have with the US government. For Mark Rubio, I think Senator Mark Rubio, the Speaker, has spoken about it. He's a former long-serving Kenyan foreign minister. He understands diplomacy better than me. I've never been a diplomat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll end there. Yes, Nyikal. Which one?
Will people who are already sick where they are be transferred to this unit? Mr. Speaker, I ask that question because science and international practice is when people are sick of a disease in a pandemic or an epidemic, you treat them where they are. You don't move sick people to a place where there's no disease. I would want a question to that. And Mr. Speaker, let me also say, this agreement does not oblige the government to put an Ebola unit. This agreement was general.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, even to Honorable Nyikal, even here members are sitting. We transfer our patients from one hospital to another hospital. Why do we do it? Because we want them to get better care. The healthcare system, and I don't want to be misquoted, the healthcare system there and the healthcare system for a Kenyan who gets sick. I am sure all of you sitting here, if your next of kin gets Ebola in DRC, the first thing you'll do is to bring to a better healthcare system in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, and I don't want to talk about hypotheses. As of today, there's no Ebola outbreak. So don't take me to a situation where I discuss about people who are infected with Ebola. When that comes, then the House can call me back and ask me that question. That, are you bringing in people who have Ebola? As of today, there's no Ebola patient in Kenya. When that time comes, I am around, the House can call me back.
And there, honorable members, we'll now go back to order number 8. It is now 4, you'll call it, well, it's now 4:23. This second allotted day will end at 7:23. And the next allotted day will end at 10:23:25. Call out the next order. Minister, you are released to go back to your office.
Order number 8, motion, consideration of the budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027, general debate, second allotted day.
My record shows the Honorable David Ndakwa, member for Malava, had 6 minutes to go. Ndakwa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to have given me this opportunity to continue with the debate on the consideration, the estimates for this financial year, 2026-2027. As I had done my first point, Mr. Speaker, I would like to emphasize on the youth funding, which is an empowerment programs for the youthful Kenyan population, which is a potential that remain underutilized. Mr. Speaker, to the little economic and employment opportunities, we must allocate more resources towards vocational training, enterprise development, innovation hubs, sports and digital skills. Mr. Speaker, we need to offer youth affordable credit facilities so that they can empower themselves where the employment is scarce in our country. Mr. Speaker, sir, empowering our youth is not just about expenditure. It is about investment of this country into the youth, which is for the future and the prosperity of this country, looking at the stability of the economy. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to comment something on education, whereby an educated society is empowered. An empowered society, Mr. Speaker, in the nature that we strongly advocate and enhance the funding of this education sector. Mr. Speaker, sir, education remains an equalizer to our standard of life, and most effectively is a tool in fighting poverty and also creating job opportunities. Looking at this budget, Mr. Speaker, we look at the allocation and find that it has been given a substantial amount of 789 billion towards education. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a good gesture on infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the recruitment of teachers, whereby we need to have GSSC teachers to be confirmed because they are serving on contract. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are looking at the allocation of bursary, whereby the needy students are to be helped to enhance in the academics. Mr. Speaker, sir, bursary also as a conduit for getting to understand the measure of academic in our law society.
the money that is given to education should be given a latitude in bursaries, whereby bursaries in our constituents is also giving lifeline to the low earners in our society. Mr. Speaker, sir, we need digital learnings to be enhanced and also some improvement in learning environments, not just in local areas, but also in urban areas. A denied child to access education is a disservice, because for equity in understanding what education is all about, to acquire knowledge, Mr. Speaker, we need quality education and we need financial constraint. Mr. Speaker, sir, looking at this budget on healthcare has been given an allotment, Mr. Speaker, that I find to be well, depending on the primary healthcare, Mr. Speaker. An improved access to healthcare, Mr. Speaker, it can keep some good survey in equipped hospitals, whereby health centers, like where I come from, Kamchisu dispensary, has got its alignment to understand and be given a leeway to make sure that we are accessing health facilities with no difficulties. Unemployment given to our medical practitioners, Mr. Speaker, sir, where they are not motivated, you will find that their working condition is very poor, which is leading to demoralization. Mr. Speaker, sir, we need to strengthen universal health care, because most of our vulnerable in the society are the one getting pressure to tip into their pocket for them to get treatment. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have been talking about Ebola.
Martin Owino, did you speak to this? Okay, get yourself out. Victor Koech. I'm following the screen.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity as well to contribute to the motion that is before this House on the consideration of budget for the financial year 26-27, Honorable Speaker. I will constrain myself, Honorable Speaker, to the most of the basic needs. And as to why I say so, Speaker, is because where I come from and where we, members of the rural constituencies and single constituencies that we come from, Honorable Speaker, there are basic needs that still require proper budgetary consideration. Honorable Speaker, on matters education, as far as we are happy with what the Department of Education is doing and are planning to appropriate good monies to infrastructural development, Honorable Speaker, it is very paramount for this House, Honorable Speaker, in the future to as well consider the constituencies that are believed to be underdeveloped. Because, Honorable Speaker, a constituency like Chepalungu constituency that has 187 primary schools that are registered, that has 97 day secondary school that are registered, Honorable Speaker, that is a 5-ward constituency and getting an allocation of 192 in CDF, Honorable Speaker, it is paramount and it's reasonable that the budget and the chair for budget is here, and I'm happy he visited Bomet County, the first ever budget chair to visit Bomet County. He was there in person, he listened, he went through the proposal that we gave him. And I have a belief that he understood the reason where we're coming from, that Chepalungu constituency and other rural constituencies require affirmative action so that our students can be able to compete fairly. Because, Honorable Speaker, they say education is an opener and it's an equalizer. Failure for rural constituencies to have basic infrastructure like like the laboratories, like the libraries, like tuition block classrooms, Honorable Speaker. That is why we call upon the Department of Education, together with the chair for budget, to be considering such constituencies like Chepalungu constituency. Honorable Speaker, when you talk about TFET, we know the steps that TFET has put, the efforts that is being put by the TFET department in enhancing and in disseminating knowledge, the skills, the basic skills. There are other constituencies like my constituency, Chepalungu, that has an incomplete lab. And that is why we always run to the budget committee to ask if we can at least get some few shillings to complete such infrastructure. But Honorable Speaker, there is something that has been crossing my mind for so long. Because we give free registration, free examination fee, courtesy of the government, to the grade 12, let me say to the Form 4s. We also give it to previously under 844 to class 8. When it goes to the tertiary level, and I'm specific to TVETs, Honorable Speaker, a student or a learner who wishes to sit for exam is being asked to pay to a tune of 12,600. These are amounts, Honorable Speaker, that we've been discussing and encouraging that the Ministry of Education, through TFETs, if it is possible, they can also give free registration to these particular learners so that they do not fall or drop out of school because of lack of examination fee. Honorable Speaker, when I come to electricity, Honorable Speaker, we have had various debates on how we appropriate these monies. Honorable Speaker, a rural constituency in Turkana, a rural constituency in Kisumu, a rural constituency in Bomet compete for the same limited resources like an urban constituency that has a better electricity connectivity. Honorable Speaker, we have always called upon anyone who is relevant to at least consider affirmative action for constituencies that are still below 20% in terms of electricity connectivity. Honorable Speaker, when some of us were elected, we were below 15%. The much that we've tried, no one is able to appreciate, simply because the demand versus the supply is too huge, Honorable Speaker. And that is why all the time we find ourselves in the ministries, we find ourselves with the chairman for budget, trying to at least argue our points that these rural constituencies have to be given proper support in terms of affirmative action. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to other basic needs, that is water and health, I am happy that this government, that this House is appropriating proper finances so that the health care, that is the social health authority, is being given proper consideration so that our people can be able to access free and cheaper and affordable health services. Honorable Speaker, I want to end there by saying at least this particular financial year, we are able to, when, at times, Honorable Speaker, when we sit here and you put a question like, do as of the second opinion say hi, we normally say hi, whereas we appropriate money to go and to develop other constituencies. At least for this financial year, when we were saying hi, Kapkwen, Shongiroi Road that is going up to Ndanai is in the budget. At least when I'm saying hi as a member of parliament, a road that is linking from Chebole that has been a problem, going to Chebunyo, going to Emurwa Digir, is considered for rehabilitation. At least today, Honorable Speaker, when I'm saying hi, water that is from Posta has been given proper consideration. At least, Honorable Speaker, today when I'm saying hi, there is proper money that is being appropriated to education to go to support and to confirm our interns who have been serving there for so long, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to end there and say I support. Thank you.
Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to also make my contribution on the budget of this financial year. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I just want to demystify this issue of budget, because many times Kenyans will be glued on their screens looking at what is happening here and looking at the budget like it's a very major issue. But budgets are very basic, Mr. Speaker, because the budget just deals with the expenditures, and it's the same, personal expenditures also are budgeted, family expenditures are budgeted, expenditures of organizations, businesses are also budgeted. So it's the same thing that the government does. And Mr. Speaker, there are certain basic things or basic principles that all budgets must adhere to, and that's what any budget has to have. And Mr. Speaker, those are the things I want to talk about and point out where I feel that this budget has succeeded and maybe also failed. Mr. Speaker, the first thing is that we are spending a lot of our money dealing with the issue of public debt. And Mr. Speaker, it is quite unfortunate, because it is many times leaders have spoken about public debt, not just this regime, even the previous one. And Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate because I remember a while back, before the last election, I remember leaders telling us that, when you are in a hole, you stop digging. And Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we are digging even faster and deeper than the hole was. In fact, right now, we have submerged ourselves. We are invisible, Mr. Speaker, because we are completely in the hole. I don't even know how we are going to get out of this hole. The kind of percentage of the money that is allocated to this country that goes into paying debt is just too much. It's astronomical. And, Mr. Speaker, we must find a way to reduce this. But, Mr. Speaker, there is also the matter, Mr. Speaker, of pending bills. Mr. Speaker, we have an issue. A lot of Kenyans have invested in doing business with the government. And it's not just even at the national level, even at the county level. And they are owed so much money, in excess of 60 billion. Mr. Speaker, I ask myself, that money, if it was released to go back into circulation, obviously that's how the economy grows, because then we have money that is being spent, and therefore we can be able to grow our economy even faster. But, Mr. Speaker, the money is tied. People have done business, they have not been paid. People have committed suicide. People have, it is so unfortunate. And, Mr. Speaker, what surprises me is that almost every year, we always insist that, we'll set aside some money and make sure that we sort out the issue of pending bills. How many times are we going to have our grandchildren come to this house and continue that discussion? We must reach a point and bite the bullet and say we must sort out this thing once and for all. And, Mr. Speaker, we also have to find out, what do we do with those government officers that have spent beyond what they are supposed to spend? Because what is it that causes spending bills? Maybe there are some people that give contracts or jobs when there is no money to pay. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful as a country so that we don't continue endangering our people. It is a song that we have sung. We must stop the singing now and make sure that we take action. Mr. Speaker, there is also the issue of prioritization. How do we prioritize our expenditure? Mr. Speaker, sometimes I look at the budget and, you find that there are certain areas, because even in your own personal budget, you will prioritize. You will look at those expenditures that you must, like you must pay for your rent, you must pay for your children's fees, you must buy food. Those are a must. Those are recurrent expenditures that you must do. Then you will, whatever remains, then you can endeavor in doing some kind of development. You cannot start building a house when you don't even have money to pay for children's food. So, Mr. Speaker, the prioritization here is strange, because you look at the kind of budget that, for example, will allow State House and the office of the president, and then you ask yourself, how do we spend that kind of money when we have teachers, intern teachers that are being paid peanuts, and then we expect, and they say if you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. How do you expect teachers being paid, underpaid so badly, to go to those classrooms and teach our JS children? So, Mr. Speaker, and then again, look at the number of teachers. There is a shortfall, there is a shortage of the number of teachers. Why is it we are spending so much money in luxury? Any money going into public offices is basically for luxury. It is for tea, for mandazi, for any entertainment money. Is money that we can do away with, so that we can be able to provide funds that can be able to move the country forward. Mr. Speaker, even when it comes to issues to do with development, because the development has to be done, we have to also be careful, Mr. Speaker. How do we develop the country? Are we developing across the country, or are we segregating and developing certain areas and leaving others? Mr. Speaker, I I have looked at that budget, and Mr. Speaker, I am a member of parliament representing a constituency called Kadhiani in Machakos County. And I must say that the only project that has been in this budget for over the years that directly touches on my constituency is just one road. That one road, which was worth 1.6 billion, started in 2017. Every year you get peanuts, peanuts, peanuts. Mr. Speaker, even the allocation that we'll get will not take this road anywhere. It's only one road. But there are members who have stood. A member has stood on the floor, and I don't want to name members because that would be unfair. And they've talked about the projects in their constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I want to understand, does it mean that these areas...
There is a point of order from the chair budget.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I respect my leader here, but I wanted him to give me the details of the road he's talking about. The reason I'm asking is because, Honorable Speaker, we have a comprehensive program for road network in the country, where all roads are being improved, and there's no contractor who is outside site as we talk. So I'm keen to see that road so that I can see whether it's being factual or not. Because, Honorable Speaker, from the resources we have in the budget and even from the securitization, we have been able to ensure that all road contracts are going on smoothly. Honorable Speaker, if the leader could be able to share me the details, I'll be able to respond to that is concern. Because the principle of this government is not to segregate any part of the country. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy. Yeah, thank you. I'm happy the chair of budget has indicated that he would be in a position to help. It's a road from Keno, through Mitaboni, through Kadhiani, all the way to a place called Kaani. Contract given in 2017, and it is even now, I mean, right now there is no contractor on site. Mr. Speaker, these are facts, because even not just my place, there are many roads that are stalled all over the country. And the reason I raise this is because there are certain members that are celebrating their areas, and they are very happy about the projects they've gotten, the dams and the roads and all that, at the expense of others. And that's why I'm saying that as a house, we also have to take control. I think the biggest mistake we make as a house is to allow influence from outside to make the decisions on our behalf. Because if we sat and shared out equitably and fairly, then we'll be able to develop the country across, and all of us would be able to get a project or you know, one or two projects. So, Mr. Speaker, my concern is that the distribution of resources across the country has been unfair, and I think, Mr. Speaker, that is something we need to address as a nation, so that going forward, this House can take the power that it has been given by the Constitution, make the budget, and ensure that we take care of the interests of the people that we represent. Mr. Speaker, you know, Mr. Speaker, I've noted that, you know, and I'm sorry to say this, that a lot of times we have been coerced to visit other offices so that we can get development in our constituencies. And I'm speaking this because it is important for this House to take charge. I want to ask that and plead that as we go into the future, when it comes to matters budget, even if the Treasury proposes, let us listen to one another. Let us listen to one another. Let us come up with a budget that touches on all corners. You know, when it comes to development, Mr. Speaker, just like personal budgets, you must develop an area because there is an economic benefit that is coming out of there. There are some far-flung parts of the country that will get more allocation than areas that are even more deserving. Places where money will be invested, and you can see absolutely no return for the investment. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about that issue of equitable distribution of resources. Let us be fair. Let us ensure that it is not just Kenya Kwanza regions that are being supported. Even Lower Eastern is part of Kenya, and every part of Kenya deserves a big share or the fair share of the budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity.
John Makali.
Give me the mic. Oh, thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to also weigh in on these budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027. At the outset, I will thank the Budget Committee for spending hours to work up on this particular report. Speaker, in the interest of time, I have 4 critical issues I want to address, which are critical to our national development. The first one is on the State Department for Roads. Honorable Speaker, in this particular budget, we have allocated a sum of 228 billion towards maintaining the roads for the financial year 2026-2027. Honorable Speaker, roads play a very, very, very critical role in our national development. They facilitate access to markets, they attract investment, they provide employment opportunities. How I wish, Honorable Speaker, that we will have allocated more money on roads, because, Honorable Speaker, all over the country, we are having a very, very big problem with our roads. In my constituency, Honorable Speaker, you know we have problems with the common C41, the Navaholo, Muskoma, Dorofu Road, which is a big, big problem. But I'm aware, Honorable Speaker, we passed the infrastructure fund, National Infrastructure Fund. We are hoping that during this financial year, we should be able to operationalize that fund so that it can be able to assist in the maintenance of our roads. Yes, yes, as I commend the allocation on these roads, Honorable Speaker, I want to state 4 things to the committee and to this House at large. First, we need to prioritize the completion of stalled road projects that are giving us really a bad name. 2, we need to enhance maintenance of existing roads networks to protect previous investments. That is very, very critical. And finally, also, ensure equitable distribution of road projects across the country. Honorable Speaker, you will hear in some places they have an allocation of 20 billion shillings on account of roads. And you find an area like Western where you only have maybe an allocation on account of roads around only 10 or 12 billion only. We want equity in the distribution of sums of money set aside towards construction of roads. I also support the operationalization of the National Infrastructure Fund because it will be critical in removing the pressure on the budget in respect of these particular roads. The second item which is critical to our national development is agriculture. In this particular budget, Honorable Speaker, we have allocated a sum of 79 billion shillings towards agriculture. Agriculture is very critical to our economy because 20% of our gross domestic product is account of agriculture. 40% of the employments in this particular country are from the agriculture value chain. But Honorable Speaker, we will want to point out 3 things. While appreciating the steps we have made, I know we have made very serious strides in fertilizer subsidy. We have also made a provision for seed subsidy. Those are very, very good strides. We have also made very serious strides in agricultural research. But I will want to propose 3 things. 1, we started up with the sugar reforms. And all the public sugar mills were listed out. But we have not already completed that part of the sugar reforms. I'm happy that in this particular budget, we have allocated 2.47 billion shillings towards settling of the employees' arrears. I will be urging the committee as it retreats back. There were employees who were sacked specifically from employees from Zoya Sugar Company and the other public sugar mills. For us to ensure that all these employees have a good time, we need to allocate more money to ensure that we clear those arrears that were due to employees and farmers so that they can also be able to have a livelihood. But of that, we will want to insist that the government needs to do several other things. 1, ensure timely provision of subsidized fertilizer. We find many, many times you go to National Cereals Board, you find farmers are queuing, and there are long queues. At times the fertilizer is not available, or if it's available after the season, to ensure timely provision of subsidized fertilizer. 2, strengthen agricultural extension services. The county governments, I know agriculture is a default function, but our county governments have not been very, very good in supporting agricultural extension services. We will want to urge that the county governments pull up their socks in terms of agricultural extension services. Equally, Madam Speaker, we are spending quite a lot of money on imports. We are still importing a lot of rice, we are still importing a lot of wheat from outside. We need to strengthen our agriculture sector by ensuring that we have sufficient provision of funds to it. Because in this budget, it's only 3% of the total national budget that has been allocated to a very critical sector like agriculture. And in agriculture, 3 critical things come to the fore. 1, food security. 2, reducing imports and increasing exports. In this particular budget, we have only allocated 79 billion shillings. I find that sum is still a small sum, taking into account that we are also signatories to the Malabo Accord, which clearly indicates that at least 10% of the budgets should go towards strengthening agriculture. So, Madam Speaker, we will be urging that the government looks into allocating more resources towards the agriculture sector because that is our lifeline. When it comes to education, Madam Speaker, I want to commend the committee for allocating the largest chunk of the money in this particular budget towards education. But Madam Speaker, there are a few critical things which I thought we needed to look into. And one of them is ensuring that there is timely release of capitation funds. Every time we go back to our constituencies, the teachers are complaining capitation has not been released. It's one thing to allocate funds towards a specific project, but it's another thing to have that money released. Teachers are actually complaining. So we will be urging that as a house, we keep on pushing to ensure timely disbursement of capitation funds to schools. To address infrastructure gaps in learning institutions. There has been an equity in distribution of infrastructure funds. I hope as we pass this particular budget, we are going to ensure that there is equity in the distribution of infrastructure funds in schools. We support the recruitment of teachers, and I think we must thank the government for employing, I think, 100,000 teachers. We are going to employ another 20,000. But we need to ensure that as we distribute those teachers, we distribute them evenly so that there are no shortages of teachers in some places, and we find some places teachers are many than other places. So we need to ensure that even if we employ these teachers, there is equity in their distribution to various places. Because you can find some places there are more teachers, other places there are no teachers. Then TVET institutions. As we push the idea for TVET institutions, we must ensure that those institutions also work on courses that meet the market. Because we find many other institutions are churning out students who are not fit for the market. We need to strengthen to ensure that the graduates from these TVET institutions actually meet the target. Who are the winners in this particular budget, which I want to thank the budget committee? At long last, our village managers are going to have something to take home, however little. Our village managers, an allowance has been proposed for 3,000 shillings. I will say that is a good start. We need to support, and eventually we'll need to up it up. Two, our electoral, we are moving towards the elections. The IEBC has always been complaining of not being funded adequately to ensure that there is adequate preparedness for the elections. If you move around over weekends, you can see the heightened political activity. We hope the funds that have been allocated to IEBC will be sufficient for them to engage in serious electoral preparedness, because this is, I think, the last budget, not the last budget, but the most crucial budget before the 2027 elections, so that the IEBC does civic education, voter registration, and ensure that the polling stations have been clearly marked out. Equally, from this, we will wish to thank the committee also for looking at confirmation of the JSS teachers. The committee has made a recommendation to have 20,000 teachers confirmed. How I wish you will have confirmed the entire 44,000 teachers who are on internship in JSS and have them, all of them confirmed. But moving forward, we can have a very, very nice budget. But Madam Speaker, as a house, we need to also pull up ourselves to ensure that we monitor the usage of these particular funds. Because if we do not, then we could just have sums of money distributed on paper, but we are not monitoring up the usage of these particular funds. Because every time we move out in our constituencies, you'll find people are saying funds have not been used, programs that were actually budgeted for have not been executed. We hope that this time round we are going to do our oversight role as much as we can, so that we can ensure that the public funds are put to good use. I support, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Tindiret.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to also weigh in and contribute on the budget, the estimates for the 2026-2027. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I want to laud the chair and the committee for work well done. More importantly, in the education subsector, which encompasses 4 main departments. It encompasses the TVET and vocational education training department, basic education and training. It also has university education, and lastly, we have research. Madam Speaker, this budget has allocated education 781 billion shillings, accounting for 26% of the entire budget. This speaks to the intention of the UNESCO, and more importantly, Kenya has stood for the last almost 10 years, having allocated the largest chunk of resource to education. And this monies has actually gone into making sure that the sector grows, that we are still moving on with the implementation of the new education policy that was started way back at the tail end of President Mwai Kibaki and the beginning of President Uhuru's time. And now that it is going towards the final end, the university and now the senior school and towards the university. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I want to say that in technical education, there is provision for resources, especially for capitation. This is an area where the largest group of young, strong Kenyans are. The TVET institutions across the country, and the government has a very clear policy and program on that, to construct TVET in almost every constituency. Resources have been provided. We have TVETs that are ongoing. We have institutions or TVETs that are actually undertaking several different programs running across the country. But the main thing that is actually taking the chunk of this money is the capitation to learners. And I want to laud the committee because the government has allocated up to 9.5 billion shillings for capitation. And this is going to actually allow majority of these students this year to be retained in school. Last time the capitation allocated to TVETs was 3.5 billion. This is almost an increase of 3 times that amount. And actually that reflects the Kenya Kwanza's policy of trying to make sure that learners are retained in colleges and institutions. On the same note, there is a counterpart funding on the issue of equipping TVET institutions. In this House, members of Parliament have really raised issues of completed TVET institutions without equipment. And you know very well that skilling requires equipment, it requires staff, and it requires the equipment to be used in those particular facilities. So there is a provision for equipping those institutions, those facilities that are completed, and even equipping the labs, equipping the workshops, and the rest. On the same note, Madam Speaker, TVET, that encompasses the polytechnics, the TVET institutions, and also the employment of trainers. One of the things that I think this budget failed to capture, and I think the chair is listening, is to ensure that we provide resources for more recruitment of more trainers. As much as we are constructing TVETs across the country, there is need to employ at least up to 5,000 trainers so that TVET institutions do not use the little resources to employ the BOM trainees across the country. On basic education, Madam Speaker, the resources that have been allocated is quite a lot. There is a provision to support junior and senior school learners in terms of capitation, which is amounting to 81 billion shillings. This money, Madam Speaker, looks a lot, but in terms of student population and in terms of capitating each learner at the required level, there is a deficit of almost 40 billion shillings, or over 40 billion shillings. One of the good things that the government has done this year, and I think it is very important for the country and for all of us to know, is that the capitation for primary schools have been increased from 1420 to 2020. This is an increase, but in real terms, it is going to make a difference in terms of support in running the operations of many of our primary schools. Yes, a number of people have been saying, yes, it isn't enough, but we are actually having a serious constraint in this particular budget, and I want to say that that is going to assist because most of the primary schools have been joined together with the JSS, or the junior secondary schools, which have a capitation of 15,000 per learner. In that, the head teachers of those schools are able to jungle up or to use both resources to ensure that those two sections of our school system run amicably. The other area which I think is very important in basic education, Madam Speaker, is the issue of quality assurance and standards. This is a sector which I want to implore this House and I want to implore the State Department to make sure that there is a serious quality assurance and officers across the country. Madam Speaker, the country allocates huge resources for construction of laboratories, for the construction of infrastructure, about 2 billion shillings, for school feeding program, 3 billion shillings, but there is little inspection and finding out how these resources are utilized. That's why as a committee, the days of the famous Tuma and the famous inspectors of schools are very important. I know we are in a mourning period when we lost students in Utumishi Academy and in many other the school unrest that are in the country. But what is very serious is that quality assurance and standards officers need to come out big time to make sure that they are the pulse of our schools. They are the people who make sure that what is set standard is followed. But every time we allocate budget here, quality assurance is given almost nil. In fact, I was asking the CS and the PS, why is it taking backstage? Yet these are the people who keep schools running, who make sure that teaching and learning is going on, who make sure that facilities that we have allocated resources are actually being constructed. And the rest, they are giving feedback and they are also telling us the issues on the ground. Madam Speaker, I think the school feeding program, we gave a very clear policy as a committee, and especially on the issue of the spread and the extent of the feeding across the country and in marginal areas within specified areas of the country. So that's very important. The other issue, Madam Speaker, is the issue of Teacher Service Commission. Teacher Service Commission has been allocated a budget of over 400 billion shillings. This money goes to serve the following purposes. One is salaries, most of it is salaries, or remuneration for the staff, and more importantly, to convert 20,000 interns into permanent and pensionable. I know there have been hue and cry, and I think the government, because of that policy, the 24,000 teachers that are remaining will be converted when they clear their circle, when they clear the contract period. Two, there is money allocated for promotion of teachers, 2 billion shillings. That particular money is very important because over the years, teachers have stagnated in job groups for a while. And to have a workforce that is motivated, they must be promoted. They must be motivated. And the government has allocated this. And this was actually a policy that I think will promote thousands of these teachers. Last year, they were promoted 14,000. The other year, 36,000. And I think this year, out of the retirement savings and this, they'll even promote over 30,000. On the same note, Madam Speaker, we have the issue that is very important and which teachers have been calling for, especially on the issue of the WIBA and the WIBA and they call this other insurance, where they were really complaining, the accident cover. This is an area which the government has not been able to cover for the last period of years I've been in this sector, over 10 years. And every other time, the Teacher Service Commissions come before and they make a plea on that. The other area which I want to really talk about is the issue of the CBA. That this money covers the CBA for teachers, which they arrived and agreed with the government 2022-2027. It has actually been factored in this particular budget. Lastly is on the universities. The universities, Madam Speaker, is a sector that has grown over the years to be the largest subsector in the education sector. The State Department for University Education has been allocated resources, one, for construction and completion of stalled projects within various universities. I want to laud the State Department this time because they have a fair distribution of development projects across most of the 30 universities. And I think this is going to ensure that projects that are 80–90% complete or are supposed to be completed and be brought to use. This is as a result of movement, or actually as a result of an oversight visit by the Education Committee across all public universities. And we found out that universities that had projects that were 80–90%, we actually asked the department to make sure that resources are allocated to each and every university to complete and bring those buildings to use. Madam Speaker, another allocation that has been done at the State Department for Higher Education is funding for the university's CBA. This has been allocated the much needed resources, and I think the lecturers and staff will be actually feeling good and laughing all the way to the bank. Immediately we pass these particular estimates in due course, and therefore it will actually make sure that the government honors the CBA of 2017, 2022, and the subsequent years to come by. The other allocation that has been allocated to the universities is the capitation, which now has been given the State Department. However, Madam Speaker, the capitation that has been given has only been awarded to the year 4, 5, 6, the year 5 and 6 universities that are still having the former DUC funding model. The current funding model, most of the students will be actually catered for in the new funding model. And most of the funds are channeled at Higher Education Loans Board and University Funding Board. However, there has been a plea from the Vice Chancellors, and more importantly, from the State Department, that the resources be channeled and be capitated, as it has been over the years, to make ease the implementation of that particular program. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank the chair budget, more importantly, especially on the issues that he has actually captured very well in university education. One of the issues that I think is very important is also ensuring that the universities within our country, and more importantly, the lecturers, have their money. On other issues, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank him because in agriculture, there is a lot of resources that has been given for the fertilizer subsidy. And as most of us are from rural constituencies, I in particular, where my constituents are tea, coffee, and sugar farmers, that particular subsidy is going to go a long way in putting money in the pockets of our farmers. We have the issue of IEBC, we have the issue of roads. The issue of IEBC, I've seen there is a good resource allocation, and this is actually to promote democracy in this country. And we know very well that we are going towards the electioneering period. And the resources that have been given is to enhance the country's, to entrench the country's democratic principles, institutions, and to make sure that the next general election will be done very well. Lastly is on the issue of roads. I want to laud that, and I want to say that this government has done very well, especially in ensuring that contractors go back. One of the biggest projects and a flagship project of this administration is the Mau Summit Rironi Road, which I'm seeing, because that is the road I use when I'm going home, is actually being constructed day and night. And I want to say thank you, Chair Budget, that particular program is running very well, though it's a B&P and it is within the requirements that is sought. I think that is what the government has done very well. I thank you and I support.
The Honorable Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In pursuant to the provisions of Article 221 of the Constitution of Kenya, it is right to stand here and make comments on the budget or the statement, the consideration of the budget estimate for the financial year, the report that has been tabled by the Chairperson Budget and Appropriation Committee. Honorable Speaker, for the many years I've been here, at times the national budgets becomes just a ritual that we have to go through that hardly ever addresses the pertinent issue and the contemporary issues of the day. Unfortunately, due to the prevailing circumstances, the budget estimates we have here today, at no way do they attempt to address the pertinent issues that we have today. They are simply meeting the requirements of the law and to get the government run as is required to do so. Honorable Speaker, from the very basics of macroeconomics, a budget at any given time must dissect what is ailing the country. The budget policy statement was explicitly clear. It picked out what are our challenges, it picked out what are our problems. The Economic Survey 2026 picked out what are our challenges, what are the things that needs to be done to kickstart this economy. Truth be told, and we cannot keep on hiding our head in the sand, the economy is not doing well. That's the plain truth. Anybody who deludes himself the economy is not doing well is only doing well for those around a certain people who are the ones who have taken hostage of the money, as they put it in my village. Honorable Speaker, if you have read the Economic Survey, they are very clear. The issue of reducing per capita income, the stagnant jobs, the low salaries or income, vis-a-vis the increasing cost of living. Honorable Speaker, with an core inflation, which is the core, standing at 12%, Honorable Speaker, anybody would have expected that the budget for 2026 would have been extremely innovative to make sure we pull Kenyans out of the hardship and the high cost of living and the endemic poverty that pervades many parts of the country. A country that's supposed to be middle income, if we have poverty index in some areas close to 80%, we cannot surely just make it business as usual instead of attending or attempting to address the issues. Honorable Speaker, I have looked at the policy considerations that have been presented by the committee and were moved my good friend, my neighbor. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, I really expected that the policy direction will stem directly from BPS. We will borrow heavily from country reports by World Bank, IMF, and craft a budget that will kickstart. Unfortunately, I understand I have been in this political space. I do not want to blame the committee. I have been in this political space. I know things, how they work. The letter and the spirit of the Constitution says the National Assembly makes the budget and appropriates. But as many will tell you who have held that position, they know reality is different. The exigencies of the day might force you to go elsewhere. Honorable Speaker, if you dissect the structure of this economy, the way the economy is being structured now, we have no room. There is no headroom for us to change the economic status. The only headroom we have is to completely change the structure of this economy. Continuously relying on agriculture. I can see my colleagues are gloating about fertilizer subsidy. If an economy, in the third, middle income economy, if it's still preoccupied with food production, subsistence production, then we would rather accept where we belong and remain there forever. Honorable Speaker, the income, the profit margin from agriculture are very low. And any invested shilling, the marginal income, marginal utility, actually sometimes tends to be negative. We must focus the economy where we need to make sure things move to the right direction. And where does that lie, Honorable Speaker? That lies in making sure the manufacturing sector, the productive sectors. That's the manufacturing, mining, value addition, and the service sector. Honorable Speaker, that's where we should have refocused this budget to ensure we invest in those areas that realize better returns. Honorable Speaker, what have we done? What have we done? And Kenyans need to understand this. What have we done? Out of a national budget, national government budget of about 2.3 trillion, we have allocated close to 30 billion towards the executive office of the presidency. That includes the office of the president, includes the office of the deputy president, includes the office of the prime cabinet secretary, includes the office of the cabinet, as it's called, the cabinet affairs, parliamentary affairs, and includes State House, which Honorable Speaker and the Kenyans need to understand has gobbled up a whopping 13 billion. This ending financial year, because the abuse of Section 223, they actually ended up close to 18 to 19 billion. Yet, Honorable Speaker, when you look at what we have allocated towards enablers of industry, is zero. It's negligible. Based on what we can do. Honorable Speaker, it's indeed telling, and we raise this issue. Honorable Speaker, whatever they have told us, this regime has told us they have invested in the manufacturing sector, Honorable Speaker, has been only pumped into brick and mortar, building the KIPES, EPZA, that literal white elephants. Nobody has expressed any investment. Even the investments were pumped into since they took office in 2022, the return is negative. And you expect Kenya to achieve Vision 2030 of being the most industrialized country in the next 4 or so years to come. Honorable Speaker, when you go through this, Honorable Speaker, there are some wasteful expenditures. In a country where we are grappling with so many challenges, setting aside 800 million to buy police helicopters and air wings, honestly speaking, Honorable Speaker, I do not know if I didn't have food in my house, whether I will pay for the Prado that many of us are using, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me also mention a matter that has been continuously mentioned here. Honorable Speaker, the question of fair distribution of developments. Question of fair distribution of investments. I do not want to cast any aspersion to my colleagues who sit in the various committees, but Honorable Speaker, if you pick this document and go through it with a tooth comb, you can see manifest bias towards certain regions of this country. And you can see deliberate exclusion of certain sections of this country. We have talked about this matter continuously, non-stop. Unfortunately, it seems to be falling on deaf ears. Honorable Speaker, there's so much to be talked about, but allow me, Honorable Speaker, to raise a very fundamental issue. We are talking about universal health care. We are talking about universal health care. Yet, Honorable Speaker, in this proposal, we are reducing by 1.1 billion funds allocated to primary health care fund. Primary health care fund, yet we were told every person who falls sick will go to any hospital and get treatment. How that person go to hospital and get treatment, and yet the funds that's supposed to do that have been reduced once again. Honorable Speaker, we are being unfair to the people of Kenya, and Kenyans will judge us harshly. Very, very harshly. Very, very harshly. Of course,
the Honorable Member for Kiharu. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this chance. And from the onset, it's good that I make it very clear, having served in the same capacity that you are debating today, that most of my views will actually be towards the owner of the fiscal policy in Kenya, which is the executive. Because it will not be very polite for you to start then casting aspersions to the same people you served with. And therefore, most of my comments, Honorable Speaker, from the onset, is on what the executive can do better, basically because I've been there and I know, as Honorable Udo put it, the budget of the country, the relevant committee actually makes changes less than 1% of it. And therefore, the entirety of it and where the meat is not up out of the minimal changes that are made in Parliament, but out of our fiscal policy. Honorable Speaker, we are currently debating a budget of around 4.89 trillion Kenya shillings, meaning we are almost going to 5 trillion. Probably, even by the time we are debating the appropriations bill, maybe we'll be cruising around 5 trillion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, this is unprecedented. But of note is that we are making an ordinary budget for extraordinary times. Honorable Speaker, I have gone through the report, and I have gone through even what was tabled by the Treasury, and I see they fall short in realizing that the global economy, which the Kenyan economy sits in, is in some waters that are difficult, and which we actually need to do something in the budget in terms of reprieve of Kenyans in the oil sector, and especially in prices. I got the opportunity to appear before the committee and also the finance committee, and I'm sure I'll be pursuing further processes inside of the House, and especially as we debate the finance bill. Honorable Speaker, the country does several interventions in terms of growing the economy. One is on the monetary policy, which mainly is based on stability in the employment sector, inflation, and exchange rate. But the more far-reaching intervention that is done by any government, which Kenyan government should do, has been done by other governments, is a fiscal policy. And fiscal policy is anything about budget, revenue-raising measures, debt, and anything else in between. And Honorable Speaker, to start on the first one, which is debt. I have seen the fiscal deficit currently as it was proposed by the National Treasury. And Honorable Speaker, it is mind-boggling that the current fiscal deficit is actually the highest we have ever had at the beginning of the financial year. And I say at the beginning because, as Kenyans now know, this is a moving target. Where we start is not where we end. And definitely, where we started at 5.5% of the GDP is not where we are going to be at the close of the financial year as we move towards making the other budget in April. Honorable Speaker, currently, Kenya has borrowed in excess of 13 trillion Kenya shillings. I know this even sounds like an abnormal figure, that the current national debt is in excess of 13 trillion Kenya shillings. But how has the graph been? President Mwai Kibaki's time, it moved from 600 billion to around 1.7 trillion Kenya shillings, meaning he borrowed around 1.1 to 1.2 trillion in his entire 10 years. Honorable Speaker, from 2013 coming to 2022, the national debt moved from around 1.7, 1.8 trillion to around 8.7, meaning we borrowed around 7 trillion in the 10 years. But Honorable Speaker, currently, the national debt has moved from 2022 to date by more than, is actually going to 4.5 trillion Kenya shillings. It seems there is a rush that one of the targets the government is aiming to actually break is to go in record as to be the one that borrowed the most within the shortest time possible. Honorable Speaker, currently we are borrowing 4 billion Kenya shillings every day. 4 billion, including today. And this is in net terms, meaning refinancing or the money borrowed to pay the previous loans are actually not included, Honorable Speaker. The other thing that we must be very mindful of is that even beyond what I'm reporting, I've not even talked about some illegal debts. One of them goes by the name called securitization, which I have asked all the relevant committees officially to give Kenyans any document anywhere about securitization. There is none, even in this parliament, Honorable Speaker. I've also not talked about illegal debts like the Taranta board, Honorable Speaker, a loan of 45 billion Kenya shillings that Kenya will pay an interest rate of 100 billion in 15 years. The second thing that I want to highlight, Honorable Speaker, is the decimated development budget. Honorable Speaker, what goes into serving Kenyans directly is the direct development budget. And Honorable Speaker, as we see, as members of these committees can actually tell, there is a whole difference between the budget we are reading today and debating and what is going to come out in what we call exchequer. Honorable Zamzam, you don't debate by yelling. Press a point, the speaker may see you. Honorable Speaker, what I'm trying to say is that the amount of money...
Zamzam, what's your point of order information?
Mheshimiwa Spika, haiwezekani kuwa aliyokuwa chair wa budget toka huko 2022 mpaka sasa ndo anakuja kuona makosa ambaye yeye angekuwa amerekebisha akiwa hapo. Kwanza atuambie, yeye anasema siku hizi tuaboro bilioni 4 kila siku, wakati ule hapo nyuma zilikuwa zinapotea bilioni 4 kila siku akiwa na urais wao wenyewe. Kwa hiyo atuambie akiwa yeye chairman alifanya kitu gani kuzuia tusiweze kuomba hizi pesa kila siku, na kwa nini hakuweza kuzuia yale mabilioni ya mapesa yaliyoibiwa na mabagi wakaachia President Ruto hii inchi kama iko zero, haina chochote. Walitaka taifa iende chini, lakini naye Mungu ni nani? Wakashindwa. Tulia, umeacha hiyo kitu ya chair.
Honorable Speaker, that is actually that is why the reason there is for members of parliament to sit and listen. Because if you could have listened, you could have not interjected, and instead of informing, you actually parade your ignorance before the House. Honorable Speaker, as I go to the other issue of development budget, it has been coming down. And I see, please relax, Honorable Zamzam. You need just to check you need to check the records. The kind of borrowing you are doing is unprecedented. It was not being done in the previous years. This is a record, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I go forward, the issue of education, that, Honorable Speaker, it is important for us to take education very, very seriously. And I will highlight 3 scenarios in terms of education. Our brothers and sisters currently volunteering as JSS interns are looking at us debating in this House, and they expect nothing short of us, Honorable Speaker, passing our budget that will confirm all of them, the 44,000 of them, into permanent and pensionable terms. And not from January, Honorable Speaker, of next year, from July of this year, when the financial year starts. Honorable Speaker, I call upon this House that as we process this budget, TSC must take over this budget and confirm the other all the 44,000 JSS interns. Any shortfall in the budget, we are going to deal with it in supplementary one, Honorable Speaker. But we cannot continue to subject our brothers and sisters in this kind of working condition. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, is in terms of NEC. The people who marked our exams are yet to receive their remunerations. Honorable Speaker, currently, we are also budgeting for another deficit in terms of that budget. It is important that we know that these are Kenyans who deserve to be remunerated and in time. The other thing is capitation. As we debate here, and the more the reason I talked about fiscal deficit, which is 5.5%, that we are debating here knowingly that the capitation budget in Kenya, as we are proposing today, is short of 50 billion Kenya shillings. So we are basically saying, oh, take this amount of money, we know there is a whole of 50 billion Kenya shillings, we'll deal with it. The same way we are going to deal with it, we also deal with JSS interns in terms of their confirmation. Honorable Speaker, there is something about village elders. Honorable Speaker, village elders deserve more than 3,000 Kenya shillings. This is an issue we have debated ever since, and it wasn't done then because there was no framework. The framework came about last year, Honorable Speaker. And out of the participations that we had done, Honorable Speaker, in terms of public participation, we expect the village elders to get at the very least 8,000 Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker, per month to reward them for the good work they do in terms of our security. Honorable Speaker, as I go to the finish, as we talk about these specifics, it is important that we know that our fiscal policy has a direct ramification on what Kenya becomes. As we talk about this budget today, Honorable Speaker, the once giant, economic giant of the region is now sliding. That now Kenya has slid to number 7 largest economy in Africa from number 6, Honorable Speaker. That even in this current year, the projections is that Kenya will grow slower. But let's even deal with what is already there. That in the year 2025, of all our regional neighbors, Honorable Speaker, the Kenyan economy grew the slowest. That in Tanzania with elections, they grew by around 6%. Uganda with elections, they grew by around 6.5%. Honorable Speaker, Ethiopia grew higher at a faster speed than Kenya. That Rwanda grew actually by double digit in the last quarter of last financial year, cumulatively growing by 9.4% last year. Honorable Speaker, whatever we say in political rallies as leaders, painting a picture that do not exist, many times the figures betray us. And this is why I'm facing this government and requesting them, and even the National Treasury, it is now time that we put money where Kenyans are, so that we grow our economy, Honorable Speaker. And where Kenyans are not, are unknown. We have seen the government is talking about, fiscal consolidation.
Just let him finish his sentence and then you stop.
Honorable Speaker, please, Honorable Member, please relax.
I'll give you a chance. Just let him, because he's finishing, he's winding down. Let him complete his sentence because his time is up anyway, and then we come to you.
Honorable Speaker, part of where Kenyans are not is the kind of mechanisms we see government talking about, fiscal consolidation, Kenyans to tighten their belts. Kenyans have no belt to tighten. The belts that are available to be tightened is the kind of budget you have seen in big offices. In these estimates, Honorable Speaker, that an office that used to have 4 billion Kenya shillings in annual budget, now they have a budget cruising 20 billion Kenya shillings as of as by the end of last financial year. Currently, they're asking for 13 billion, and for sure, they are going to overshoot it. Honorable Speaker, it is time to cut the fat, Honorable Speaker, starting from the top, so that we stop this kind of profligate expenditure, Honorable Speaker, at the expense of Kenyans. I submit.
Yeah, Honorable Zamzam, what did you have to say?
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kuzungumzia budget ambayo imeletwa bungeni ya 4.89 trillion. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni dhahiri kuwa wajua nyani akikosa ndizi usema mgomba umeteleza. Mheshimiwa Spika, na kwanza nianze kumkosoa ndugu yangu aliyokuwa chair wa budget kwa kuja kudanganya Wakenya, kwa sababu anajaribu kuwasha moto. Hii moto mara hii haiwezi kuwaka, kwa sababu wakati ukiwa kwenye hicho kiti wewe ulitupangia vitu hapa tulivyokuja kukukataza ukawa mkali kweli kama pilipili. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, yote mimi naangalia katika hii budget ambayo imewekwa hapa, 23,000 schools zimejengwa zile za JSS. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia katika agriculture ambayo inasaidia ndio uti wa mgongo wa taifa la Kenya, Mheshimiwa Spika, tumewekewa 63 billion ambayo imeongezwa wakulima, Mheshimiwa Spika, na hii italeta chakula Kenya. Hatutakuwa na matatizo tena kule kwenye ukulima kama tulivyokuwa tunaona, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, hapa tulikuwa na mjadala wa wazee wa mtaa. Nakumbuka mimi mama Mombasa County nikisimama nikitetea wazee wa mtaa. Siku hiyo sikuona Ndindi Nyoro akiongea chochote kuhusu wazee wa mtaa. Na wazee wa mtaa toka wakati ule Yule president mwingine hawakuwahi kukumbukwa, na yeye alikuwa hapa bunge, hakuwahi kuleta mjadala hata siku moja kuweza kutetea wazee wa mtaa. Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi tulioleta tunashukuru hata hichi kidogo ambacho wamepewa, kwa sababu haiwezekani kuwa wewe unasema budget imepanda imekuwa juu, wakati ambapo bado upande mwingine unasema hawa waongezewe kitoka wapi? Wachukue mawe wapewe kama budget? Haiwezekani. Hiyo ambayo unataka iongezwe ndio hii ambayo naisoma hapa leo, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi kwanza nipongeze sana kamati ya budget kuweza kuwakumbuka wazee wa mitaa ambao kila siku watu wakikosana katika majumba yao, Mheshimiwa Spika, kesi zote zinaanza na mzee wa mtaa. Mtoto akipotea ni mzee wa mtaa, mama sijui amefanywaje ni mzee wa mtaa. Leo wazee wa mtaa hichi kidogo ambacho wanapata ndio mwanzo wa kuanza kupata hadia kutoka kwa serikali, na hii itaweza kuongezwa kadri tunavyoendelea kukaa katika taifa hili na kutunga sheria, tutaweza kuongezea zaidi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na najua wazee wa mitaa mahali wako, hasa wangu wa Mombasa, walikuwa wanangoja ni siku gani watanyoshewa mkono japo kidogo tu na serikali, na leo imeingia katika budget. Niwaambie wazee wangu wa mitaa mahali pote mpo Mombasa na Kenya nzima, mara hii William Samoei Ruto na hii serikali yake wamewakumbuka. Mnaenda kulipwa chochote kiinua mgongo kitaweza kuwasaidia, na inshallah tutaweza kusukuma hapo mbele muweze kuongezewa kadri wakati unavyokwenda. Mheshimiwa Spika, naangalia kule marginalized communities. Ukiangalia wajua hawa wanapiga kelele kwa sababu mfuko wa serikali ulikuwa unaenda sehemu moja. Ukiangalia shule kule mahali Ndindinyora anatoka, hata aliulizwa hakuwahi kujibu, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu the low hanging fruits alikuwa anachukua anajiwekea upande wake. Sijasema ameiba, Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini hakuweza kujieleza, Mheshimiwa Spika, shule zake alijenga vipi, wenzake wanatukanwa, yeye amejikunja miguu, kule kunaendelea kule kwake. Mara hii paka amekula mkeka wa Mbeya, watakaa wapi? Huu mgao unaenda kila mahali, Wakenya wote waweze kupata huu mgao, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, niweze kusema, naangalia zile barabara za kule North Eastern. Kaa chini Ndindinyoro, wakati wako utafika, mama kaunti wa Mombasa anazungumza. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia kule kule North Eastern, kule kwa wenzetu kule walikuwa marginalized for the first time. Tumeona hata stadium imeweza kujengwa kule, Mheshimiwa Spika, mpaka rais wa taifa analia kwa sababu anajua miaka nenda miaka rudi. Sisi watu ambao tunatoka katika communities ndogo ndogo, Mheshimiwa Spika, tulikuwa tumesaulika. Huyu atanitatiza, Mheshimiwa, ana ukorofi tu, aliongea hii budget jana, leo baada amekuja kuongea, Mheshimiwa Spika. Aniachie wakati wangu mimi nikiwa na moto, huwa nataka niendelee na shughuli zangu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, leo
Honorable Zamzam, is allowed to respond since you mentioned him. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Zamzam, I will not have interrupted you, only that I just needed to guide you that we are debating the report of the committee, not the Nyoro. But secondly, you stop also misleading Kenyans. I agree all public primary schools in Kiharu look like academies, they are tiled. And in fact, our learners in these secondary schools, they pay 500 shillings per term. This is an NGCDF project, and one of my roles is not me teaching you how to execute your GAF or NGCDF. All the things you have done in the education sector is on the basis of NGCDF, which I am not part of how the formula comes about. So it's important that you be factual and stop misleading Kenyans. Many times when you talk too fast the way you are doing, you may not coherently be able to transmit what you are thinking and what you are saying. Please be stable.
Now you're being derogatory. Proceed, Honorable Zamzam.
Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Wajua mtu ukimchuna bahali yake kama vile wenzetu wao wanasema, huwa inauma sana. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, haiwezekani kule ule mlemba kule kwake zile pesa zile anazozipata, hata akifinya vipi hawezi fanya vitu ambavyo huyu amefanya. Na huyu alikuwa kwenye budget committee, sisi tunajua alikuwa zile low hanging fruits. Hii kitu inajulikana bwana. Alikuwa anajichukulia mabarabara na nini, na leo mimi nitakwambia wazi wala sitetereki, mimi naitwa Sibor Madakos, jike la simba, na huwa sibabaishu na kitu chochote. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka niseme, Mheshimiwa Spika, imefika wakati Kenya hawa watoto wote wanasoma katika mashule zote waweze kupata same Wawe mgao wa kisawasawa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi niweze kushukuru pia budget committee wamekumbuka capitation ya mashule na wameweka vizuri. Watoto wetu walikuwa kibaki nje, Mheshimiwa Spika, wameweza kuweka pale. Nizungumze na niseme pia, nakumbuka wakati ule tulikuwa tunazungumza mambo ya finance bill, hata ikaleta matatizo katika taifa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Budget wakati ule ilikuwa imefika 12 billion nakumbuka. Ya State House peke yake, manake ninayo hapa. Asije kututetesha huyu hapa leo. Imepungua huku paka imerudi chini leo, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuambiana kuko kuelewana ndo hakuna. Kwa sababu yuko kule upande wa upinzani, basi atasema lake tulifike. Hatuwezi choma hii nchi, mara hii tutaambiana ukweli ndani ya hili bunge. Mimi ndo nilitetea wa Kenya nikasema ile finance bill ilikuwa mbaya. Ilofuata, Mheshimiwa Spika, ilikuwa smart kabisa. Lakini sasa huyo asije kudanganya hapa wa Kenya kwa sababu wanataka kuchukua nafasi ya siasa katika taifa. Tunaelezana ukweli. Wewe wataka shule zijengwe, zitajengwa na mawe, Mheshimiwa Spika? Hazijengwi na mawe. Na wengi hapa hata katika upinzani wamesimama wakipongeza hii budget. Lakini na mimi nawaongoja kwenye finance bill, kwa sababu hii budget vile ilivyo lazima itatoka tax uweze kufandi hii budget hii. Na hapo ndo tutaka tuulizane, wewe ulitaka pesa ziwekewe huku nyingi, hizi pesa zilikuwa zitatoka wapi, Mheshimiwa Spika? Mheshimiwa Spika, naona stadium zimejengwa kama kule juzi Northeastern, wamefurahi. Nimeona mabarabara zimejengwa, na hapo ukiangalia infrastructure wameka 170 billion, Mheshimiwa, kutoka kwa 70 billion. Hii yote inaonyesha kuwa miundo misingi katika taifa itakuwa imenyooka vizuri sehemu zote. Mara hii hakuna kwenda sehemu moja. Hata sisi kule pwani tunataka Mombasa ing'are, ile barabara yetu tumeona imeanza kutengezwa, na hata juzi Mheshimiwa Rais alikuja akaweza kuizindua. Ilikuwa barabara mbovu, sisi tukiangalia sehemu za wenzetu wako wamekaa vizuri, lakini sehemu zetu sisi zilikuwa mbaya. Kwa hiyo lazima hii, mimi narudi pale pale, mgao wa taifa lazima uende sawa sawa katika kila sehemu. Wao wasionewe wala sisi tusionewe, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nazungumza juu ya ile pesa ya vijana ambao tuliona 4.7 billion, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambao ilikuwa inaenda kwa vijana. Wakati wa nyuma tulikuwa hatujui hizi pesa na zilikuweko katika budget. Wajua, mimi nilikuwa najiuliza hii 5 billion hii iliyokuwa hapa na World Bank na ilikuwa inaenda wapi? Sasa juzi nimepata kijana anaelezea vizuri, walikuwa wanafuata taratibu sehemu moja ya nchi, hizi pesa zinaenda huko. Lakini leo nataka nishukuru, Nyota program imeelekea kila mahali. Ukiangalia kila constituency vijana wamechukuliwa na Nyota program. Isipokuwa tu kitu ambao nataka ifuatiliwe ni kuwa hii Nyota program wa vijana wakipewa mapeni pia wafuatiliwe, waangalie zile biashara zao wanazifungua kweli ama wamezubaa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa sababu juzi tumeenda Kwale tukapata wachache wamefanya, wengine pesa hawakuzitumia vizuri. Lakini wengine nawapongeza, walionyesha maendeleo yao. Tukitembea na committee ya social protection tuliweza kuona, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo pesa ambazo zinatumika Kenya ni nyingi. Ukiangalia kama ile Women Enterprise Fund, kitu ilinishangaza, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwetu mbona mimi napewa nafasi kidogo? Jamani, huyu amechukua nafasi yangu, mniongezee, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, wacha hata niache Women Enterprise Fund, itakuja kuzungumzia kwa komiti yangu. Naona katika child welfare wameongezea milioni 500. Watoto mayatima wale wanakaa katika mashule ambao wanasaidiwa na serikali imeongezewa. Cancer centers pia wameongezewa pesa. Umeona, tunaona 20,000 teachers wamewekwa kuwa pensionable. Hii ni kitu kizuri sana. NGCDF yako Mheshimiwa Nyoro mmeongezewa 61 billion from 57 billion. Hii inaonyesha kitu kinaenda vizuri, Mheshimiwa Spika. Bandari yetu, bandari maritime ya kule pwani wamewekewa 140 million ya kuweza kutrain hao vijana kuingia kazi za ubaharia, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, na naona pia baba yetu aliotangulia, baba wa taifa Raila Amolo Odinga, katika ile monument yake kumkumbuka na ukumbusho, wamemwekea ka budget pale ka 30 million waweze kutengeza vizuri, ili watu na watoto wetu wa vizazi vijavyo waweze kujua baba Raila Amolo Odinga alikuwa ni nani, Mheshimiwa Spika. Nimeona pia na kitu kingine nitazungumza, Mheshimiwa Spika, pending bills pia tuweke hapa kwa budget. Mheshimiwa Atandi na wenzako, tujue kama tuweza kulipa madeni ili Kenya iweze kusonga mbele. Lakini yote ya kuisha, Mheshimiwa Spika, mining kulikuwa na shida mpaka kule Kwale. Mheshimiwa Undo amezungumza, lakini haelezei kuwa Wakenya wenyewe ndio huwa tunaleta shida wakati ambapo mambo yanaanza kuja mazuri ili tuweze kupata faida, tunaanza makelele. Kwa hiyo bado yatatuliwa, mining itakuwa tapped vizuri na pesa hizo zitaweza kusaidia uchumi wa taifa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hayo mengi na machache, asante sana, na niweze kusema police budget yake isikatwe. Mtu amesema hapa polisi wasipewe helikopta. Wakati mtu anakwama ndani ya bahari, unaona wanaambia polisi enda utoe, anamtoa namna gani? Lazima aende na hiyo helikopta atoe mtu ndani ya maji. Kama juzi nimeona kule katika Central kuna mtu alikuwa katikati ya maji na nchi kavu, walienda wakamtoa na helikopta. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka hii ya polisi pia iangaliwe, health iangaliwe vizuri, na mambo mengine yote iangaliwe vizuri, na support Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante. Member for Magarini.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa nafasi hii nikaweza nami kuweka sauti yangu katika makadirio ya fedha ya mwaka 2026-2027. Kwanza kabisa nianze na kupongeza kamati kwa kazi yao nzuri walioifanya na kuhakikisha ya kwamba kila pembe ya nchi inapata mgao sawa na sehemu zingine. Kwanza nipongeze kwa upande wa elimu, hatua ya kwenda Mombasa, safari ya kwenda Mombasa inaanza na hatua ya kwanza. Vile ya kwamba tuko na walimu wa GSS 1044 na hivi sasa bajeti imeweza kuwawekea 20,000 kwamba wakaweze kuingia katika kuajiriwa kikamilifu. Hiyo ni hatua ya kwanza, na nina imani kwamba tunapokuja kukadiria sehemu ya pili ya budget tutaweza kuwachukua hao 24,000 ambao wamebaki. Hapo hapo ningependekeza, iwapo itawezekana, wakati mwingine tuweze kutumia kama vile wakati tunafikiria kuajiri wanajeshi. Kuna wakati mmoja training ya wanajeshi ilikuja ikasitishwa. Pia vile vile kwa upande wa walimu tumeweza kusomesha wengi, lakini kuwaajiri imekuwa changamoto. Hivyo basi ningependekeza ya kwamba wakati mwingine iwe tunaweza kusitisha, ili wale ambao tumesha watrain waweze kuingia katika kuajiriwa kwanza, ndipo baadaye tufikirie masuala mengine ya kuendeleza. Pia vile vile nipongeze kwa upande wa vyuo vya kiufundi, hela ambayo imetengewa ya kuhakikisha kwamba wanaweza kupata masomo kwa njia ya urahisi, na pia vile vile kuweza kupata fedha za kujikimu wakiwa pale chuoni. Hiyo mimi kwangu nipongeze, kwa sababu inaendeleza ile ndoto ya serikali hii ambayo ni kwamba ni kuhakikisha kwamba kila kijana anapata ujuzi na kuona kwamba anajitegemea mwenyewe. Pia vile vile katika hazina ya nyumba, Mheshimiwa Spika, katika hazina ya nyumba tumepata kuona pia vyuo hivi vya kiufundi vimetengewa fedha za kujenga mabweni, hasa imepata kufika hata katika sehemu yangu ya Magarini. Hivi ninavyozungumza, Magarini Technical and Vocational College inajengewa bweni la kisasa la orofa 4 pamoja na soko ndani ya hilo bweni. Hiyo ni kupongeza. Nikifikia kwa upande wa afya, Wizara ya Afya pia imepangiwa vizuri, na hapa pia nitazungumzia swala la SHA. SHA kwa hakika inafanya vizuri, lakini kwa wakati mwingine tunapata ya kwamba wale ambao maafisa ambao wanaishughulikia hii kwa upande wa malipo kuko na utepetevu kiasi, na hivyo ndivyo inachangia kwamba lawama zinakuwa nyingi. Pia vile vile ukimulika nyoka usimumulike mbali, mulika kwa mguu kwanza, ndivyo umulike sehemu nyingine. Tukizungumzia swala hili la SHA kwamba inafanya kazi, ni masikitiko makubwa kwangu kwamba baadhi ya wafanyikazi wa ofisi zile za constituency, ofisi za maeneo bunge, hii SHA kwa hakika haiwafanyii kazi kikamilifu. Wanatozwa fedha za kupimwa peke yake, lakini hakuna pesa za matibabu. Hapo ningeomba wizara husika ikaweze kuangalia na kuona kwamba hata hawa wafanyikazi wetu katika ofisi zetu za constituency pia nao wanapata mgao wao kisawasawa, wanafidiwa kisawasawa, sio pesa za x-ray, pesa za mambo mengine. Hapana, wawe pia hata kwa matibabu wanajumuishwa, maana wao nao pia wanatoa changizo zao katika SHA. Nikirudia masuala ya wazee wa vijiji, ni swala nyeti ambalo tumejadiliana kwa miongo mitatu sasa. Tumepitisha kwamba wakaweze kulipwa, lakini haikuwezekana katika serikali nyingine yoyote ila serikali hii ya Mheshimiwa Ruto kupitia kamati ya bajeti ambayo inaongozwa na Mheshimiwa Bwana Atandi kwa wakati huu. Nipongezi Kenya nzima. Nimesema hatua ya kwenda Mombasa ama safari ya Mombasa inaanza na hatua ya kwanza. Ni chanzo, wazee wa vijiji ni chanzo, wamepata angalau pesa ya kuweza kupiga simu. Manake tatizo lolote likitokea kwa kijiji, mtu wa kwanza ni mzee wa kijiji. Pia vile vile tunaposonga hapo mbele, nafikiri kutakuwa na wakati ambapo hata wale mabalozi wa nyumba 10 watafikiriwa. Kiwango hichi kilichoko ni kidogo kwa sasa, lakini ni imani yangu kwamba kadri tunavyosonga mbele itafika wakati ambapo hata mzee wa kijiji anaweza kupokezwa 10,000, 20,000 kulingana na vile ambavyo tutakuwa tumejizatiti kiuchumi. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia vile vile nigusie masuala ya barabara. Masuala ya barabara tumejionea wenyewe jinsi ambavyo rais anashughulikia barabara zetu za Jamhuri ya Kenya, jinsi ambavyo hachoki, halali, kila kukicha anafikiria ni vipi nitaimarisha sehemu hii ya nchi ambayo ilikuwa imewachwa nyuma kwa muda mrefu. Mheshimiwa Spika, nipongeze zaidi kwa kamati, kwa sababu kamati imezingatia miradi yote ya barabara ambayo ilikuwa imesimama, imeweza kuitengea fedha, na kwa wakati huu hata mimi nami nimepata mugao wa kuona kwamba ile barabara yangu ya kutoka Sabaki kuelekea Marafa kwenda mpaka Baricho imeweza kukamilika. Imetengewa milioni 248 ili kwamba ikaweze kukamilika ile barabara. Nani katika serikali hii ndio ambapo tunaweza kuona na sisi vitu vikitendeka, nasi tukipata kufurahia. Mheshimiwa Spika, masuala ya uchumi ni masuala mazito. Lakini pamoja na hayo, Mheshimiwa Spika, bajeti hii imezingatia hata masuala ya kilimo. Masuala ya kilimo ni muhimu sana kwa upande wa wananchi wa mapato ya chini. Iwapo nchi inaweza kulima na inaweza kupata mbolea kwa bei nafuu, hapo ndipo wanaweza kuzalisha na kujitegemea wenyewe wananchi, na hilo tumeona limezingatiwa katika bajeti hii. Ni mujibu wa kila Mkenya kwa sasa hivi kuona kwamba anashiriki kikamilifu katika nyanja hiyo ya kilimo. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna mengi ya kunena, lakini tutaweza kuendeleza wakati tutakapokuwa katika ile kamati ya nyumba nzima. Kwa hayo machache niseme asante Mheshimiwa Spika, ninaunga mkono.
You ready? I'll come to you, and Justice Kemelos, I'll come to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to rise in support of this motion for consideration of the budget estimates for the next financial year, the year 2026-2027. And as usual, allow me, Honorable Speaker, to begin by thanking the Budget and Appropriations Committee, the Chair, the Vice Chair, all the members of this committee, and also all our members who sit in various departmental committees. Because when the rest of us proceeded on our 3 weeks recess, many of our members who sit in departmental committees and those who are in the budget committee did not have that luxury to have a recess, because we had a working recess to consider the budget estimates after we tabled them towards the tail end of the last session, just before that recess. Therefore, a lot of work has been input into the consideration of these inputs, and I must take this opportunity to thank all members who dedicated their time and a lot of their resources into ensuring that we have a report ready for debate. And I've keenly listened to many of the speakers this afternoon, Honorable Speaker, who have contributed to this debate, and I must commend the very detailed analysis that the members who have contributed are analyzing these budget estimates with. When I listened to the member for Magarini mention specific projects in his constituency, the member for Mombasa, Honorable Zamzam, speak to specific issues that touch on the people, then you know we have a budget or budget estimates that are people-centric and that are responding to the needs and aspirations of the people of Kenya. And it's quite commendable, Honorable Speaker. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, we are passing this budget, or rather we are considering these budget estimates at a time that the entire global economy is faced with a lot of uncertainties. 6 months ago, nobody knew there would be a war in the Gulf region. Today, we are living through that war. And as I said the last time we were speaking about the fuel crisis in the country and in the world, we are living in wartime. And therefore, wartime economies can never be similar to peacetime economies. And this uncertainty is likely to go, we do not know, but is likely, in my estimation, to go into the next financial year, because we are yet to see any indications of any respite in the war in the Middle East, or at least the unlocking of the global trade routes, or even opening up of the logistical movement of goods and services, and opening up of trade around the world. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, with this kind of uncertainty, it becomes difficult for us to be able to budget with the certainty that what we are budgeting today will see us through to the end of this financial year, or rather the next financial year. And I'm saying that, Honorable Speaker, to caution us that we are likely, probably in the near future, and I know the Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee will bear me witness, we are likely probably in the next financial year to have an earlier supplementary budget than normally we do. Because we will have to realign our budget estimates, our revenue estimates, with the realities that will pertain when we begin the next financial year in July. We remain hopeful that this war will come to an end, but again, because it is not within our control, I just want to caution us that even as we plan today, we must plan with that in mind, that we are dealing in a very uncertain world, and the global economic challenges that pertain around the world, we are not isolated, and we have to live through them. We are just speaking this afternoon about the crisis in this region, the East African region, or the Greater Lakes region and the East African region, touching on the Ebola virus. And that also is a threat to our economy and the regional economy. That will have an implication on our normal trade routes between us and the other East African countries, and therefore will have an impact on our revenues. And therefore, we must all be alive to these things. so that even as we plan and as we think through how we'll roll out the next financial year, Honorable Speaker, we must be aware that these global challenges are there with us. However, Honorable Speaker, we must be thankful to God that the Kenyan economy has remained very resilient. Even amidst all these uncertainties and the global challenges that have been there, we have supported a very stable macroeconomic environment, and sustained investments in key sectors of our economy have ensured that our economy remains resilient and continues to make steady but certain strides in growth. Honorable Speaker, if you think about it, when we began this session, we never knew we would have to reduce our VAT from 16 to 8% on fuel. That reduction of 8% has an implication on the revenue projections that were factored in when we were doing these budget estimates. And although that has since been rectified, Honorable Speaker, I'm only saying this for us to be alive to the fact that there are many things that will come that may affect how we roll out this budget, and therefore we must be prepared that whenever things happen, we must be ready to change as things change, Honorable Speaker. And the budget estimates before this House today, Honorable Speaker, as I said, will demonstrate in a very clear manner the interventions that the government has made in terms of having targeted interventions that strengthen our food security. If you look at some of the interventions that are there, going through these estimates, you see figures that support our food security, about 18 billion shillings going to the fertilizer subsidy program to ensure that we improve access to affordable farm inputs for many of our agricultural neighborhoods. Some 2 billion shillings that is going to the seed subsidy program, again targeted to ensuring that we have increased crop production and food security is guaranteed in our country. Because a country that cannot feed itself, Honorable Speaker, cannot even grow its economy. And therefore, many of the interventions that you see here, as I said, are targeted to ensuring that we have interventions that ensure we have food security. Others that are supporting vulnerable segments of our population, the cash transfer program. Have had Honorable Zamzam and other members speak to the Nyota program and other programs that government is implementing to ensure that we have targeted solutions supporting our vulnerable segments of the population. And also, Honorable Speaker, many of the other targeted interventions that you find in these budget estimates speak to enhancing the domestic revenue mobilization while preserving our fiscal sustainability in a big way. Honorable Speaker, I must take this opportunity at that point to speak to the new Commissioner General of KRA. As I said, since we have all these challenges, the only way, Honorable Speaker, to ensure we do not significantly or in a big way disrupt our budget implementation program is to ensure, one, that we stick to our revenue targets. And that is very well done, Honorable Speaker, by harnessing on technology. And I want to speak to the new Commissioner General of KRA. Please, former Cabinet Secretary Adan Mohamed, do not fall prey to the cartels that have pervaded and taken charge at KRA over the years. Do what you must do to ensure that we leverage on technology to make sure that we are able to mobilize as much as we can in terms of domestic resources, Honorable Speaker. And if you look at the resources that we target to mobilize, Honorable Speaker, this year, you see, Honorable Speaker, we estimate to collect about 3.6 to 9.7 trillion shillings. Or 3.629 trillion. And that is equivalent to only 17.4% of our GDP. Honorable Speaker, if we are not able to mobilize more of our domestic resources as revenue coming into the country, then it will become very difficult to be able to finance this budget and also be able to carry on with all the programs that we have planned to carry out without disrupting other programs, Honorable Speaker, that had been rolled out before. And I was just trying to look through the figures that were there last year, Honorable Speaker. If you look at the figures we had in 2025-2026, we had an 18.4% of revenue against our GDP. Or rather, the revenue versus our GDP was at 18.4%. The next financial year, we are projecting that at about 17.4%. That is a 1% decrease. And that points to the challenges that I'm talking about, the global challenges, Honorable Speaker, in terms of being able to mobilize resources with all the disruptions that come in. At the same time, Honorable Speaker, if you look at our expenditure, the overall expenditures are projected at about 4.785, or 23% of GDP. Therefore, that tells you, Honorable Speaker, you have a deficit of over 1 trillion shillings. Actually 1.1, almost close to 1.12 trillion shillings in deficit, equivalent to about 5.3% again of GDP. Honorable Speaker, this may be now. We do not know what will happen in the next 2-3 months. The pressure that is there for additional expenditure, Honorable Speaker, is certain. But the revenue is not certain. And I say that, Honorable Speaker, because very soon the Finance Committee is out there listening to members of the public on the finance bill proposals. And everywhere you listen to Kenyans speaking, they tell you we do not want any additional taxes. And I must thank the National Treasury and the Finance Committee, because unlike what was being propagated by those who propagate a lot of propaganda and lies, this year's finance bill does not have the burden of additional taxes as those who are lying to people out there that, oh, the finance bill has taxes on land. And I think now Kenyans have come to realize it is not true. In fact, one of those foolish people who was propagating that thing on social media, I saw him now change gears and start saying, oh, it is not in the finance bill. It was in a rating bill. There is no rating bill. It is now an act of parliament. And therefore, if anyone was paying taxes, you would already be paying it because it is already an act of parliament. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I must encourage each one of us. And by each one of us, I mean ourselves here and the people we lead, the people of Kenya, that we must be aware that we are in very uncertain times, and therefore there are certain things that must change. And part of the things that must change is how we expend our resources. And I've listened to a few of the speakers here, and I don't know whether my good friend who was seated behind me has left. And when I listened to some contributions and I hear somebody saying, oh, borrowing is excessive now. And I looked at the figures in these books, and Honorable Atandi will bear me witness. If you look at the executive budget of about 2.817 trillion, recurrent expenditure, yes, high at about 1.9. Development budget at about 840 billion. If you go, Honorable Speaker, to look at the figure that is there for CFS, the Consolidated Fund Services, and this is where you look at debt, I would dare the person who tells us that this government has overborrowed to tell us whether the 1.501.3 trillion shillings that has gone into the Consolidated Fund Services, the bulk of which is interest on loans. And if you look at the figures, Honorable Speaker, domestic interest payments are at about almost $1 trillion, 986.7 billion. Foreign interest payments at about 267.5 billion. Pension salaries and allowances about 247 billion. So, Honorable Speaker, as a former chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, when I stand here today and I pretend that the government is overborrowing, this 987 billion and the 267 billion that is going into interest payment, I would dare any former chair of a budget and appropriations committee, including myself, because I'm a former chair of the budget and appropriations committee, to tell the people of Kenya, be honest as I am. Because when I was a chair budget and appropriations committee in 2017, 2018, we borrowed and borrowed heavily. This is what we are paying for today. This is not only about Andy and CS Mbadi, who have borrowed this money, that we are paying 1.2 trillion shillings on interest in the last 1 year. Not even in the last 3 years. These are things we did over a decade plus ago. And we are paying for them now. But the fact that those who are in power today cannot run away from the responsibility of governing a nation and doing what must be done is to ensure, Honorable Speaker, that increasingly as these pressures continue to rise, we are also able to move away part of the expenditure that we were expending from the budget process to off-budget implementation, especially of development projects. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, in the wisdom of the President and the resilience of our nation and the commitment and the patriotism of many members of Parliament, we established the National Infrastructure Fund. That fund, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the figures today of 840 billion that we are able now to dedicate to development expenditure, we would not have been able to do that without NIF. And I dare say, Honorable Speaker, in the next 2-3 years, we will see this figure of 840 billion surpass a trillion, a trillion point two to a trillion point five being dedicated to development expenditure from the budget, because we are now able to lift off a number of the projects that would have been implemented through the budget, off budget, through the National Infrastructure Fund and through private public partnerships, Honorable Speaker. That is what we meant when we said that we will have innovative new ways of raising revenues, of ensuring that we are able to mobilize resources, to be able to roll out our development agenda without necessarily overburdening the people of Kenya, either through additional taxation, like we are not doing today, or either through excessive borrowing, like was done over the last decade. And unashamedly, Honorable Speaker, I have watched none other than the former president, President Uhuru Kenyatta, attempt to lecture the people of Kenya or the leaders of Kenya. And you know, I looked at Uhuru and I wondered, where was this man living before? Where were you, Uhuru Kenyatta, when Kenyans were buying a packet of unga for 260 shillings? Where were you? Now that you have become oversensitive to the needs and the suffering of the Kenyan people, where were you when Kenyans were queuing to buy an available fuel at pump stations across the country? Where were you? You know, Honorable Speaker, I don't want to say what Honorable Mariani is saying behind me. Because I respect all former presidents. But I have greater respect for former presidents who are patriotic, who love this country, who are not driven by hatred. You know, when unga was selling at 260 shillings for a packet, Uhuru Kenyatta was the president. When we were subsidizing fuel, Honorable Speaker, using billions of shillings, borrowed money, because that is what we are paying for today. We borrowed money to subsidize fuel. We borrowed money to subsidize a packet of unga that was not available, fuel that was not available. But a few people walked away very rich. One commercial bank in this country, Honorable Speaker, had the monopoly of foreign exchange. And those in the central bank know what was happening that time. That is how we depleted our foreign reserves to the lowest ever in the history of our country. The lowest ever. Even the colonial government had greater reserves than the Uhuru Kenyatta government. Today, we have tripled those foreign reserves. Honorable Speaker, if you can add me 2 minutes. That is the resilience of the Kenyan people, the resilience of our economy, and the visionary leadership that we have seen, that those today who are dying of envy and jealous cannot live with. And I dare say from this floor, forget about organizing that disorganized opposition. I hear them saying, oh, we are organizing some disorganized opposition. Now, if you could not organize something when you are in power, how will you organize anything from the bush? You know, Honorable Speaker, this resilience I'm talking about, God being with us, when the National Infrastructure Fund gets the resources that we target to get into that fund, we will be able, as I said, to be able to lift off some of the development projects that are commercially viable, that would have been carried in these budget estimates, and implement those projects and be able to grow our economy, to be able to generate more jobs. And that is why I spoke about strategic interventions that are spoken to by these budget estimates, targeting investments in ensuring that we are food secure, ensuring that we protect our vulnerable members of society, ensuring, Honorable Speaker, that even those who are in school are well taken care of. And let me go to conclude with that, Honorable Speaker, that if you look at the investments in the education sector, the free day secondary school has an allocation of almost 55 billion, 54.6 billion, 30 billion to free day secondary school. Junior secondary school, a capitation of 7 billion for free primary education. And in addition, another 56.7 billion has been allocated to HELB, or the Higher Education Loans Board. Honorable Speaker, in that light, Honorable Speaker, there is an amendment that I've seen from the Education Committee, which I would want to speak to the chair of the Budget Committee. Something I saw reading to Kenya, KCID, for county stakeholder engagements, something, now that I'm short of time, I may not have it here, but I'll be engaging with the chair of the Education Committee and the Budget and Appropriations Committee. We cannot be spending 200 million shillings to engage stakeholders at a time when we should be deploying resources to educate our children. Engagements, county stakeholder engagements are not things you go and engage people and spend 200 million shillings on. You can engage without spending 200 million shillings. I want to propose that we take that money either to HELB or school capitation, or if anything, to NGCDF, if you have nowhere else to take it, to be able to take care of bursaries, Honorable Speaker. But we cannot be KCID, these, you know, some of these institutions, Honorable Speaker, people are used to just gobbling money, gobbling.
What's your point of information, Honorable Meli?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with all due respect to the majority leader, the Kenya KICD, you know, is an institution that is in charge of curriculum. We have senior schools, Madam Speaker, and this is a curriculum implementation process on CBE. Madam Speaker, this county dialogues is actually engaging the parents, the institutions, and all the stakeholders on the new educational systems. And Madam Speaker, this was actually the money that was meant for KICD on construction of a stalled project, which every time we allocated 400 million, and we removed from that particular sector because they were asking us money for engaging on senior school CBE. And I think this is a new curriculum, Majority Leader. Thank you. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, this increase of 200 million in recurrent for Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development to support county dialogue and stakeholders engagement as part of CBE sensitization program is what I have a serious problem with. Because it is possible to engage our parents from our schools. This money, even if you took it to NGCDF as 500,000 shillings, you can get these members of parliament to convene forums for you at the lowest level. School AGMs. Yes, you do not need to spend 200 million shillings
to go and sensitize people about a new curriculum. That is a kind of wastage, Honorable Speaker, I am speaking to, and I will be moving the chair. I will engage with the chair education and the chair budget. These kind of things are the things we do not want to see. Let us dedicate more money into development expenditure, not recurrent expenditure, especially sensitization. You know, Honorable Speaker, in the NGO world, they had those sensitization workshops, conferences to sensitize those who are sensitized, to go and sensitize other members of the public. We cannot run government, ministries and agencies like the NGO or the NGO world, the civil society world. We must be very keen. Honorable Mboko Miremba is a very good teacher. He is a trade unionist within the teaching fraternity, and he will tell you his teachers under KUPPET understand the curriculum. If you convene school AGMs for them, they will sensitize parents. If you even sensitize the chiefs through the teachers, they will do a better job. And sensitize these members of parliament, MCAs, they will do a better job. And it will cost you absolutely nothing. These 200 million at hand, you must remove it and take it to better places.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you. Honorable Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me, on the onslaught, take this opportunity to thank the Budget Committee for a very good job they have done, and we have seen that over the years, the Budget Committee has continuously targeted some of the very lowest people in the society. We saw and we have still seen the introduction of fertilizer, which is still supported, and this has really helped in promotion of agriculture and reduction of the food prices. We also have had monies budgeted to the CHPs, who are actually doing a good job. Honorable Atandi, I would really wish you don't go. I want to speak on education, and you should listen to this. You should listen to what I want to speak to. In fact, don't go away. And then we have the Nyota program, among other things. But now that I see the chair of the budget wants to leave, let me go straight to the issues that I want to raise. And this time I'll be very specific on the education sector. As a government, we also need to include in the budget things which the president may have mentioned or talked to or committed himself to, because as the broad-based government, it's very important that we achieve the agenda of the executive, and that executive is led by the president. Honorable Speaker, there is the issue number one, which I want to thank the Budget Committee for having considered, because I see on the CBA, you have included 8 billion for the CBA, and I want to thank you for that. But remember, there's a promissory note which was given to the more than 600 teachers of Kenya, that CBA will be paid in 2 phases. And therefore, it was very important that in the onslaught, and I will be asking Parliament to help me when we make such amendments, and the Budget Committee to consider that we increase this to 16 billion, so that we are able to do exactly what the promissory note was to the 600 teachers of Kenya. And this will be very good, because that's what even the chief executive expected in order to make that sector to be calm. And we were looking towards and forward to this particular budget to achieve this. The next thing, Honorable and Chair of Budget and Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the promotion of teachers. That a promissory note was given by the executive again, that there would be a minimum of 50,000 teachers being promoted. I want to thank you for the 2 billion, because I've already seen in the budget you have 2 billion for promotion of teachers. But if you did these promotions with 2 billion, we shall only be able to achieve only about 25,000 teachers. And therefore we are pleading that this is a sector that needs calm, given that is a very important sector. And therefore we need an addition of another 3 billion to make it 5 billion in order to promote the 50,000 teachers. And that sector will be very, very calm. And that will include the SNE teachers who had a promissory note too, together with the other teachers within that particular sector. Honorable Speaker, when we talk about the budget, we have to be very, very calm and very objective. Honorable members, you realize that the intern teachers will always be knocking on your doors, and they'll continuously so knock. And this is the house that can actually make the big change by simply asking the budget committee together with ourselves to see where we can chop the flesh so that we actually actualize the putting all of them as permanent and pensionable. And they are 44,000. I want to thank the budget committee because you have budgeted an amount that can deal with the 20,000. But then we have the sector having 24,000 of them being left out. And remember, in a court ruling at the Court of Appeal, we had this act of having these teachers as interns being made unconstitutional. Because again, when you go to Article 237 of the Constitution of the Teacher Service Commission, you will realize that it is actually unconstitutional. So this is another area we need to make an adjustment. Honorable Speaker, there's something called group life cover. And this one, Honorable Japheth, allow the chair of budget to listen to group life cover. That all the civil servants get group life cover. What's group life cover? When a civil servant dies, he's paid certain amounts, or the spouses are paid certain amounts for equivalent to a salary of 7 years. It is in law. And we thank the government that is working for the civil servants. So for the civil servants, they are paying 5 years. For police, they are paying 7 years. For teachers, they are paying nothing. This is a discrimination which can just lead us to a level of an industrial action that is unnecessary. We need to budget for group life cover for teachers. And where do you get the money, Honorable Chair? Through the Speaker. Remember, we presided over the transition of the teachers from Iron Minute to SHA. That's a story for another day because we are fighting with SHA and we want SHA to work because it's cheaper. It's government run. It's not private owned because we cannot collect all the monies from taxpayers and give to a private enterprise. So we want government to run that thing and we are supporting that area. The rest we shall talk to it another day. But now, when we transited to SHA, we saved 4.8 billion, Honorable Speaker. Yet, what we require to have group life cover for teachers is 5 billion. If only we would have even played in that space, which we did ourselves, by transiting, then we should get the 5 billion, which is required for group life cover for teachers, so that they are not discriminated away from the police and other civil servants as it is today. Honorable Speaker, capitation. We are doing very well with capitation. But are you aware, Honorable Speaker, that yes, and this one can shame us, because you know I'm part and parcel of the broad-based government. I'm right inside there. Because the president talked about capitation. But now today I'm from Utumishi Academy, because part of the work I do is that. The schools have received 5,000 as capitation. I'm reporting to this house, and we have done that research. What's happening in the ministry? Some schools have received 9,000. Others have received 20,000. I'm talking here, members of parliament, because you'll get it back to the constituencies. That is the capitation that went there. There must be a real problem in the Ministry of Education. Because when we declare, Honorable Speaker, that capitation has gone to schools, and then a school can show you a reception of 6,000, how will you deal with it? In fact, Honorable Speaker, what is actually running the schools is a little capitation coming from JSS. Our primary schools would be in dire need if the JSS money was also not going there. And therefore, this is something that we need to address through this budget so that the capitation, when you speak to it, it is actually going to the schools and arriving in schools. And this can be done, an investigation by any one of us, because it's affecting our constituencies moving forward. Now, Honorable Speaker, and the chair of budget should listen to this. Pokot, let the chair listen to this. That we don't budget money for National Examination Council to pay the examiners, to pay the invigilators, to pay all the staff around that space. Honorable Speaker, this House can make a difference. The reason why the examiners have not been paid to date is that this money was never budgeted. It was hoped that it would be found along the way, because we made an intervention of visiting body, and then he says this money is not budgeted. So we have to possibly ask the president to use 223 to get such a money. This is a very important task in this country. Could we be sure that the chair budget will make sure that money for Kenya National Examination Council, for examiners, for invigilators, for the police, and people around that space is budgeted? Shameful to the House that today, as I speak, those who did supervised exams last year and mark have not been paid. And the Education Committee chair is just ahead of me here. He should help me to make sure that we make a change together with the Budget Committee so that we actually mainstream Kenya National Examination Council monies moving forward. Honorable Speaker, I can see my time is done. I would wish to indicate that those are important. Yes, let me hear the information he wants to inform me, the chair. I don't know which information.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do agree with the member for Emuhaya. Actually, the Education Committee took action because it is very shameful that these teachers have not been paid. And we reallocated 1.5 billion for the examiners in this particular budget. And it was actually the decision of the committee that there was no way, actually, we can do another exam before the teachers are paid. Thank you, and the invigilators.
I just hope that again we shall now not budget the NEC money for the following exams, so that again we shall have a situation whereby we have to come back here to say that we have redone it when the teachers who did this work are outside there and suffering. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
Thank you. Member for Sigowet Soin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity you've given me to also express my support for these budget estimates before us today. Madam Speaker, on the onset, I wish to express my satisfaction with the way the budget has been done this time round. But there is still a lot, Madam Speaker, that we need to do in the budget making process. When the Honorable Atandi moved to the motion, Madam Speaker, he said that 99% of this budget reflects the feelings of the departmental committees. That I really appreciate, because at one point, Madam Speaker, some of us who believe in proper budget making were getting disappointed and disillusioned, and we thought probably it was not appropriate even to take part in the process altogether. It is not enough, Madam Speaker, for interventions only by the departmental committees. We need to reform the budget-making process altogether so that the line ministries, the departments themselves, originate the budget within the ceilings given by Treasury. Treasury, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, should be a facilitator of the budget-making process. All said and done, Madam Speaker, I wish to appreciate the amount of money given to the Ministry of Education, which will make sure that the various critical programs are undertaken. But I want to join my colleagues, Madam Speaker, that the capitation issue is one matter that must be comprehensively dealt with. While we hear from the Presidency, Madam Speaker, that this amount of money has gone for capitation, in actual sense, we don't know what's happening between the ministry and the schools, because the amount of money received by the schools do not reflect a pronouncement like that of the President. There must be something that is not happening somewhere. And Madam Speaker, if it continues like this, then we probably have to ask the Minister to come and explain to us in the House how the money has gone, and to give us specific schools that have received their money and the amounts received by those schools. Madam Speaker, I want to go to the Department of Agriculture, where I have dedicated a lot of my time and a lot of my energies in terms of improving issues in the Departmental Committee of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, my disappointment is that when you look at this critical sector, the budget allocated is only 67 billion, which translates to about 2.3% of the overall budget of the country. It's a productive sector. We normally speak very rosy matters about the agriculture sector. We talk of it employing the greatest majority of our people. We talk of it earning us foreign exchange. We talk of it being the basis for industrialization in this country. But a budget of 2.3% of the national budget is not sufficient at all, Madam Speaker. The declarations and the treaties which Kenya has signed with the rest of the world dictate that we allocate the agriculture up to 10% of the budget of the nation. 2.3 is extremely low. We are happy, Madam Speaker, that critical intervention measures like fertilizer subsidy, seed subsidy have been taken care of. At 18 billion shillings, we are sure that there will be enough fertilizer in this country. At 2 billion shillings, we are sure the seeds will be subsidized to the extent that agriculture production is cheap enough for the farmer to participate in it and to make ends meet at the end of the day. Madam Speaker, I want to speak again about energy. While we talk of energy policies in this country, what have we really done to make sure that we reform the energy sector in this country? The war in the Middle East has taught us a lesson. But we have solutions, Madam Speaker. The sugar industry in this country can produce a substitute for the oil that we get from the Middle East. We can produce ethanol, Madam Speaker. We can change the policy in this country to make sure that motor vehicles that are being manufactured use both ethanol and fossil fuels. If we do that, then the sugar sector in this country, which is growing at a very fast rate now, can be able to substitute the amount of money that we use in the purchase of fossil fuels from the Middle East. And the effects of a war, which we never had anything to do as a nation, would be ameliorated by a policy direction that makes sure that the energy that we can get from this country can replace the energy that we get from the Middle East. On top of that, Madam Speaker, the sugar industry is also capable of producing electricity. Cogeneration is one aspect that we can be able to promote in this country and to make sure that we produce enough electricity even to satisfy this country. Madam Speaker, I want to go to one other critical area, which is to appreciate that this time round we're able to give the village managers a token of Kenya shillings 3,000. While this may look small, Madam Speaker, this is the beginning. And I want to ask the Budget Committee, and indeed Treasury as a whole, that this lowest cadre of public servants should be brought on fold as public servants in this country. They do a lot in terms of social control. They do a lot in terms of handling deviant characters in society. They do a lot in terms of policing. And village managers, at the end of the day, have been living very, very miserable lives. Madam Speaker, my request would be, let us move as Parliament, let us jointly with the government make sure that we bring on fold these village managers to the service, to public service. Madam Speaker, we lose a lot of money. There are stories, Madam Speaker, that we may be losing even close to 6 billion on wage bill matters, on payroll matters in this country. The amount of money that we could be losing in payroll, Madam Speaker, we can be able to make sure that that amount of money is given to this low-ranking cadre of public servants in this country, and I'm sure they will be able to do a good job. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to join my colleagues to say the amount of money that we've dedicated for the employment of JSS teachers while it takes a step forward, Madam Speaker, I wish we could be able to do more so that the entire fold of 44,000 teachers are taken into permanent and pensionable. And while I'm speaking, Madam Speaker, the Chairman of Education, Honorable Melly, should be listening to us. Honorable Melly, there is something, I'm sure there is something we could do to bring on fold the remaining JSS teachers on contracts into permanent and pensionable. I wish we could be able to do that. And finally, Madam Speaker, how do we as a country rely on teachers to mark exams and make examination credible when we are not even paying them for allowances to make exams? Madam Speaker, I wish the Chairman of Education and also the Chairman of Budget could be able to do something so that all the examiners are paid their dues. And it's not big money, Madam Speaker. And finally, Madam Speaker, on the issue of electricity connectivity, we are given similar schemes across the entire country as constituencies. But then there are constituencies, Madam Speaker, that have got a connectivity rate of 80% of 90%, while rural constituencies and the marginalized constituencies of this country, including my constituency, Madam Speaker, are given the same number of schemes. When will we ever catch up with the rest of those constituencies which have a higher connectivity? Madam Speaker, an intervention is required, and maybe the budget chair and the Committee of Energy should be able to look into this matter so that more schemes are given to constituencies with low connectivity. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I've been very patient, Madam Speaker, but during my literature days, I was told that the vulture is a patient bird. Thank you, and have a good evening. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kibwezi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Yes,
I'm
just going by the order.
I now know it pays to log in early.
Yes.
And it also pays to be
You're on the list, actually.
And it also pays to be patient, and that there is no opportunity for rigging the list. You must log in and be patient and wait. Madam Speaker, I am a member of the Budget and Appropriations Committee that is chaired by the Honorable Sam Atandi, my good friend. And I sat through the budget-making process, right from the time of the budget review and outlook paper, through the BPS, the budget policy statements, and the consideration of the estimates as tabled by Treasury, and now here for approval of the estimates. Madam Speaker, as we consider the budget for the 26-27 financial year, it is important to realize that there are always two kinds of people. There are pessimists and there are also optimists. There are those who choose to see the glass half full. There are those who choose to see the glass half empty. I am an optimist, and I choose to see the glass half full. As we sat through the budget-making process, and I say this because we are listening to the debate that has been going on, and very enthusiastically, and every member has a right to air their opinions in the way they feel they best appreciate them. Sitting through the budget-making process, as a representative of the people of Kibwezi and a member of the National Assembly, and therefore looking at the entire country, I was interested in a budget that provides equity. We have 290 constituencies, we have 47 counties. We wanted a budget that touches every corner of this country in a manner that is equitable. I was looking at a budget that makes life easier for Kenyans. A budget that cushions Kenyans against the high cost of living by providing appropriate interventions on some of the economies of the people at the grassroots level, what you may call the Kadogo economy. I was also looking at a budget that spurs growth, because it is through growth that will create jobs, it is through growth that will provide the extra impetus for our country to develop and for our country to grow. I was also looking at a budget that provides continuity for the main flagship projects that have been started and also for stalled projects that have been started by previous governments and that had stalled and were not providing value for money. Because it is not wise to invest, for example, R1 billion shillings in the construction of a road. You abandon the road project because the exchequer is not able to fund an amount of 300 million, for example, to finish the road. And therefore, you are not able to enjoy the full benefits of that project. And therefore, it is important that we provide resources, especially going to a campaign year. We provide resources to complete stalled projects, and we provide resources to continue with economic transformation under the better agenda. I am happy to report to Parliament that my overarching issues that I was looking at in the budget as an individual representative of the people of Kibwezi were met, and I am satisfied that the budget that has been presented by the chair today addresses those 5 critical areas that I was interested in. Mr. Speaker, in the budget making process, you are aware that we listen to committee chairs, we also listen to Treasury. Something important happened as we were looking at this budget. When the CS Treasury, the Honorable Badi, who is a former member of this House, appeared before our committee, he made a revelation, and this is important for Kenyans to hear, that immediately after the elections, there was a sitting of Azimio members of Parliament, and the former President Uhuru Kenyatta was the chief guest in that meeting. And Uhuru Kenyatta told them, according to the Honorable Badi, that where he has left this country, he is so confident that the current government was not going to survive for 3 months. A meeting was held for Azimio members of Parliament, according to Badi. And the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta, told them that where he has left this country, the current government was not going to survive past 3 months after it came into office. Mr. Speaker, you wonder what Uhuru Kenyatta knew about our economy. You wonder what Uhuru Kenyatta had done about our economy. But then, as it would be, this government has survived. Innovation, creativity and hard work, and goodwill has made it possible for this government to deliver beyond the expectations, and the government has not collapsed. Mr. Speaker, looking at specific state departments, allow me first to talk about the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. My claim to fame, when I came to Parliament in the year 2022, September, in October, I brought before this House a motion for the recognition and remuneration of village elders. This House did agree with me and approve the motion. I went through the budget committee to look at what budgetary requirements were required to implement that. I am happy through the processes of this House, the legislative and other processes of this House, the Ministry of Interior and His Excellency the President were able to make a declaration, a directive in December last year, and in this budget, over 150,000 village elders, courtesy of the initiative of this House and my motion that I brought in the 13th Parliament. I know there may be others before. All village elders in the Republic of Kenya, from Kwale to Garissa, from Turkana to Kisumu, and importantly in my constituency of Kibwezi West, will begin to be remunerated to get a stipend. It is important to understand that most of the village elders are past the employment age of 60 years. It is also important to understand that most of the village elders rely on wisdom and not educational qualifications. And therefore, if we were to put them under employment, the law would cut many of them from these benefits. Because if you are past 60 years, under the Employment Act, you cannot be employed. If we were also to employ them in the formal employment, we would have required them to have certain qualifications. And many of them, because they never went to school, we rely on their wisdom, would have been cut off, and that would have been unfair because they are the ones who have been doing this job. So there is wisdom in providing an allowance and not a salary. And this is the beginning. There is more to come. Mr. Speaker, I know all of us represent constituencies, and this is a matter of concern. And as we make the budget for this year, every member will have something to tell the village managers in their constituency, that they are going to get money for transport, they are going to get money to cater for their airtime. Mr. Speaker, there is an important initiative that this government started in the health sector, which is the health reforms under the Social Health Authority and SHIF. What we heard from the Committee on Health is that there are 3 categories of funding our health system. There is the primary health care, which is funded by the Exchequer. There is the critical and emergency care, which is also funded by the Exchequer, and then there is SHIF, which is contributory. We have been having problems because primary health care has not been funded optimally. We are happy that this year we have increased the funding to primary health care so that we free resources for other services, medical services that are provided at higher levels of our health system. Mr. Speaker, as I finish, because I see my time is ending, I want to urge Kenyans that the benefits of the initiatives of this regime, of these administrations, are beginning to be felt, and they will be felt better in coming days. And therefore, there is need for continuity so that we can steer this economy to the levels that will create enough jobs, to the level.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for affording me the opportunity to contribute to this noble budget-making process. Mr. Speaker, whereas I rise to support the budget, I have a number of issues to raise. Mr. Speaker, I start by raising my concerns. A whopping 1.4 billion shillings is being spent in developing dispensaries, health centers, and level 4 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I am very much aware that under Schedule 4, resources follow activities, functions. To that extent, I'm wondering the monies this parliament is going to appropriate for the county governments, are we not providing room for that money to be plundered? And the same dispensaries will be reflected as having been developed by the same county governments. That's my first concern. That, Mr. Speaker, we seem not to be living the spirit of the Constitution of 2010. Mr. Speaker, I also want to raise a second concern in this budget. That there's been a very good attempt on what my brother Mtuse says, equity. However, even if you go in those dispensaries I'm talking about, they take a different direction. My third concern, Mr. Speaker, as I look at this budget, is that there has been attempt, and you can see from various votes the overbearing nature of Treasury. You will see money being reduced, increase here, Treasury amendment. I do not think that should be the direction to go. And therefore I'm calling upon this House to rethink on our budget making process. Because Treasury, once they have given the ceilings, they should leave Parliament to make the budget. Mr. Speaker, allow me to look at various departmental budgets. I've argued on this floor of the House that we must stop looking at education as a social enabler and look at it as an economic enabler. And Mr. Speaker, if we were to look at it that way, then we should not be talking of a shortage of 50 billion capitation. Mr. Speaker, there is something about this capitation, especially for university funding and TVETs, that I want to put on this floor. Because of the shortage of capitation money, when this money is given to University Funding Board, what the first thing they do is to send the upkeep for the students. Hardly do universities get 40% of the money they require for tuition, because the money is little. What are we seeing? The problem we had ventured to solve, which looked like we were getting out of in 2024-25, we are getting back to where we were in 2023, where the universities are straining to meet their costs. And therefore, I'm calling on this Parliament to allocate more money to capitation, because that is where our life is. We cannot be talking about going to Singapore if we cannot have the TVETs performing. We cannot be talking about going to Singapore if our universities are struggling. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the money in security, there is a lot of money going towards development. But I was just running through the 12 sub-counties, 14 sub-counties of Kakamega County, to see where there is any development of a new police station. There is none. So this development happens where? I have 7 police stations: Matete, Lumakanda, Chekalini, Panpepa, Lugari, Chimoi, and Lumani. Mr. Speaker, it is hurting that in 4 of those police stations, they don't even have a vehicle. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the development in the police sector, you will find a police station that has very good offices is the one where they are taking, again, housing. What about these other police stations? How can an OCBD be sharing the same vehicle with an OCS, with the DCI, and with the operational staff? And yet, we've provided for budget. I call upon the Minister of Internal Security to show some equity. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate two things about this budget. One, that in the road sector, you can see an effort of some equalization. For many years, the western part of Kenya, from Nakuru going towards Malaba, towards Kisumu, you would hardly find a Tamaka road being worked on. I want to appreciate that we can see it. For many years, the coastal region looked like it was not part of this country. In this budget, we can see something. Even if it is not enough, there is effort. Mr. Speaker, I would want to propose a policy shift in the last mile or electrification sector. Those of us, Speaker, 1 minute. Those of us who come from western part of the country will agree that the projects that have been placed under Kenya Power are misplaced under the FDB program and the EIB program. They are unable to run the program. When indeed we have an institution called REREC with the capacity and the capability to run that program. Programs that were launched in 2024 November to date, and yet money has been released by the banks to the contractor. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with the Honorable Majority Leader that the 400 million of public engagement is a waste, total waste. We engage public even on Friday.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Yatta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to the budget estimate. I'll request Honorable Nambi and Honorable Catherine to allow us to listen. Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to the budget estimate for 2026-2027. From onset, Mr. Speaker, I would say is a fairly decent budget, and I have many reasons why I say so, and I'll also be able to state some of the flaws in the budget. I'll first start with the merits that I see with the budget, and one of it has prioritized very key sectors of the economy, Mr. Speaker, and I talk about agriculture, which is the backbone of our economy since independence, Mr. Speaker. If you look at irrigation, for example, Mr. Speaker, irrigation, there's an increment of 4 billion of what has been appropriated in this estimate of 2026-2027 compared to the previous year, 2025-2026. And that is very essential to support irrigated agriculture, Mr. Speaker, because through food production, our country will be moving to the next step or in the right direction to achieve food security, Mr. Speaker, and be able to align this country to sustainable goals, goal number 1 on zero hunger, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, this budget has appropriated money for fisheries and blue economy, Mr. Speaker, with an increment of about 500 million, Mr. Speaker, which is over $1 billion, in this estimate compared to the previous year, Mr. Speaker. Blue economy is a key sector or a key department which is generating employment to so many of our fishermen and the fisher women in the country or across the country, Mr. Speaker. And when I look at that increment, it is contributing significantly to the economic growth, particularly under the agriculture as an overall discipline or thematic area, and that all encompasses the different sectors within agriculture, Mr. Speaker. When I look at livestock development, Mr. Speaker, there is also an increment of about 301 million shillings in this estimate compared to the previous year. And that is also supporting livestock department. And this is a good result or desirable results, particularly to the pastoralists across the country, Mr. Speaker. Another key sector that has been prioritized is energy, Mr. Speaker, with an increment of about 4.2 billion in this year compared to the previous year. And if you look at our country, Mr. Speaker, there are so many areas that are not connected to electricity, and I will be specific to Yatta constituency. Since 1963, when Kenya became an independent state, connectivity of electricity in Yatta is still below 15%, Mr. Speaker, and that is worrying, and that explains the simple reason why all the time we talk of equity in distribution of energy resources and electricity funds to support areas that have been marginalized on electricity connection, Mr. Speaker, and Yatta happens to be one of those constituencies that have been marginalized or excluded from electricity connection over the years, Mr. Speaker. Another sector that has been appropriated desirably is health, Mr. Speaker, with an increment of about 1.68 billion Kenya shillings in these estimates compared to the previous year, Mr. Speaker. This is a good sign and a remarkable progress, Mr. Speaker, because it is supporting universal health care and also helping Kenya to join other nations that are working strongly to attain or to promote well-being of all citizens of all ages, Mr. Speaker, according to Sustainable Development Goal number 3, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, when you look at those sectors, we have good reason to support or to say these are decent budget. Another sector is education, Mr. Speaker. In this budget, we want to pay 20,000 JSS teachers, Mr. Speaker. You can imagine we have so many JSS teachers that have not been paid or that have not been employed, Mr. Speaker. And then we talk of capitation, Mr. Speaker, which is key. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have flows. One of it is roads. If you look at this year, there is a drop in roads, Mr. Speaker, of about 6 billion. What are we saying about this, Mr. Speaker? Our roads are in bad state, Mr. Speaker. And this is because of the heavy rains, Mr. Speaker. And when you reduce by 6 billion in this year's estimate, Mr. Speaker, this is not good sign, Mr. Speaker. And we need to look about this to be able to ensure our roads are motorable, Mr. Speaker, and they have bitumen standard, Mr. Speaker. Social protection, Mr. Speaker. If you look at social protection, there is a reduction of about 240 million, Mr. Speaker. That is compared this year compared to the previous year, Mr. Speaker. And social protection, we talk of cash for work. And majority of the people who benefit, these are the elderly people, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I say this reduction is not good, particularly looking at majority of elderly people, senior citizens, who enjoy the stipends. And when you reduce by 240 million, Mr. Speaker, we are going to reduce the number of beneficiaries who get this money under social protection, Mr. Speaker. Another reduction is in cooperatives, Mr. Speaker, of about 899 million this year compared to the previous year. That's about a billion, almost a billion, 0.8 billion Kenya shillings. And we talk of agricultural cooperatives, we talk of farmers who have formed cooperatives and they have been enjoying to receive money. So if we reduce by about 0.8 billion, that means 0.8 million, 0.8 billion, which is 899 million, Mr. Speaker, then we are going to affect the growth of our cooperatives significantly. And this is not something we all want, Mr. Speaker. And then petroleum, the reduction of about 350 million compared to what was appropriated in the previous year, Mr. Speaker, and it is something that we need to look into by considering or with cognizance that petroleum now we are in crisis. The world is in global crisis of petroleum, and if we reduce by 350 million, then we are going to affect the growth of our economy, while we want to see growth more so from what we had in the previous year of about 5%, we want to see a projected growth of more than 5% in this particular year. Mr. Speaker, I want to put emphasis on the remuneration of village elders, Mr. Speaker. When we came here, the 13th Parliament, one of the remarkable achievements of the 13th Parliament is to negotiate for village elders, Mr. Speaker. And we know village elders, they form a very essential role within the security sector, Mr. Speaker, because the intelligence of this country comes from the village elders. And most of them, since 1963, when Kenya became an independent state, they have not been getting any remuneration. They have been working for free. And you can imagine, these are people, most of them, they are surviving on drugs or medicine, considering when you reach the age of over 60, there are many health-related issues that crop in, and you become a medical body, a body that cannot survive without medicine, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I say, at least, we can pride ourselves as a house for having remunerated or having appropriated about 3,000 shillings for the village elders. It may be seen as little money, Mr. Speaker, but they say it's better have a loaf than none, Mr. Speaker, because you can imagine this is the first time, this is the first parliament, the 13th Parliament, that has considered the village managers, Mr. Speaker, and it is.
Thank you. Member for Vihiga County. Venerable Mbishi, you can imagine that, and you know this very well. Order. Order. Venerable Mbishi, you know how I chair. You know that very well. And you're going to get a chance. Let her have her time. You're going to get a chance after.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to talk on the report on estimates of revenue and expenditure for the financial year 2026-27. Mr. Speaker, I want to say the budget committee did a good job under Honorable Chair Atandi Samuel. They have touched on various departments. I want to start with that department, something that has been bothering me for a very long time, stipends for the village elders, and especially for us women, we really use the village elders on issues to do with the GBV cases. They are the front, they are the first leaders on village level, and we passed this bill long time ago, which could have even started long time ago during the other government, which didn't start at that time. Therefore, I would say within this government, this is a milestone for the village elders, we can call them village managers. They are doing a great job there. This one I want to congratulate the committee for ensuring that a stipend has been put in, or money has been put in the budget towards that. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk on infrastructure, the amount of money put on infrastructure. As you realize, most of our roads, when it comes to heavy rains like this, like in our region, it rains so much, most of the roads are swept, even if they're put on maram. I think next time, the next budget, they have to put in a lot of money so that these roads, most of the roads can be upgraded to bitumen, so that we avoid the issue of too much rain sweeping away all these, the marams that are put on. And if you look at the money that is put on maraming, is also too expensive. Another noted thing I've seen, the road that I've been crying so much has been captured. This is Jabrok Hamis Road. I think I can see it on being captured. And other things like maternity places for our women. And those are maternity places and market places, things touching on women. I can see this budget has done some good, the committee has done some good work. Most likely when we talk of roads, Mr. Speaker, most of the roads we have bridges, and some of our bridges, it's very sad. You get to a place, you find school-going children are crossing on this, they put two poles this side and this side. The children balancing on those poles is not all that easy. I can see some money has been put to ensure that some of the bridges have been upgraded. The foot bridges have been upgraded. They'll be done. Better work will be done on them. Something also that is to be talked about that I'm pleased with this budget is to do with agriculture. Agriculture is the backbone. Agriculture, we eat a lot. Agriculture, if it's improved, a healthy nation, everything thrives. And a well-fed nation it makes the people, the citizens, to feel good. Like I remember last time, Mr. Speaker, you remember when we had a shortage of food, people were moving all over, demonstrating with the sufrias on their heads. But since I can see some good money has been put towards fertilizer, and if you can even look on our farms at the moment, the farms are doing very well, and this is due to the subsidized fertilizer. And I can see the committee has done some good work. They put enough money towards that, which is a plus to this committee. When it comes to rural electrification, Mr. Speaker, sir, you go to places like my villages. Most of my villages are quite interior. You will find there is no electricity. A place like Musunguti, it's looking like it is, even the way it is sounding, it's looking like it is in Congo, where there is Ebola that is bringing problems here. That place, to say the truth, Mr. Speaker, if these relic people can mind about taking electricity to all villages in Kenya, because these Kenyans are taxpayers. All our people pay tax. Even in that village I'm talking about, Msunguti, when people die, they buy coffins. Those coffins, there is tax in it. Whenever they go to buy bread, there is money they are paying. So the people of Musunguti should be like Kenyans and not people of Congo where there is Ebola. People of money that is being put, relic should ensure that all our villages have power. And even the power also, it should be constant power, not just we seeing poles being dropped all over and nothing is taking place. Then you will find the power is on for 2 minutes, another 1 hour or 4 hours, they go without electricity. So at least I will comment the committee for putting money on this rural electrification to ensure that most of our villages are connected. Mr. Speaker, in fact, on food security, very important. When I see the SG of ODM now, she can sit comfortably without carrying sufurias on the head, I feel encouraged. Because Catherine used to carry a big sufuria, used to wonder it could even break her head and neck. But now I can see she's comfortable because of the fertilizer that this government has been able to give out. Mr. Speaker, this budget, when it comes to education, education is also a very important sector. My colleagues have talked. The teachers, we want to appreciate the current government for the good work for employing more teachers, unlike the other governments that were there before. I will also ask, because we have so many of our people who are trained, at the moment, the demand for employment by TSC is so high, and we need more teachers to be employed. Don't just talk of absorbing the 20,000 JSS teachers. There's still a big problem in our schools. The schools are understaffed. There is a lot of, one teacher can be seen traversing in classes as if we have, and yet we have so many trained teachers outside there. So the budget committee in the next one or in the supplementary, add in more money for the more teachers to be absorbed by TSC, add in money to ensure when our teachers go to mark examinations, they should not look like beggars. When they go to marking stations, there should be money enough there already, and even it should be paid upfront as they go to mark. And this one can be a motivating factor. Ensure that all the agreements that they were signed concerning teachers' salaries and other enumeration are attended to. This one, Mr. Speaker, if we go like that, we shall have a country that has people who have gone to school and the teachers who are comfortable doing their work in schools without any problem, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to youth enterprise funds, nyota and so forth, we need more money. This
Member will proceed this way. The next contributor will be the Honorable Mishi Mboko, but I have to make this communication because I don't like pressure when I'm on the seat. When I sat here, there is Honorable Member Hoteso South who doesn't have a card. The Honorable Marianne Ketany doesn't have a card. The Honorable Sigei has gotten his card back. On the board that I have, this is the list. The Honorable Timothy Torich was in but left, but is now back. Then I have Joshua Mwalio. Then I have Peter Orero. Then I have Country Romanyo. Then I have Adam Kipsanai. Then I have Honorable Tom Odege. Then I have Honorable Francis Kigei. And then Honorable Samuel Moroto. Then Zamzam, I think, already contributed to this. That is how the board looks like. That is how we intend to proceed this evening. Honorable Mishi Mboko, proceed.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nipongeze kamati ya bajeti na niweze kuongelea makadirio ya bajeti ya mwaka 2026 mwaka 2027. Na niweze kwanza kabisa kuzungumzia swala ambalo halijazungumziwa na wajumbe wenzangu. Swala la ukanda maalum wa kiuchumi, ile kwa Kiingereza tunaita special economic zone. Niweze kusema ya kwamba kamati imeweza kuweka fedha milioni 690 ambayo itaweza kuangalia mambo ya ukanda maalum wa kiuchumi. Nikiangalia jambo hili ni jambo ambalo litaboresha uchumi wa taifa letu na litaweza pia kujenga ajira kwa vijana wetu. Naona kanda hizi ziko katika sehemu ya Naivasha, sehemu ya kule Kilifi Pwani na hata sehemu ya Mombasa katika eneo bunge la Likoni ambalo mimi nawakilisha. Kwa hivyo nataka niseme wakati tutakuwa na ile bajeti nyongeza ile kwa Kiingereza tunasema supplementary budget, ningeomba mwenyekiti tuweze kuongeza fedha hii, kwa sababu hiki ni kitengo ambacho kitapanua uchumi wetu na kuweza kujenga ajira kwa vijana wetu wengi, hivyo pia kupunguza uhalifu na kupunguza pia madawa ya kulevya kwa vijana wetu. Niweze kusema pia jambo la elimu limeangaziwa kwa kipaumbele sana, na niseme kwa vile tuko na mfumo mpya wa kielimu, lazima tutakuwa na mambo ya mpito ama ile tunaita Kiingereza transition. Hivyo basi lazima tuwe na miundo misingi ya kuweza kupata madarasa, tuwe na miundo misingi ya vifaa, na tuweze kupata walimu wa kuongezea kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba mfumo huu utawezekana kwa njia inayofaa. Na niweze kushukuru ya kwamba serikali hii imeweza kuandika walimu wengi, lakini bado hawatoshi. Hivyo basi yale makadirio ambayo yamewekwa ni makadirio yaweze kuangalia katika sehemu hii sana ya kuweka walimu. Jambo jingine ni jambo la afya, na niseme ya kwamba kamati imezungumzia kwamba itaangalia hata zile mambo ya afya ya dharura na mambo ya afya ya maradhi yale sugu. Nikiangalia maradhi ya saratani, hapo awali ule mfuko wa wale ambao wameathirika na maradhi haya ilikuwa imepunguzwa. Hivyo basi kwa sasa vile tumeweza kupata pesa bilioni 134.6, tutaweza kuongeza mfuko wa waathiriwa hawa wa saratani, na pia kuweza kuongeza vituo katika kaunti zetu. Nikiangalia Mombasa juzi na jana, waziri aliweza kufungua kituo maalum cha kisasa cha kuweza kukabiliana na maradhi ya saratani, na tunajua kina mama ndio tumeathirika sana na hizi saratani. Jambo jingine ni kilimo samawati. Nimeona pia kamati imeangalia mambo ya kilimo samawati. Kilimo samawati, hizo utawala za nyuma zimekuwa zimesahau sana mambo ya kilimo samawati, na hapa ndio pale ambapo tutaongeza uchumi wetu wa taifa na tutaweza kuongeza ajira haswa kwa wavuvi wetu, kwa kina mama wanaofanya biashara za samaki, na hata nchi yetu kuweza kupeleka bidhaa zetu za baharini na kule kwenye maziwa katika sehemu nyingine, hivyo basi kujenga uchumi. Lakini nimesikitika tu kwa sababu bajeti ya nyuma ilikuwa bilioni 8.2, lakini sasa bajeti imeweka bilioni 7.39. Hivyo basi wakati wa bajeti ya nyongeza, ningeomba chairman na wale wanachama waweze kuongeza bajeti hii, kwa sababu hii ni sehemu ambayo ilikuwa imesaulika, ni sehemu ambayo ni rasilimali kubwa sana kwa taifa letu la Kenya. Vile vile pia nataka nizungumzie kituo cha teknolojia ya habari na mawasiliano, ile tunaita ICT hub. Tumeona kwamba wajumbe wengi wameshirikiana na serikali kuu kuweza kuweka vituo hivi. Hivyo basi zile fedha ziweze kutumika kuweza kununua vifaa kuweka katika taasisi hizi ama vituo hivi, ndio vijana wetu waweze kujisaidia kutafuta ajira kupitia mitandao, kufanya biashara kupitia mitandao na mambo mengi sana, na kupata habari nyingi sana na mawasiliano kupitia mitandao. Vile vile pia nataka niseme ya kwamba kuna jambo ambalo tunazungumzia la wazee. Nimshukuru sana rais wetu, ameweka historia kuweza kuwapatia wazee, japo kuwa si nyingi, lakini ni mwanzo, na mwanzo wa ngoma wanilele mama. Tunajua huko mbele wataweza kupata fedha zaidi ya hizi. Niweze pia kupongeza katika ugatuzi, ile tunaita Kiingereza devolution, tumeweza pia kuongezewa ule mfuko wa mambo ya ugatuzi, kwa sababu tunajua ugatuzi ndio utaweza kuleta maendeleo katika kaunti zetu zote, na pia maendeleo yatafika kule mashinani kwa wakazi wote wa Kenya walioko katika zile kaunti zetu. Pia nizungumzie pesa za usawazishaji, ile tunaitwa equalization fund. Tumeona pia kamati ya bajeti imeweka pesa hizi. Pesa hizi zitawezesha zile sehemu ambazo zilikuwa zimeachwa nyuma kimaendeleo, ama zilikuwa kwa njia moja ama nyingine hawakuwa sawa na wenzao katika njia tofauti tofauti, katika kilimo, katika mambo ya elimu, katika mambo ya miundo misingi ya barabara. Wataweza kutumia pesa kama hizi ili wao pia waweze kuwa sawia na wale wengine. Tukiangalia kilimo ambacho ni uti wa mgongo wa taifa letu la Kenya, tumeona tumewekewa bilioni 67.4 katika mambo ya kilimo, na pia tumewekewa bilioni 13.2 katika mambo ya kilimo cha unyunyizaji wa maji, ile tunaita irrigation. Kwa hivyo hii ni sehemu ambayo tunataka iangalie pia zile sehemu kame, kama sehemu zile za kaskazini mashariki na sehemu zile nyingine za kule pwani, kule sehemu ya Kinango, sehemu ya Kilifi Magarini, ambako ukulima umekuwa na shida sana. tuweze kutumia fedha kama hizi, tuweze kuweka usalama wa chakula katika taifa letu la Kenya. Nikiangalia mambo ya miundo msingi ya barabara, naona tumewekewa bilioni 228.6 bilioni katika mambo ya barabara na bilioni 66.4 katika mambo ya uchukuzi. Hivyo basi tunasema hivi sasa serikali hii ya William Ruto imeanzisha barabara mpya na inataka kumaliza zile barabara ambazo ziliachwa na utawala uliobaki nyuma. Na nishukuru sana ya kwamba hata kule pwani tunaona mabarabara makubwa makubwa kama ile barabara ya Mtwapa inaenda mpaka Malindi. Kuna zile barabara za kule Ganze Magarini, barabara kule Kwale Tana River na hata Lamu ambako kulikuwa hakuna hata lami, lakini sasa hivi wameanza kuona lami, na pia kuna barabara nyingine ambazo zimewekwa zitaweza kuwekwa lami. Tukifanya hivi miundo misingi, basi uchumi wetu utapanuka na miji yetu itaweza kupanuka, na hivyo basi tutaweza kuishi maisha ambayo ni ya kustawisha kama Wakenya. Niweze kuzungumzia mambo ya kuboresha biashara, wafanye biashara wakubwa wakubwa na wale wadogo wadogo. Nikiangalia haswa serikali hii imeangalia sana vijana na imeangalia pia walemavu na kina mama, ili waweze kufanya hata kuchukua yale mambo ambayo tunasema wanaweza kuchukua kazi katika makampuni tofauti tofauti ili waweze kujisaidia kibiashara. Na tunaona mambo ya nyota yameangaziwa, pia mambo ya fedha zile za vijana yameweza kuangaziwa na kuwekewa fedha. Hizi ni sehemu ambazo tutawafanya vijana watoke kuwa wao wanaomba kazi na wao wawe pia ni waajiri wa kuweza kuajiri vijana wenzao kupitia jambo hili. Pia bajeti imezungumzia mambo ya usalama wa kitaifa na ikazungumzia usalama katika kitengo cha polisi, katika kitengo cha wanajeshi na kitengo kile cha ujasusi. Hivyo basi ningesema ya kwamba sehemu hii pia tuweze kuangalia kuweza kuwapatia polisi wetu na wanajeshi wetu mafunzo zaidi, ili wakati wanahitajika katika sehemu za kulinda usalama wawe wanaweza kujikimu kutokana na mafunzo kama yale. Vile vile pia tuweze kuongezea nyongeza ya zile pesa za ziada kwa wale ambao wanafanya kazi katika sehemu ngumu na sehemu za hatari sana, tukizingatia ya kwamba bado zile pesa za nyongeza wanazolipwa ni pesa chache sana, na hivyo basi morali yao ama ile motisha yao inakuwa chini sana katika jambo kama hili. Ningeweza kusema Mheshimiwa Spika, bajeti hii ya sasa imeangalia vitu vingi sana, kama pensheni ya walimu. Walimu wameishi katika maisha ya uchochole, wale ambao wameweza kustaafu. Wengi wamefuatilia kupata pesa zao za pensheni, lakini mara kwa mara wanaambiwa ngoja, sijui labda pengine mfumo huu umekuwa hivi, kumekwenda hivi. Lakini sasa hivi tunashukuru sana, na tungesema pia katika ile bajeti nyongeza waweze kuongezewa, ili walimu wetu ambao wamestaafu waweze kuishi maisha ambayo yatakuwa ni maisha ya heshima na wala si maisha ambayo yatakuwa ni ya kujikokota. Niweze also kusema pia bajeti kamati imenifurahisha sana. Manake State House waliomba bilioni 20, lakini wao wakawaambia tutawapatia bilioni 13. Hivyo basi ni kumaanisha sisi kamati ya bajeti inatoa mgao kulingana pia na yale makadirio ambayo tunayafikiria sisi kama taifa tutaweza kuyapata. Hatuwezi kuweka makadirio makubwa na ilhali tunaona zile tutakazokuwa tumekusanya zitakuwa ni ndogo na hazitakuwa ni za kufikia vile ambavyo tunazungumzia. Pia nizungumzie makazi ambayo yatakuwa ni ya bei nafuu na ni makazi ya kisasa, ile ambayo tunasema affordable housing. Hii ni sehemu muhimu sana ya kumfanya Mkenya aweze kuwa na makazi yeye kama Mkenya na aweze kutumia pesa chache.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for granting me an opportunity to comment on the budget estimates for the financial year 26-27. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I wish to thank the committee for the report that they have channeled to this committee, which in my opinion is progressive. Honorable Speaker, I will comment on a few areas. One is energy sector. Honorable Speaker, I support the increment of money allocated towards last mile connectivity. Honorable Speaker, we have a lot of challenge in this country, especially in other constituencies where, for example, in Marakwet West, we still have a connectivity rate of less than 30%. But, Honorable Speaker, be that as it may, it is unfair that REREC allocates this money equally to the constituencies. Honorable Speaker, these monies should be allocated equitably so that constituencies that have 80%, 90% should not be given an equal allocation with constituencies that have 20 or 30% or less. Honorable Speaker, therefore, we need affirmative action in terms of electricity connectivity. Honorable Speaker, I support also the budget, an increment in budget on security matters. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank His Excellency the President and the current CS for Interior, Onesmus Kipchumba Murkomen. Honorable Speaker, since this government took over, we've seen that there has been an improvement in terms of security, especially in Kerio Valley region. So, Honorable Speaker, I support funding towards the security sector. And, Honorable Speaker, over time in this House, we've seen members raising statements on operationalization of gazetted administrative units. So, Honorable Speaker, an increment in the security sector will ensure that the Ministry of Interior will be able to operationalize those gazetted units. Honorable Speaker, I have a sub-county in my constituency that we've been requesting for the gazettement of that sub-county, that is Kapcherop sub-county. Honorable Speaker, I believe that with an increment in this budget, that sub-county will be gazetted and be operationalized. Honorable Speaker, the issue of village elders, that falls within the docket of the Ministry of Interior. Honorable Speaker, I sincerely thank this government that they have considered compensating or giving stipends to village elders in this country. Honorable Speaker, we have an approximately 150,000 village elders in this country. Honorable Speaker, stipend of 3,000 to start with, Honorable Speaker, is quite admirable, and I believe in our future budgets, we shall increase that to maybe 10,000 and above. Honorable Speaker, insofar as matters education is concerned, Honorable Speaker, I support the increment in that sector, and this government has given priority to the education sector in this country, having employed around 100,000 teachers. Honorable Speaker, I support the proposed increment to confirm the 20,000 teachers on PNP. Honorable Speaker, my proposal would be we still need to review the budget so that we confirm the remaining 24,000 teachers on internship on permanent and pensionable terms. Honorable Speaker, I also equally support promotion of teachers. Most teachers in this country have stagnated. Honorable Speaker, the increment that is geared towards promoting these teachers, in my opinion, is extremely progressive. Honorable Speaker, IBC, I sit in the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. Honorable Speaker, IBC requested us an increment of the Commission's funding. Honorable Speaker, we need to promote democracy in this country. Honorable Speaker, I support the increment, but I also call upon IBC to ensure that they conduct free, fair, transparent, and credible elections so as to justify the increment in funding as per this year's budget. Honorable Speaker, in agriculture, we've seen that this government has moved away from consumption subsidy to production subsidy. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I fully support 100% the subsidy towards fertilizer, because, of course, that will increase production, if it is maize or any other crop, and, of course, we'll be able to, be a food-sufficient country. Honorable Speaker, in the road sector, I am a happy man. Honorable Speaker, when the road from Rironi to Mau Summit is completed. That road was not allocated resources by previous regimes. I am extremely happy that under this current government, the President and this House, we have done our best to allocate resources so that that particular road could be completed. In future, Honorable Speaker, we want to see that road going to Eldoret and to Malaba. Honorable Speaker, be that as it may, I have seen that we have allocated funds to the Ministry of Health, Honorable Speaker, to construct dispensaries and other health facilities. Honorable Speaker, resources follow functions under the 4th schedule of our Constitution. Honorable Speaker, if we allocate money to dispensaries, then there is a possibility that county governments will also allocate monies to those facilities, and there is a possibility that there will be duplication. So, Honorable Speaker, as a House, in as much as we do this colorful allocation, we must ensure that we oversight the executive. Honorable Speaker, there is a reason why Montesquieu talked about separation of powers, that for a proper functional democracy, there must be the judiciary, there must be the legislature, and there must be executive. Honorable Speaker, as a House, we must be firm. We must be able to oversight this budget so that if there are excesses by the executive or other arms of government, we must be firm as a House and call out those excesses. Honorable Speaker, as a House, we must be firm, we must defend our budget, we must oversight to ensure that the monies or the money is used for and on behalf of our people and for the benefit of our current generation and posterity. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, and honorable members, if you did what he just done, we save a few minutes for all of us to get a chance to. You don't have to go the whole 10 minutes. So the next is the member for Teso South. Mwalio, you are next after this, so don't approach the chair. You are next after this.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to appreciate my colleagues who are members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee for burning the midnight oil to ensure that they balance the figures for us to be able to discuss this budget. Honorable Speaker, I have looked at the estimates, and I want to summarize in 4 points. Honorable Speaker, in this budget, the Budget Committee has attempted to address some of the concerns we have had as members over time. Honorable Speaker, we've discussed about the issue of equity in the distribution of resources and inclusivity. And Honorable Speaker, the Budget Committee has attempted to address that challenge. Today, as I speak, I am proud to say that Busia County that hardly gets any tarmac road, I am proud of some 3 roads. From Matayos to Mumbaka via Seaport, we have a road. From Matayos, Seaport to Nakwanga, we have a road. From Butula to Nambale to Bamukura to Kocholia to Machakus, we have a road, among other projects. So thank you for attempting to address the issue of equity, being fair and being inclusive. Number 2, Honorable Speaker, the Budget Committee also has focused and ensured that they have captured the priorities of government. And I think I must applaud them for that. When you look at creating opportunities for the young people, which again is the biggest challenge that we have in this country, Honorable Speaker, the Budget Committee has made allocations to all the parastatals that are addressing issues of the young people, the Nyota, the MSMEs, and all those programs within that sector. Honorable Speaker, I look at this country today in the creative sector. I see stadiums everywhere across the country. including Wajir, where we celebrated the Madaraka Day. In Busia, we have our stadium being done. We have the sports academies, and I'm seeing in another 10 years, 5 to 10 years, Kenya will be producing some of the professional players, runners, name them, all the categories in the world, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you look at even the agricultural sector, the issue of fertilizer subsidy has got a budget of 18 billion. And that means that there is guaranteed food security in the country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, all the sectors, health, education, which has the lion's share, security, the budget committee has tried to balance and ensure that every sector has received some resources. Honorable Speaker, I have also looked at other sectors. When you look at energy, energy sector, there is 16.3 billion allocation for rural connectivity. And Honorable Speaker, that is an area where all of us are concerned about. I remember, Honorable Speaker, we were with you in this house in the 11th Parliament. There was a policy on distribution of resources for rural connectivity. Every member automatically got a letter from REREC with the number of transformers or regions that we expected to present. And you did not need to lobby as a member for your constituency to get power. You did not need to make several trips to REREC or Kenya Power for you to get connectivity within your region. I don't know where the rain started beating us. I think we need to revisit, find out where the problem is, so that it is guaranteed, it is known every constituency will get this number of connectivity, and so that we continue to ensure that there is fairness and equity, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I've also looked at the security sector, especially interior, and there's an allocation of 55.51 billion. With an increase of 12.37 billion for the stipend for the village elders. And I think this is an honor to our departed colleague, Honorable Malulu, because he moved a bill in this house for the village elders to be allocated some resources to appreciate the work they do. And today I'm very proud that we have honored him. And I want to thank the President for this. Village elders play a very critical role in general administration, in supporting all government functions at the very low, at the grassroots. And I think this is a plus. But I want to say that with this kind of allocation, I want to plead with the Minister of Interior to enhance the allocation for operations, for regional offices. Sometimes these officers even do not have fuel. CDF has to chip in to support them, buy a tire for their vehicles, and some of our police stations do not have vehicles. So vehicles and enhance allocation for operations for regional officers. That would be my plea in that sector. Honorable Speaker, in health, I am proud that there is a 19.1 billion allocation for primary health care. But there is a problem there. The problem I see is the lack of civic education to create awareness. Most of the resistance that we are getting from the public against registering for SHA is because they do not have the information. The information they have is propaganda on the ground. So I think more money should be allocated towards civic education so that we increase the number. On dispensaries, I think this money should be reallocated and used to employ doctors and nurses, because most of the dispensaries, the existing dispensaries across the country, are understaffed. So it would be pointless to establish more when the existing ones cannot operate. We need technicians to operate the least equipments in those hospitals. So this money, if you ask me, should be ring-fenced for staffing of existing dispensaries. Establishing new ones can be done from the equitable share for the money that has gone to the county governments, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I also want to thank the President. For the first time in this term, We have employed more teachers than any other government. And now with the confirmation of this 20,000 interns that has got an allocation of 4.9 billion, most of our schools will have enough teachers and therefore will reduce the burden on the teachers, on the parents who have to employ additional teachers by the board. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I support this budget, but we look forward to improve more, especially on fairness and inclusivity. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Masinga.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity that I should be able to share on that subject, on consideration of the budget estimates for 2026-2027 financial year. I want to start with a statement that this government has done fairly well. Although people might not see and the people keep on criticizing. But if you go to every constituency, because I'm in the NGCDF committee now for 9 years, but the kind of development that we have seen while we are going around inspecting the infrastructures that have been built by NGCDF, the things we have been able to see are a lot. So let us give credit where it is due, that Kenya Kwanza and administration is doing well. Although the economy is very difficult and it is hard, and we have a lot of debts to pay, but we are trying. It is doing very well. So this budget has come at a time whereby we need all that is written in it to be done so that we can take this country forward as we come to the election of 2027. I want to start with the water and sanitation. I have checked water and sanitation and found that that sector has been given 4.3 billion, and it is able to develop from Kisumu to Mombasa dams and the water ponds. Even in the schools and the colleges, money has been allocated to do boreholes in the schools whereby water is very scarce. And we are not left out. Even myself, I'm not left out. So I'm so grateful that we are able to equalize this country going forward so that no one is left saying that we have been left out by this administration because we do not vote for it. This administration is so fair that even the people that did not vote for it get a bigger share than those who voted. So it is equally distributed the way I have seen. And also, there is a program of water harvesting. There was a proposal that I brought here that the Masinga Dam water, which spills over, a canal should be built so that the water is saturated in Masinga so that we can do some irrigation. And that is kind of a water program that we need so that we can be able to be food sufficient as we irrigate our farms. And therefore, as we go forward to do these large and the small dams and even the water ponds that are being done here, and the programs of water authorization, because I have seen there are some of the projects that they are doing automation for the water to be automated, maybe for the irrigation purpose. We consider some of those things like my constituency. The other point I wanted to make is that the agriculture, the crop and the livestock development budget, which has been enhanced, should do as much as collecting and enhancing the research areas where the seed is researched and produced, so that we can be able to compete with the international market, because we import a lot of seeds. Many of the international farms have got their companies here, whereby we buy the seeds for flowers, the seed for horticulture, French beans for export, and all that is all imported. So if our research can be equipped to be able to produce some of the seeds that are required for the horticultural products, it will help this country so that we don't send all our money abroad trying to import the seeds. Another point I wanted to talk about is the increment of the NGCDF, because there's 2.5% of the 85% which remains in the national government. And this budget has increased the budget for NGCDF to 61.2 billion, and for GAF for 4 billion. That means every constituency will get an increment, because we have seen there are some constituencies that are still lacking behind. We went to one of the constituencies whereby classes, 2 classes sit in one class. One teacher is facing that side and the other teacher is on this side. So as money is being decreased, then we will be able to do all these classes so that there is enough for every class and every teacher can have his own class. And so this budget has done the constituencies something which is very good and faring well. The other thing I wanted to speak is about Mheshimiwa Catherine has already talked about, is the internal security. There are so many gazetted units for administration. Some of the sub-counties have been actualized, like one in my constituency. But that constituency, that sub-county has got nothing. It doesn't even have a car, not even one structure of a building. We had to do some realignment and renovations on some building which used to be there, so that the DCC and the police and other people who have come, they have all been deployed there. The ministry has brought all their staff there so that it can be somewhere to sit. So the NGCDF has come very handy, because we are doing some emergencies for them. So the budget they have been given here of 8.1 billion, they should be able to do a lot for our units, which have been actualized. The unities, the internal security, should not depend on what is there in the NGCDF, because it's not enough. Like the building that they have given us as a drawing, as a design for the construction of an headquarter of a sub-count, is so massive that the NGCDF cannot be able to do unless you do it for 5 years. So we need an hand from the internal security so they can bring money in the unit that they have actualized, so that they can be able to do some construction and the staff can be have somewhere to sit. Last, the digital hubs. Every constituency we have visited as a member of the NGCDF committee, we have found that they have built all their hubs, but there are no computers. So the ministry should be given the money that I have seen in the budget so that they can equip the digital hubs so that the young people can have something to do. They can apply for their digital jobs. They can also do their homework. Those who are learning the online can be able even to learn through those. So with those few remarks, I want to stop there. And I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We'll have the Honorable Peter Orero followed by the Honorable Kathy Manyo on this side. Then this side, after Honorable Manyo, we'll move to the Honorable Marianne Kaitany, followed by the Honorable Adams, then the Honorable Sigei, like that. Go ahead, Dr. Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make my humble contribution towards these budget estimates of 2026-2027. From the beginning, I would wish to convey my gratitudes to the budget committee. This budget making process is now very, very detailed. We start from BPS, where we engage and also put the aspiration of our people. We have the opportunity to look at the estimates. Then now when we come to budget estimates, we put the required allocations, although from the national government. But the departmental committees now have a power to put the estimates. I was happy to listen to the chair of budget committee, who said that 99% of the departmental budgets put in these estimates have not been changed. This is a reflection of the people's budget. I want to say that when I look at this budget for health, we have a universal health care. We have transited from the NHIF to SHA, and I have seen money allocated for universal health care. My constituency is one of those constituencies where we only have one level 4 hospital. And for a greater part of the time, this hospital never has medicine. It is not properly equipped. And when I see that we have a budget for development of hospitals and centers, I believe that this is going to be done equitably, and we will have equality in the allocation of this funding. Now, you know that some of our constituencies where we have informal settlement, we have very deserving people who need universal health care. I am wishing to see that time that our people will walk into the hospital to be treated, and then they leave the hospital without paying a single cent throughout their lifetime. Now, a country with a healthy personnel will bring greater development. We cannot have a sick society and we expect that we will improve our economy. So this is one of the areas that makes me support this budget, because it is concerned about the healthcare, universal healthcare of the Kenyan citizen. I want to say that the Ministry of Energy, through REREC, has done a commendable job in the past. Like in my constituency, they have put lightening all the roads that we have, over 4 kilometers. And if you walk in my constituency now, you'll find that we have a lot of lighting in my constituency. Now, that is not why I want to be supporting this bill. I have seen that we have increase in the allocation of connectivity of REREC. It means that those areas which have not been connected in our constituencies will be considered, and this is going to reduce the criminal activities of people in our informal settlement. And now this budget really, when it is going to be equitably distributed, will have allocations in our constituency. But basically, what I want to talk about mostly is about education. In our education sector, for the first time, the budget has increased to 781.5 billion. This means, therefore, that although it is not fully enough in education sector, but we can see that about 20,000 teachers who have been interns are now going to be permanently employed in our schools. This is going to give motivation to those who have not been employed, so that in the future we will have a better number of teachers taking care of our children. In the recent past, we have seen that we have a lot of restlessness within our institution. Now, one of the areas that we need to look at is the capitation of this institution. Sometimes some of the schools do not receive capitation in a time, and therefore the administrators in some of these schools do not have enough funding to sustain students in the school. It therefore means that as these monies move to 781.5 billion, we expect that the national government will release the capitation money to schools so that they can be able to sustain our students within our institutions and therefore deter some of these riots which come in our institution. Last year, our schools which participated in co-curricular activities were never paid for a whole year. It took the intervention of our education committee just this year, 3 or so months ago, to make sure that these teachers were paid their money from the zonal to regional to the national and to the East Africa. And therefore, with this budget, we expect that the Ministry of Education will put their own budget and do not rely on the budget for Ministry of Sports, so that our teachers can be paid on time, because now the CBC is about pathway.
Please wind up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just trying to say that our teachers who take care of our children and when they go out for co-curricular activities should be paid on time so that they are encouraged, because now we have 3 pathways and one of the pathways about sports and arts. And with that contribution, I want to say I support the bill, the budget estimates.
Thank you. Member for Busia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support fully this budget. In fact, we now have the most qualified chairperson who has made sure that marginalized places have also been remembered. And him chairing such a committee, I think he has put more effort to witness also that there is fair allocation of resources in this Republic of Kenya. So I think I've been just perusing, and I've also noticed that they know very well that the government needs revenue, yes, but they have looked into the economic realities and juggled well, balanced well. Infrastructure is what has caught my eye. Most of the places in Kenya that didn't have fair allocation, like where I come from, Busia, I'm seeing some good allocation of money that will build a stadium, a modern one. You know, when we have stadiums, we'll grow, we'll bring up our young people, will not make them drown with their good talent, but they'll showcase, and actually those who are not so good in school will turn up to be very successful and be part of the solution in our society. And infrastructure also, I know it will be well invested because this allocation is serious money. It will bring up our economy. The places that have been slow or not good at all, when you think of even visiting there, I know with good infrastructure, it will attract even tourists. I was comparing northeastern and eastern side of Kenya, and then I thought of Dubai, Qatar, those areas that changed because there was a time when they were not attractive, because when you think of a desert, you just think of bad weather and nothing attractive. But with such investment, we'll change it and create jobs, because young people all over, whether in arid or semi-arid areas or good places, if there are no jobs, young people get frustrated. And when we talk of insecurity, this is part of the problem that the country is facing. So I am happy with the health and the education sectors also. There is more money there. I've seen more money for classes, the CBC classes, now that we have the new curriculum. Also the promotion of teachers. I am a teacher, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that all teachers invest in children. They take all their time, their might, their knowledge, anything they have, the best, they give it to people's children. These teachers spend a lot of time raising even children who come from homes where maybe even parents hardly are found at home. Like me here, I left at 5 and now I'm still here. The teachers take care of our children, and yet what they earn or the length of period they take to even get a promotion is very, very unfathomable. So I'm happy that about 25,000 teachers will get this promotion. We still need more teachers to be promoted, because I think there was a promise of about 50,000, but better half a loaf than missing the whole loaf. So the 25,000 teachers that will be promoted is a good thing there. Then I've also seen child welfare, about 500 million. Mr. Speaker, I own a school, and many times the students that I handle, many come from homes where we have either irresponsible adults or they are orphaned. Sometimes we have extended families in our villages, yes. If maybe somebody's aunt or somebody's uncle is sure that that child who is missing school fees, maybe the government will chip in, or there is money like this allocated to pay or cater for such children, then it will be easier for any family member to come in and just have them sheltered, but things like school fees, any other baggage is taken care of by the government, especially when emergency cases also arise, because we get children at the police station. Yet we don't have decent rooms for children who have either, maybe they have gotten lost or they have run away from torture from whoever is taking care of them. So such money is a big relief, and institutions will be funded to take care of such children. Then the village elders. When I was new in this parliament, I also really voiced up that village elders are our grassroots administrators, and their salaries or wages having been keyed in, I'm so happy, because they'll be more motivated and they'll give proper information to the chiefs, and this will help a lot in the villages, because security is paramount, and they know and understand very well each household whose child is doing something bad for the community. There is so much that I can discuss, but because of time, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the time you've given me. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Aldai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. as I stand to fully support this budget, the 2026-27 estimates. I wish to, from the onset, say that this is the last budget that is fully implementable in this 13th Parliament. And looking at this budget, it has tried to balance all the sectors of our economy, with the education sector getting the lion's share of the budget. And you know, education being an equalizer in this country, it is getting a budget of about 781 billion, up from 755 billion. On the issues on revenue projection, we are seeing a 6% targeted increase in projection of revenue from the current 3.4 to about 3.6 budget, and a decline in fiscal deficit that has been biting the economy from 6.4% to about 5.4%. On the specifics, Honorable Speaker, I'd like to pick out on a few issues, one being on the village elders, which many of our members have mentioned. And I remember when we began the 13th Parliament, the first issue, or among the first issues that we considered, was the remuneration of village elders, whom some of my members now call village managers. And this has gone a long way, and today we are going to proudly give them, even though it's a small stipend of 3,000 shillings, it is the beginning of a journey that has for years not been considered, considering the amount of work that our village elders do at home. The confirmation of the JSS teachers, the 20,000 interns, goes a long way to increase the number of teachers that this administration has considered, because as I said, education is an equalizer, and so far the employment of 100,000 teachers and the confirmation of another 20,000 teachers, as we promote another 30,000 teachers who actually help us in the education sector, is a big plus to this sector and to this government, who have really taken care of the child or the education sector. Our agriculture sector has not been left out. Our fertilizer subsidy program is now going to be increased to about 18 billion shillings. That is a very good increase, because we are an agricultural economy, and therefore increasing that sector to about 18 billion is a very good initiative of the government, and that I want to relate together with coffee growing, because again, we have put a lot of money to coffee seedlings, so that this sector, because we know that coffee is the second largest traded product in the world after oil. And since most parts of this country, almost all the 47 counties in this country are very good areas for coffee growing, then this particular sector of increasing coffee seedlings will increase the amount of coffee that this country can produce, and we go back and earn our lost glory of being one of the major exporters of coffee, that glory that we used to have in the old days. I like about what this budget has on election preparedness. We are going into a general election next year. And in terms of election preparedness, I think IEBC and the security sector has been given enough funding of budget so that they can be able to prepare adequately for a free and fair election, because many of our competitors out there are trying to cast aspersions as to whether elections will be free and fair. But the first sign of a free and fair election is actually the allocation of resources to that particular sector for security, because it's very important, and election preparedness through IEBC, which is funds that are already getting for IEBC. Specifically, again, that touches on places like my constituencies on roads. For the first time, this government has been able to bring equity in terms of infrastructure development in this country. Many years used to, infrastructure development used to be concentrated on one area, but this particular time, the roads that are being constructed, especially in this coming budget, there are specific roads that for a long time our people have cried for. In my constituency, for example, the road between Enego, Savannah, Nandi Hills, and another one from Potopoto to Kobujoy have been added into the part of the infrastructure projects that are going to be implemented in this regime by this government, by the 13th Parliament. I want to say thank you so much to government, and more importantly that they are in this budget, and we can see that that is going to be light at the end of the tunnel. And as I talk about roads and last mile connectivity, that we see our villages being lit from 22% in my constituency, now we are moving to close to 70% by the end of this term, considering that more money is being put into last mile connectivity. We are seeing that a lot of these projects are now being removed from the budget and put under the National Infrastructure Fund to enable all these projects run. And finally, the production sectors of our economy, that is the trade, investments, industrialization. The only issue I have there, Honorable Speaker, is that the budget ceilings for those sectors is still low, yet they are the production sectors. And if we want to grow our economy in terms of the GDP, those are sectors that perhaps in the future we need to consider their budget ceilings to go up, and that will help in promoting or increasing revenue into this country and therefore promoting our GDP. And finally, I would like to talk about the issues of KIPES. We as a trade committee have traveled across the country to look at KIPES implementation, and I want to say a few counties have really achieved their KIPES, and I'm happy that this particular budget now goes into equipping those KIPES so that these KIPES become a reality for this country and our youth can be able to be employed and others can be able to do business. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well said. Member for KU North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the report by the Departmental Committee of Budget. Mr. Speaker, I will go direct to the specific, and first I'll start with the agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, it is said that a country that does not plan on its food security is not a progressive nation. Mr. Speaker, with 18 billion shillings that is meant to cover the fertilizer subsidy, this is a measure that will cushion farmers from facing delays during planting season, like what is currently happening at the moment. Mr. Speaker, I wish that this program would be expanded, maybe even to cover some of the waivers like what we are seeing in other sectors like coffee and so forth and so on, because most farmers are having loans in the agricultural AFC. So maybe next time when we are considering this one, that is an area that we can adjust as this House. Honorable Speaker, it should be remembered that this is the only government that has made prior arrangements to a level whereby we are not importing maize from other countries because of such important measures. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, on another crucial sector is on the rural electrification. 16.3 billion shillings to REREC will somehow cure the problems that we are facing as a nation. What is now remaining is for us to see equitable distribution of these projects, because for many years, we have seen other areas with a good percentage of connectivity of electrification still being given priority. So if the State Department or the Department of that parastatal of REREC
alluding to is His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, and he has clearly indicated
which standing order is flouted. That's why I'll give him a chance. When a member rises...
Yeah, of course, Honorable Speaker, you are very much aware that we are not supposed to be discussing and debating.
Which standing order, Honorable Kagucha? You know you've been Speaker before. Which standing order?
Honorable Speaker, our standing orders prohibit us from debating any head of state or any excellencies in this assembly without a proper motion.
Which standing order?
Honorable Speaker.
It's a very simple question. Which standing order?
Honorable Speaker, even if I am not quoting the exact standing order, you know very well that in fact we are not supposed to do that. And you are supposed to find that the honorable member has...
Order. There is no standing order flouted, and you are definitely out of order. The Honorable Member for Sotik, followed by the Member for Kapenguria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this rare opportunity that you have given me to also put in my thoughts on this very, very important paper. I want to start on the onset, Mr. Speaker, by thanking the chair and his committee for doing and putting in a lot of effort and making this budget process come today. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I'm now 4 years in this parliament. But Mr. Speaker, what I am seeing today is an improvement, a progressive budget making process. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the committee listened to Kenyans. The committee took part, the architect, the design of this discussion was based on Kenyans. Kenyans were asked questions. They asked questions on how this budget is being done. So I want to thank the committee, Mr. Speaker. But one of the most important issues which have come today and which I have a lot of passion, because, Mr. Speaker, you know I worked in the former provincial administration. And the people I worked with for the 35 years are the village elders. Mr. Speaker, this for me is a very emotional moment because the people I have worked with, the people who toiled for this country, the people who are not recognized for 63 years are now being recognized by government. I want to say, and I want to thank Honorable, the late
The Honorable Sitine, the Honorable Adam Sitine. I would like you to take your seat. This debate we are having will have to be made a decision on. So going forward, I will not allow any member who speaks and leaves because who will decide once we finish the debate? You can't be speaking, members listen to you, and then when you finish speaking, you walk out. It's just out of order.
So, Mr. Speaker, I want this House to recognize the late Malulu Njendi because actually he is the architect of this very important motion we are discussing here. And I want to thank him posthumously because he did a very good job. 3,000 shillings is not a lot of money, but this is work in progress. And Mr. Speaker, I want us to believe that this country, next year, we need to enhance this payment. Mr. Speaker, I sit in the Security Committee, and I'm very happy, Mr. Speaker, that most of the issues which we raised, which we put in as members of the committee were captured.
Order. The Honorable Makali Mulu. Take your seat, the Honorable. The Honorable Sigei, take your seat. Go ahead.
I get them, yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I really didn't want to disrupt my good friend, Ambassador, but since it is a House of Records, Honorable Speaker, I think the motion on the spend for village elders has been brought forward by quite a number of honorable members. Is it in order just to single one member and leave the others? We need to appreciate all the efforts for all the former members who have brought this thing into this House. There was even actually a bill by Mheshimiwa Mutuse, a bill, which has not become law.
Yeah, probably because if I remember very well, the Honorable Malulu Njendi's motion was passed by the House.
Even those others were passed.
The bill has never been passed.
The motions were passed.
Order. The Honorable Makali Mulu, I would like to give you a chance to contribute on this matter so that you can you can appreciate.
You know, Honorable Speaker.
Order. The point you raise is very important, but on a member remembers only one instance. I think we should allow them to be able to do that. And the Honorable Sige, you're being reminded that apart from Malulu Njendi, there are two other members who had brought a similar a similar motion. I don't think anything is out of order by singling out one person. Yeah. Go ahead.
I respect my friend Wakili there, but I thought he should have informed me. It should be a point of information.
Correct.
Because he should have told me, for your information, we had others.
Correct.
But I accept, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
I want to say that the security sector has been given a lot of attention, and rightly so. Mr. Speaker, I want to point out the issue of police air wing, Mr. Speaker. You remember, Mr. Speaker, the other day, the aircraft from the police were taken by the Kenya Defense Forces. And now, it has been returned to the Kenya Police. And we recommended, and the budget committee captured this very important issue, that 800 million be given to Kenya Police to purchase the aircraft and an helicopter, and to overhaul with an additional 200 billion, overhaul the existing aircrafts. Mr. Speaker, I want to say we are very happy. Mr. Speaker, we want to also thank the budget committee for looking at the issue, and I want to thank the chairman of the budget committee because he has come. He talks less. I thought he's listening to me. Mr. Speaker, this chairman talks less. Okay, Mr. Speaker. So I wanted to say that we want to thank the chair, very good chair, because you have done a good job. I want to mention, Mr. Speaker, the issue of Ngao, the officers who work in this country, and the police. I want to say we have enhanced the issue of buying vehicles, but they need more, and give them more fuel so that they can continue. I want also to mention the issue of teachers, Mr. Speaker, that we thank the president for this country, that he has been able to employ 100,000 teachers within a span of 3 years. And we are happy that they are going to confirm the interns of this teaching fraternity, 24,000. Mr. Speaker, I want to point out that we have another cadre, another team of teachers who graduated as far back as 2010, and they have not been employed. Mr. Speaker, we want to see TSC employing all those teachers who have graduated from the Teachers College for a very long time. So, Mr. Speaker, I want also to mention that education, capitation is one of the most important areas, and this is the major problem, the issue of giving out capitation on time. Mr. Speaker, we have had a lot of problems. These heads of secondary schools and primary schools have a lot of problems because for managing schools with less capitation is a big problem. Mr. Speaker, I also want to commend the energy sector for the excellent job they are doing. But I want to mention, Mr. Speaker, that we have REREC and the Kenya Power and Lighting. But, Mr. Speaker, we have Kenya Power and Lighting, the schemes which have been funded, but have not been started. I want to ask Kenya Power to pull up their socks so that we can be able to have Kenya Power. We want to commend the government for this. Mr. Speaker, I think with those few remarks, I want to say thank you very much, and I support this budget process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kapenguria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to sincerely thank the Committee of Budget and Appropriation, led by the chair who has walked out and the vice chair who is seated here. But I want to inform my colleagues, they're praising here and there. We should not be sycophants as we talk. On this issue of teachers, I'm a teacher by profession and a unionist. You're not. We only employ people from the other age to 45. But there are many from 46 and above who are not. In fact, the TSC says they cannot be employed. We need to rectify that if we want to be serious. And this is the first time. I'm a member of a UDA, but this is the first time we are seeing that one there. We need to be serious on that one there. And I wish the committee of education is here. Yes, now take from that and let me know tomorrow why are these people left out. Like where I come from, you only employ 20, but those beyond that, you are ignored. Why don't you start with the aged one, then you come down to the young people who can still move and go around. And then on another security issue, I wish the PC is here, and I like the way he's contributing. Mine is just to correct. I've been here in this house talking and left and right. The other day, you saw what happened in Gilgil Academy. Gilgil Academy is not a private academy. It's a government. And then surrounded by security from the military, KDF, Jesu, Gilgil, and the others. Where are these 16 children? Nothing went to support them there. I'm talking of as this house. I've served. And when I say no, it's no. When it's yes, it's yes. You'll give me that one later. There are some counties like mine, which was a closed district during the colonial time. And that's why they enabled the Kapenguria 6 to be taken to Kapenguria, Kenyatta and the team. And then thereafter Lodwa and then Samburu. Most of us, the church religious people, the missionaries came through Uganda, not even Kenya here. There's a place called Kiringet in West Pokot. That's a barrier between at the border of Trans Nzoia and West Pokot. Then the 2010 Constitution said those people who are after the 1965 sessional paper number 10, that also got us out of the government support. 2010 said those people who are left out should be considered so that they can come back to others. That is equalization. From 14, there are now several counties coming in. Nothing going on there. The same equalization which was supposed to be handled by the national government is now handled by the county government. The governors are now enjoying from, you cannot, now that's why I'm requesting this house. Let us now go beyond and see what is this equalization is doing. Because the governor governor has the money for roads. They have money for water. They have money for hospitals. What is the use of this equalization going to the governor's hands instead of supporting this other side? Mr. Chair, I don't want to take much. Well, Mr. Speaker, sorry. When we come to child welfare, I'm in a committee of social protection. We went to Kakamega. We found young children from primary to secondary in prison. Went to Kisumu the same. Then the other week, we went to Malindi. We found the same. Instead of going to school, instead of being taken care of them. In fact, when we were in Malindi, we were told that an 11 child is in a prison. 11-year child is there. Let us come up as many members of this parliament. We are also parents. Each of us has a child. Yeah, you can click up and down. Let us go and see what is happening here. Instead of We've been here sometimes when there was a time we were in the government and opposition was opposition. Then 2022, 2023, we were in opposition as a Kano. The same chorus is being sung here. So that's what I'm saying. Let us go. Let us now, as a member of, this is the 2010 Constitution. We are the third, we are among the three arms of government. As a legislation, let us protect our people. Elected by people. Appointees of executive are not elected by people. The judiciary are not elected by people. Thank you. Mungu awabariki.
Member for Nyatike, followed by the member for Honorable Kagucha. So Nyatike, then Honorable Kagucha, then we'll come this side.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute to the budget estimate. I've tried to scan on all the issues related to the proposed budget here. There are a number of issues I wanted to raise. The most unfortunate thing is that I'll be repeating some of them, so I'll try to be very brief. On the issues related to agriculture, I must say this is a very positive move. When you reflect back to our country, when we talk about food security, and you compare with this 106.8 billion allocated for agriculture, you'll agree with me it's a very positive trend which we must observe and ensure that we provide our people with enough ingredients which can make our country sustain itself when it comes to food-related issues. An area of concern which I wanted to raise here, the cost of seeds and fertilizers in this country are at times hindering most of our people from getting quality when it comes to farming and agriculture. Again, when you look at the distribution of fertilizers, it's not equitable. So when we provide a budget and which has been improved to ensure that we have food security when it comes to agriculture, we should ensure that all those areas in the country where we can get a produce when it comes to rain-fed or irrigation, we need to give enough support so that we get enough food from our inputs. On energy, I do sit in the Energy Committee, and I can tell that when it comes to distribution of electricity to our country, there is need for us to try as much as possible to ensure equity. Because when you look at the current allocation, when it comes to the distribution of money towards energy, we still consider every part of this country equal. But we are well aware that some parts of this country are lagging behind when it comes to connectivity. So it's high time we need to look into it and ensure that those who are behind are brought to equality with those who went ahead of them. But we continue giving the same treatment to all corners of this country, some areas will remain behind forever when it comes to electricity connections in our country. On roads, I want to be very specific about these low seal volume roads which we came up with. Majority of those roads are in pathetic situation because they could not contain the traffic directed on them. So I would request that the money we have allocated for roads currently, we need some part of that budget to go towards maintaining those roads, because those are the roads which are penetrating into our villages, our farms, and most needy areas. So if we allow those roads to be depleted and they are not there, our country is going behind. But there is no way we will be proud as a nation that we are developing if we lack roads. So those roads under low seal, it's important we allocate them enough money so that they are made motorable. On issues of health, I just want to echo what my colleagues have talked about. We know health is devolved. But when you go outside there, you'll still get some parts of this country where there are no hospitals. If there are hospitals, there are things being called hospitals, but nothing is in them. So if national government is coming in
to strengthen health in our counties, we must be very clear to where. We don't just allocate money and allow that money to be decided from somewhere. We need to allocate money and agree on where that money is going, because there are areas where there is dire need for health. But when we allocate money to the counties or we go down there and not well guided, we'll end up giving money which is not benefiting Kenyans when it comes to health. What again I wanted to know, it was on this KEMSA. I thought KEMSA, the money given to KEMSA is revolving. So we need to know before we give them more money to go and look for the drugs, how much money have they made on the supplies which they have sold out. We don't just give money when we don't know how what they have stocked has helped us and what they need and how it's going to help the country. On public administration, I also want to agree that there is need to give some motivation to our village elders. But there is need for a law to protect them, because by giving them money, turnover will be very high. Because those who are in charges, ranging from chief, sub-chief, the ACC, the DCC, will need a level of discipline and loyalty to sustain that money for you to get that money. So there is a need for a law to protect those hardworking village elders, not to be intimidated because of that money. Our time is running out very fast. So, on education, what I wanted to say, on top of what our members have talked about, there is need. Last week when I was in Kisumu, I met some parents who asked me, what are we doing about pre-primary? It seems pre-primary is becoming too expensive to parents. So there is need for us to relook at pre-primary, because the fee in pre-primary is now more than high school. And most parents are feeling it. So as a country, we need to relook into pre-primary. As we are improving budget for education, there is need, because most parents find it very difficult to afford pre-primary fee for their children. And on employment, also we need a policy where those teachers who have attained age 40 and above are given automatic employment. Because we are risking retiring teachers who have trained and retire before being employed. So for the Committee of Education, we are okay with the money being increased, but let us increase and protect our people. It was not a mistake for somebody to go and do P1 training.
Thank you, Honorable Kagusha.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to raise my reservations to quite a number of issues in our budget this time round. Honorable Speaker, this budget has been praised by many members here as I was listening, but I'm hoping that they are also aware that this budget is also the budget that has the highest deficit ever in the history of this republic. This budget has 1.1 trillion Kenya shillings as a deficit, and this, Honorable Speaker, is going to set up this country into one-ton borrowing, Honorable Speaker. And
budget order.
And
order. What's that over?
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable
Take your seat, Honorable Kagusha.
Honorable Kagusha is my friend, but I want to say that I don't want to disrupt him, but I just want to inform him that the fiscal deficit is measured as a percentage of GDP, and that in the estimates we are discussing, we have projected a fiscal deficit of 5.4%. In the past, during the regime of President Uhuru Kenyatta, we had a fiscal deficit of 8% to GDP. So when you say that this is the highest budget deficit, fiscal deficit in the history of budgets, I think you are making, that's not right, that's not the correct position. Okay. I want to inform you that this fiscal deficit is actually one of the lowest in the history. Uhuru Kenyatta did 8%, 8.9% during his time as president.
Point made,
Honorable Speaker, I also want to inform the Chair of Budget that we have very many cooked statistics in this republic today, and the statistics that he puts here today, he talks of projected, not actual. Honorable Speaker, you know that we are having a deceptive system where we have a moving goal every day. We have a moving target every day. Of course, Honorable Speaker, you know that Kenyans do not rely so much on the statistics. What matters is really what we have on the table. Honorable Speaker, the fact that we have such a high 1.1 trillion deficit means that the Kenyan government will definitely have to borrow more. And this borrowing is going to expose many of the projects that have been placed in this National Assembly into jeopardy. Honorable Speaker, we also have pending bills that must be onboarded in this budget, Honorable Speaker.
Order. Don't overturn. You'll have
When I was...
No.
Honorable Speaker, you need to protect me from the chair of budget.
Order.
Honorable Speaker.
Order.
Thank you. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to also put it clearly that we also need to put the pending bills in as part of the budget deficit that we have here, because you know that pending bills in this republic is money that has been supplied, or these items that have been supplied by Kenyans. But Honorable Speaker, these Kenyans have not been paid, yet we are prioritizing the loans that we have taken from abroad and foreign governments before we prioritize paying our own Kenyans. If we were to cater properly for these pending bills in this budget, we would spur and stimulate our economy to ensure that we have money in the pocket. And this is probably one of the reasons where we are not having money circulating in the economy. Honorable Speaker, in one of the meetings I attended together with the budget chair here, an IMF meeting, we put it clear that pending bills and securitization money must also be included in the Kenyan loan book. Honorable Speaker, this is what we want to see happening. Honorable Speaker, we also are looking for equity and fairness. This is mandatory. It is not debatable. It's not optional. It's not negotiable. The Kenyan budget must have equity and fairness. If you look at this budget, again, you see it has, it's quite lopsided towards certain areas and certain regions. Honorable Speaker, I just want to pick out one of the areas where I believe this budget is lopsided and unfairly targeting Kenyans. If you look at areas that have to do with executive, the comfort of the executive, the State House, the coordination of government, if you look at that and add up all those monies, you see that it is adding up to about 30 billion, Honorable Chair. This is money that can be used for health, for capitation, and for other areas that are necessary, including paying of the pending bills. And this would be more helpful to our economy. Honorable Speaker, I am happy that we have raised the issue of paying the Nyumba Kumi, the village elders in this house. We have debated, and we have many times passed that we pay them. Honorable Speaker, when I look at what is being provided here in the budget at 3.9 billion, and I do my calculations, this is coming to a very meager and small amount of 3,000 stipend for these village elders. Honorable Speaker, we could not have waited this long and debated this far only to give them 3,000 shillings. These are people who do so much work on the ground. They require raincoats, they require airtime, they require transport, they require torches, they require boots and gumboots and shoes as they are doing their work on the ground. Honorable Speaker, I propose that this category of people be remunerated not on anything less than 7,500. Honorable Speaker, I also propose in the same breath the CHVs, the community health workers and community health volunteers also have an addition to what they are getting today, which is 2,500 in this from the national government and 2,500 from the county government, which sometimes delays and sometimes doesn't come. Honorable Speaker, I propose that we have this raised to 7,500. Honorable Speaker, the issue of intern teachers, we must also factor enough money to be able to cater for them. And of course, the road sector, Honorable Speaker, I'm also looking at Mukurweini roads that must also be catered for. We have Kaheti Road, Mutewadhi, Gikondi, Gedagara. Mukurweini township roads like Mukurweini Boys, Mununu, Mwote, Karimururi. Honorable Speaker, I'm looking at all these roads that must be done. Honorable Speaker, we have the coffee debt waiver, the 2 billion. We have had it in the budget before. It has not been released in the exchequer, and this is a big problem. We also expect that cherry fund that has been dropped in favor of seedlings be returned, because this is going to expose our coffee farmers to high interest loans, commercial loans. Honorable Speaker, I'm also proposing that we have exchequer releases for all the projects that have been put in this budget, because that is where we have had a very big problem before, that we have programs that have been put here, but they are not funded because money is not released. So when we're talking about the intern teachers, school capitation,
the honourable member for Moiben, I will, because our time is up, I'll indulge you. Please, if possible, you can take 3 minutes. The honourable member for Turbo, 3 minutes. The honourable member for Ombo Magaka, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also make my voice on this budget. And I want to congratulate the Committee on Budget and Appropriation, led by the ABO Chair, for spearheading this 4.8 trillion budget for the 2026-27 financial year. Mr. Speaker, one thing which I really appreciate in this budget is in the education sector, where money has been appropriated to complete the TVETs, the 57 TVETs which have been pending, and also on the infrastructure development in several TVETs in the entire Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when we embrace the competent-based education and the different pathways, it is very important to build and improve the infrastructure in the various TVETs so that our students can get skills to avert this issue of unemployment in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, there is a decline in the budget for university education, and some universities like University of Nairobi, Egerton University, Moi University, received a decline in infrastructural development. How I wish that we would improve funding in our universities, because as long as we are not improving infrastructure, as long as we are not resourcing our universities well, they will lack in the international spheres, and they'll be ranked badly, and also it may not be able to attract international students. So I think this needs to have some improvement. I am excited that now the teachers who are interns in our schools are going to get employed permanently, and this is something which is a positive indication. Most of those teachers, and I'm sure most of us members of parliament, have been receiving messages from those teachers inquiring when they are going to be employed on permanent and pensionable terms. And it is important that it is clear now that come next financial year, there is money which has been availed, and they are going to be employed on permanent and pensionable terms. For the village elders, I think even to my village elders in Moiben constituency, I want to inform them on this floor of the House that their journey to Parliament was not in vain. In the next financial year, they are going to get a stipend. So they should keep working, because they are our grassroots mobilizers in terms of all government policies. So I'm excited that they are going to be included in this financial year.
One interesting thing again, which is a positive indicator, is the issue of quality assurance in our the increase in budgetary allocation for quality assurance in the Ministry of Education. One, this is going to enable the members of the Ministry of Education to move around and carry out inspections in our schools to avert cases like what happened in Utumishi Academy in Gilgil. What they need to do is to set up smoke and fire detectors in all dormitories in schools, and also train and carry out drills in the schools so that students are very conscious when such an emergency arises. The Kenya Kwanza government endeavor to build capacity for farmers, and I'm happy that there is an increase in allocation for subsidy in fertilizer. What I wish is that when money has been availed like now, the ministry should be ready to make sure that the fertilizer is available on time. As per now, Mr. Speaker, we have
The member for Turbo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to the budget estimates for 2026-2027. And on the onset, I would want to thank the Committee on Budget and Appropriation for coming up with this. I pick out quickly the increase in budget to education sector of 27%, which I think is a very positive indicator because education is an equalizer. And I have noted that the funding is going to improve on supporting infrastructure, capitation to our schools, and also the recruitment of 20,000 interns to permanent and pensionable, and also promotion of 30,000 teachers, which is a very good thing. It's going to reduce the gap, the teacher gap in our schools. And we want to thank the President because he made those promises, and they have actually they are going to be actualized. How I wish that in the next budget, we do not forget the P1 teachers. There are some who have been as far as 2017 and have not been employed. So I think that is an area that they should look into. I also want to put praise to the health sector. There was an increase of 6.1% on the universal health care, which will reduce financial constraints to the families who seek specialized treatment, and also increased funding to referral hospitals. This will enhance service delivery and health care to the indigents. And I think that is a positive thing because a healthy nation is a stable nation. The other area that I wish to really applaud are the stipend to the village elders. We are really happy about this because the village elders are the lower line of the government, and they are the ones who do mobilization, they are the ones who do conflict resolution, they are the ones who are actually the lower level of the government system. And I think they play a very critical role in this government. So I really want to applaud that they get a small stipend of 3,000, which I hope that the budget next will be able to increase it so that they can be able to sustainably benefit from this.
We have 1 minute to wind up.
Okay. Maybe just to quickly wind up on agriculture sector, I'm really happy about the increase, but I wish that we get to 10% Maputo Protocol because agriculture sector is actually the backbone of the economy of this country. We would wish that we achieve the 10% Maputo Protocol in future, but we want to thank the government for at least subsidized fertilizer, which they have increased, so that most the inputs cost is reduced, and also productivity goes up, because a food secure nation is a stable nation. I'm concerned, finally, about the energy sector. It is a very critical area that needs to enhance budget on. So I really wish that in future we increase budget for electrification in the constituencies. And therefore, I wish to thank the President for many of his promises. We have stadiums all over, we have roads across the country, and we want to thank the government, this government, for the good things that are happening, and we know the economy is going to grow. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to.
Donald Mogaka. Just 3 minutes. 3 minutes for you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to support this Budget and Appropriation Committee report. And on behalf of the people of West Mugrango, I'm extremely excited that all the sectors that are going to jumpstart and fast-track development in West Mugrango constituency, Nyamira County, and Kenya seem to have been captured. Thanks to the education budget that is going to take our education to another level, I just want to celebrate what is happening, the budget allocation for the health sector, because Nyamira County and Referral Hospital is going to receive no less than 1 billion shillings to take it to another level. I, Mr. Speaker, want to celebrate the proposed allocation to the livestock sector, where we are working with the PS to install coolers and make sure that farmers lose no more produce. I want to thank the committee for proposing an enhanced roads and infrastructure budget that will actualize the bitumen roads that have been proposed for Nyamira County and West Mugrango. I am also celebrating the village elders, the people who have given their all for nothing for this country. At least this government and this 13th parliament is approving a stipend that should be celebrated, and I appeal to them to enhance their efforts towards ensuring that our security is enhanced. The women of Kenya, this year's budget is going to increase the water last mile connectivity, particularly in my county and constituency, and it is only this government that cares for women, and there will be no more carrying of drums and jerrycans on the heads. I want to thank the chair of the Budget and Appropriation Committee, Honorable Tandi, for at least doing affirmative action in budget allocation. And unlike a contribution I had earlier that saw budget estimates skewed and marginalizing people who only voted in the manner they voted, this budget has balanced the country, and there is apparent equity. We want to congratulate the chair and the committee and encourage His Excellency the President and the government that this is the way Kenya needs to go. This is the way to Singapore, and I can't help but support and urge all of us to support this most progressive budget that is going to see this country go to another level. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Oh, members, that marks the end of the third allotted day for debate on this particular motion, and I therefore accordingly call upon the mover to reply.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to reply. Honorable Speaker, before I reply, let me first of all thank members for the robust debate we've had on this budget. Honorable Speaker, this is my third budget to process since I was made the chairman of Budget and Appropriations Committee, and this is the very first time, Honorable Speaker, that I've seen members getting involved in incisive discussions of the estimates. And I followed keenly the contribution by members and the information that members were able to give me on what we need to do to improve our budget process, and also in areas that require, more additional allocations. Honorable Speaker, most members were concerned about allocations to primary health care. Others were concerned about education sector allocations. Honorable Speaker, you realize that the education sector takes up about 30% of our total budget. And even with that, we are still facing deficits. So, Honorable Speaker, these are things that we are all aware of. And in case revenues go up, Honorable Speaker, we will always add these resources so that they satisfy the required, the basket required. Honorable Speaker, I just want to respond to a few things that were raised. The first one I want to respond to, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of debt sustainability. Honorable Speaker, debt sustainability is not something that we should be able to just discuss on the street. Because, Honorable Speaker, just the other day, IMF and World Bank gave us a positive rating of our debt sustainability. And, Honorable Speaker, again, on whether we are borrowing more vis-a-vis the previous governments, I also want to add, Honorable Speaker, that if you look at the difference between our expenditure and our revenues, we are still having a positive primary balance. Honorable Speaker, we are therefore saying that our debt sustainability is positive, and nobody should be worried about that. Also, just to add that we are spending more money to service our debts. The debts that we are servicing today are not debts that were created by this regime. These are debts that were created by the previous regimes, and because these are responsibilities of the government, we cannot say we are not servicing these debts. So members should not, be alarmists, to portray our fiscal deficit as something that cannot be sustained, something that cannot be serviced. We are confirming that our records show that we are able to be able to service our debt. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, is also to say that about fiscal deficit, we are projecting our fiscal deficit to stay at 5.4, as per the report that we tabled. But some people insist that this is the highest fiscal deficit in history, which is really not factual. As I already said, in the previous regime, we had fiscal deficits of up to 9% to GDP. So this has been a progressive fiscal consolidation which has been happening since this regime took over. We have since moved that fiscal deficit from 9% to now 5.4. This is a great improvement. I would like to urge my brother here that lawyers have very limited knowledge on matters finance and economics.
Order. Who are you talking to?
I'm addressing my brother here.
You can't address him like that. You are truly, is not just a lawyer.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I withdraw. I withdraw because you are a member of Budget Committee and I know you know a lot of economics. But for my brother here, please, I want you to understand that that fiscal deficit is not measured by the size of the debt. The size of the debt. Yeah, so let us look at it in terms of percentages, in terms of established measurements. These measurements are clear. They are international measurements. They are not measurements which have been created by us. So 5.4% to GDP is sustainable. Honorable Speaker, the other thing I want to add is that some members have complained about the rationale for investing in KIPES. Honorable Speaker, as I was saying before when I moved this motion, that we are spending about 2.5 billion this financial year to equip KIPES. We have about 15 KIPES that have been completed in about 15 counties. And some members say that, these KIPES are brick and mortar and they're not going to add value to the economy. Honorable Speaker, you know very well that one of the problems we have with the agricultural sector is that we have no value addition programs within our agricultural sector. Therefore, we need to create avenues where we can be able to add value to this product so that they can be exported. So these KIPES, Honorable Speaker, once they will be equipped, they are going to create a lot of impact in the regions where they are. For example, I'm sad, Honorable Speaker, that in my county of Siaya, our KIPES are stalled because the county government of Siaya did not put their counterpart funding. But in areas where that has been processed, like in, I think, Busia, Migori, so we are going to see a lot of value addition, and these KIPES are going to help us, and they're going to help the economy. They're also going to create jobs in those areas where those KIPES are based. Honorable Speaker, the truth of the matter is that global economy outlook is a bit negative. The world economy is not going to grow as projected, and that's also going to impact us. For us, we have also lowered our GDP growth outlook from 5.3% to 5%. This is a fact. And when somebody says that other economies are projected to grow higher, I think that's not true, and we want to correct that. Every economy, I think, globally and even regionally, we are not going to see much of that growth. So our lower projections of our growth outlook is in line with the global trend, which has already been determined by IMF and World Bank. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that on confirmation of the JSS teachers, we have had a program where JSS teachers are hired, they sign an internship program for 2 years, after which they are confirmed automatically. So most members are urging us to confirm all the 44,000 JSS teachers. I think that's not how the program was designed. The program was designed that you take 2 years and then you get confirmed automatically. So we are going to continue that program, and all the JSS teachers who are employed this year, they will be confirmed next year. The ones who have served 2 years, they are going to be confirmed immediately in this financial year using this budget. So we want to urge members not to incite JSS teachers, because those teachers know very well that their contract says they will serve for 2 years and then they will get confirmed. Honorable Speaker, lastly, I want to say that we decided to reallocate about 54 billion from the energy department sector allocations. We removed these resources so that these projects are funded through National Infrastructure Fund. But the reason we did this, Honorable Speaker, is that we do not need to lump so much resources in our estimates when these programs can be utilized using the other avenue. So that also has created some problems, but we want to say that those programs are going to be funded in using NIF funding, and those programs qualify, actually, they qualify because they are profitable programs. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, on the village elders remuneration of 3,000 shillings. Honorable Speaker, we must start somewhere. Because remember, since I joined Parliament, there's always been a determination that we must find a way of giving these village elders some stipend. And I think we need to thank this Parliament and this Budget Committee, because for the very first time, we are realizing this long-term mission. I'm sure that if revenues improve, even in the next financial year, we will be able to revise their salaries upwards, maybe up to double or whatever. So I think I want to urge members to support the 3K stipend per month for these officers who are serving us in our various constituencies, in order for them to be able to get something to sustain them. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I would wish to again thank members, thank you, the Speaker's panel, for the tireless work you've done together with the team here from staff of Parliament. This is one of the most progressive budgets, as you have heard. Members have been making their remarks. We have endeavored to equitably distribute the resources across the country. Today, I'm very proud that if you walk across Kenya, you will not miss national government resources allocated in even some of the areas that were initially abandoned by previous regimes. Today, we are running a broad-based government, and indeed, this budget is broad-based. This budget does not look at whether you voted. It does not look at where the government whether you're supporting the government or not. Even for my friends from United Opposition, there are many projects in this budget that are going to serve them. And therefore, we must thank the president, because for the first time we have a president that is not inward-looking. Some of the opposition leaders are inward-looking. And in fact, they are still talking about when we get power, we are going to ensure that our people benefit more. You know, some of the opposition leaders that are here, they know that they don't qualify to lead this country because of the views they hold about how they are going to share resources. So I want to urge Kenyans to support us, support the president. There will never be a president like President William Ruto, because Honorable Speaker, I've been around in this country. I was around during President Kibaki. I was around during President Uhuru Kenyatta. Honorable Speaker, in the last government, we had something called handshake, where we were blindly supporting government policies, and we were saying that, please just support me, we are going to give you power, and when you give you power, you are going to give you resources. We waited for these resources, Honorable Speaker. That today we have,
please proceed to wind up.
That today we have a president who will allow you to spend resources across the country, even for those who he knows very well will not vote for him. For example, Honorable Speaker, Kitui County, where my brother comes from, in the last budget had one of the highest road allocations, Kitui County. And when I asked the president, why are you giving resources to people who are not supporting? He said, no, I'm the president of the Republic of Kenya, and my work is to serve the entire country. So let us accept that we are the best leadership. Broad-based government is working, and there is no reason and there's no way we are going to leave power to opposition, because we are doing what Kenyans expect us to do. Honorable Speaker, with those many, budget is made. Budget is a consultative document. Honorable Chairman, Honorable Speaker, the budget making process starts at the executive before it gets here. So at the executive, we know the head of the executive is the President of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to reply.
Thank you, all members. Order. All members, I want to proceed to put the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure and the medium term for the financial year 2026-2027, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 2nd June 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 221 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A and Standing Order 239, 1, approve the issuance of the sum of Kenya shillings 2,930,216,013,184 from the consolidated fund to meet the expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2027 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule to the order paper, subject to paragraph 3, that is the Committee of Supply. 2, makes the policy and financial resolutions contained in the second and third schedules to the order paper. And 3, orders that the Speaker do now leave the chair to facilitate the consideration of the said budget estimates with respect to each vote and program in the Committee of Supply, as contemplated under Standing Order 240, a consideration of estimates in the Committee of Supply. Will, as one of the opinion, say aye? Aye. Will, as one of the contrary opinion, say nay? Ayes have it. Members, time now being 9:30 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, that is tomorrow, 4th of June 2026, at 2:30 p.m.